Chapter 14, 75. Competing for Saint Luck when Shueja died. The Saint Luck in his body rushed out and poured into Joie when's glabella. Blazing golden light spilled out. In an instant, the golden rune on Jowen's glabella began to expand and split into two more golden runes. At this moment, there were 3 golden runes on Jowen's glabella. At this moment, Jowen quietly floated in the air with narrowed eyes, silently feeling the benefits of the Saint Luck. 3 golden runes meant that the effect of the Saint Luck was much more powerful than 1 golden rune. Jowen had a total of 5 laws, and his understanding of the 5 laws of ice, fire, void, death, and desolation was becoming more and more profound. The golden light from the 3 golden runes was extremely blazing. Even the back of Jowen's head was shining with a dazzling golden light, like a lifelike ancient Buddha. It's still not enough. 3 golden runes are not enough. Jowen's eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. After expanding to 3 golden runes, his understanding of the laws was much deeper than before. He was confident that, in his current state, he could use the laws much more skillfully than before. There was no doubt that the power of the laws was much stronger than before. Number 15. Win Joie's 100-win streak. Chao Rong glanced sideways at Jowen and announced loudly, immediately causing an uproar in the 7th arena. As for Jowen taking the daytime golden wheel without blushing, he also turned a blind eye. Although a profound saint weapon was quite rare, it was only relative to the 9th netherworld realm. For a colossus like the primal Chaos Temple, a profound saint weapon was actually not very rare. In addition, Chao Rong was a heavenly saint, so he really did not covet the daytime golden wheel in Jowen's hands. Jowen walked down from the void step by step, welcoming the countless awe-inspiring gazes below the arena like a king. I didn't expect the winner of the 100-win streak in the 7th arena to be an unknown guy. The number 1 genius of the Demon God Palace, Yun Ran, looked curiously at Jowen, who was walking down from the arena. Wu Dai, who was standing beside Yun Ran, also looked at Jowen's back with a hint of curiosity. She did not know why, but the young man in front of her gave her a very familiar feeling, as if she had seen him somewhere before. But when she carefully looked at the young man's face, she found that he was still extremely strange. So familiar, yet strange, Wu Dai whispered, her heart trembling. Now that the point challenge tournament is over, the top 100 have been selected. Chao Rong's word says aligns void, suddenly void behind him. Taking a closer look, the names as editor's rune, the names as note. Seeing the names as, seeing Sfeng's as, the book runes transin. John's Yu, SSSSS. Only 100 out of 3,000 people advanced. The elimination rate was too high. It was destined that only a few people would be able to enter the 3rd stage. Those in the top 100, follow me to the next area. Those who have been eliminated, return to the square in front of the 9th Underworld Sky platform. After Chao Rong finished speaking, he leaped into the void and headed to another area beside the natural world. As for the top 100 cultivators, they looked at each other and followed behind Chao Rong without any hesitation. As for the remaining people, they left the natural world in despair. Outside the 9th Underworld Sky platform, countless people's eyes were focused on the list of the top 100 that Chao Rong had arranged. Although many of the top 100 martial artists had the same number of points, there were even many who had full points. But even if they had the same number of points, Chao Rong would still rank the martial artists according to their performance in the arena. Among them, the top 15 martial artists of the arena competition received the most attention. First place, Qing Longzi. Second place, Yan Ruhua. Third place, Yang Yi. Fourth place, Gui Sha. Fifth place, Flower Fairy. Sixth place, Lu Hantian. Seventh place, Tian Long. Eighth place, Mo Win. Ninth place, Shazi. 10th place, Wen Zhua. 11th place, Yiksha. 12th place, Yun Ran. 13th place, Jian Mu. 14th place, Supreme Demon Lord. 15th place, Buddhist Scripture. Many dark horses had appeared in this arena competition. Originally, everyone thought that the top 10 would be monopolized by the top geniuses of the 9 underworld realms, but this was not the case. Among them, Yen Ruhua, Lu Hantian, Long Tian, and Wen Zhuo were not famous in the 9 underworld realm, but now they had rushed into the top 10 in one go. They could be said to be the most incredible dark horses of this arena competition. In particular, Yen Ruhua, Lu Hantian, and Long Tian were all profound sages. This kind of cultivation made many martial artists feel a little surprised. As for Wen Zhuo, because he had not entered the sage realm, he was a little inconspicuous compared to Yen Ruhua and the other two. Seeing that both his demonic and Buddhist avatars had entered the top 15, Zhuowen nodded inwardly, extremely satisfied in his heart. Speaking of which, the 2 avatars were very talented. If it were not for the fact that they were demonic cultivators and Buddhist cultivators, they would have already become sages. However, even though they had not entered the sage realm, the 2 avatars already had the strength of an initial, profound sage. At least, ordinary sages in the void sage realm would not be able to do anything to these 2 avatars. As for Wu Dai, Mo Yen Wu Shang, Jia Nan, and Gatha, who Zhuowen paid more attention to, they had all entered the top 100. However, Mo Lingtian was quite unlucky because he was assigned to the first arena, which was the arena where Qing Longzi was. The comprehensive strength of the first arena was very strong. Although Mo Lingtian's cultivation was not weak, he was still eliminated in the first arena. Among the top 15 in the 9 underworld realms, except for the martial dark realm, there were more or less one or several disciples who had entered. However, there was not a single disciple from the martial dark realm. In fact, among the top 100 this time, there were only 2 disciples from the martial dark realm, which made Wu Ho's expression extremely ugly. These 2 disciples were both in the 9th Heaven Emperor realm before. Later, they relied on the Saint Luck to comprehend the laws and advance to the invincible Emperor realm. I hope Gu Hui and Hida can perform well in the 3rd round. Wu Ho's eyes were filled with helplessness. The core disciples and the number 1 prodigy of the sacred martial sect were all killed by Zhuo when alone. In such a short period of time, the sacred martial sect was unable to cultivate a truly powerful younger generation. Thinking of this matter, the more Wu Ho thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished he could tear Zhuowen into pieces and grind his bones to dust. The location of the 3rd round was in the most central area of the 9 underworld platform. It was extremely large, spanning tens of thousands of miles. There were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls, a barren desert. Inside there were rugged rocks and sand. In the center of this land, there was a terrifying ravine that was hundreds of feet deep. It was as if the earth had been blasted open by a giant blade that was hundreds of feet long. At the same time, there were dilapidated buildings scattered all over the place. These buildings were like temples. The surface of the temples was pale yellow, as if they had been weathered for countless years. In the sky above this land, there was a thick yellow fog. This yellow fog was constantly changing, forming all kinds of shapes. There were birds and beasts, pavilions and terraces. Moreover, Zhuowen could clearly feel that this fog was not as simple as a natural landscape. It was very likely that it had extremely powerful offensive power. The 3rd round is called Fighting for Saint Luck. Being able to enter the 3rd round means that you are already a genius among geniuses in this 9 underworld conference. Among you, the least has 1 golden pattern, and the most has 4 or 5 golden patterns. Chao Rong floated above the fog, looking down at the people below, and continued in a clear voice. Now I can tell you clearly that the real benefit of Saint Luck is in this 3rd round. In this 3rd round, you can snatch the Saint Luck of others and absorb it into yourself. Moreover, once someone has 10 golden patterns, they will directly become a saint. Even if they have already become a profound sage, they will be able to advance by a small realm without any side effects. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the countless cultivators below burned with passion, especially for those cultivators who had yet to enter the saint realm. Their eyes burst with a blazing light. Even Qing Longzi, Yen Ruhua, and the others who had already become profound sages were moved. It was very difficult to become a saint. If one did not have a heaven-defying opportunity or the full support of a great force, becoming a saint was almost an unattainable dream. Even if one became a saint, the small realms they were divided into were extremely difficult to advance. It would take many years of accumulation to break through a small realm. Now, in the third round, fighting for Saint Luck, once the number of golden patterns between one's eyebrows reached 10, they could directly become a saint or advance by a small realm. This benefit was absolutely heaven-defying. The third round is also the last round. Here, you can fight to your heart's content and vent to your heart's content. In the end, I will select the top 9 and give you the keys to the central region. Of course, if any of you perform well, I will also recommend you to the Chaos Temple. Chao Rong had his hands behind his back, quietly looking down at the crowd below. What he said made the crowd below burst into an uproar. The key to the central region and the possibility of being recommended to the Chaos Temple? Many cultivators were shocked. The key to the central region was already very attractive to them, not to mention the opportunity to be recommended to the Chaos Temple. The Chaos Temple was a giant force in the central region, and its sphere of influence was much larger than the total area of the 9th Netherworld realm. Moreover, it was said that the cultivation methods of the arcanists of the Eastern region, Southern region, Arctic region, and Western region were inherited from the Chaos Temple of the Central region. It could be said that if one could climb up the Chaos Temple, they would undoubtedly have a meteoric rise in the future. Not to mention Zhuowen, even Qing Longzi, Yen Ruhua, and the other top geniuses, who were originally calm like an ancient well, became fanatical and restless. Brother Qing Longzi, how about we join forces to compete for Saint Luck? Yen Ruhua suddenly said to Qing Longzi. Chapter 1476. Yellow fogged the corners of Yen Ruhua's mouth curled into a subtle smile. His eyes were filled with cruelty. Qing Longzi had 6 golden lines between his eyebrows, and he had 5 golden lines between his eyebrows. The 2 of them were the closest to 10 golden lines among the 100 people. Yen Ruhua knew that if he joined forces with Qing Longzi, they would definitely surpass all the difficulties. It wouldn't be a problem for them to snatch all the golden lines from the others. Although Chao Rong had said that if one gathered 10 golden lines, they would obtain great benefits. Those who hadn't reached the saint realm could become a saint, and those who had become a saint realm cultivator could advance by a small stage. But what if one could gather more golden lines? Without a doubt, the more golden lines one gathered, the more benefits one would obtain. After all, the third stage was called the Fight for Saint Luck, which meant that the Saint Luck in this stage had to be obtained through fighting. As long as one was strong enough, not to mention 10 golden lines, even if one had 20, 30, or more golden lines, one could snatch them from others. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Although the fight for Saint Luck hadn't started yet, judging from Chao Rong's tone and the restless crowd around him, the competition in this stage would be extremely intense. I won't say much. The central area of the 9 Serenity Sky platform is surrounded by yellow fog all year round. You'd better pay attention to the yellow fog because there are many tiny creatures living in it. These creatures are extremely destructive. If you breathe them into your body, these little things will cause inhumane destruction. After Chao Rong reminded them, he waved his sleeve and the restriction around the central area was opened. Go in. Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as these words were spoken, countless figures rushed towards the central area like locusts. They plunged into the depths of the yellow fog, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Long Tian silently rushed to Zhuowen's side, a trace of inquiry in his eyes. As Zhuowen was still using Wenjua's identity, his old friends didn't recognize him at all. Only his 2 clones and Long Tian knew his identity. Of course, Zhuowen also noticed that the lazy Yang Yi kept looking at him meaningfully, which made Zhuowen frown slightly. This Yang Yi is not simple. Could it be that he has noticed something? Zhuowen said with a frown. In his mind, Xiao He faintly said, I don't think so. Your 100 transformation divine technique has already been cultivated to the point of perfection. Even Chao Rong couldn't see through your disguise. That Yang Yi is just a profound sage. It's impossible for him to see through your disguise. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and whispered to Long Tian, let's go in too. Long Tian naturally wouldn't disobey Zhuowen's orders. After speaking, the two of them followed closely behind the large group and entered the yellow fog. That sky dragon seems to be very close to that Wenjua, and it seems like he listens to that Wenjua. Tianlong and Wenjua, as the top 10 existences in this point arena, naturally attracted the attention of many warriors. When the two of them walked together, it also caused many people to be surprised. Sect Master, from the looks of it, that sky dragon seems to be in cahoots with Wenjua. On the square platform where the undying sacred altar was located, many elders behind the undying old monster frowned slightly. Just the strength that Wenjua had displayed was already troublesome enough. Now, there was an even more terrifying, profound, sage-level sky dragon beside him. For the people of the undying sacred altar who wanted to take revenge, it was indeed a bit troublesome. When the 9 Nether Conference is over, Wenjua will die no matter what. If that sky dragon also wants to interfere, then we will kill both of them at all costs, the undying old monster said fiercely. Hearing this, the many elders behind the undying old monster lowered their heads slightly, their eyes full of reverence. They knew that the undying old monster was really angry this time. He actually planned to kill both Wenjua and Sky Dragon at all costs. The yellow fog filled the surroundings. As soon as Zhuowen entered this place, he felt dizzy, but after some adjustment, he slowly got used to it. Sure enough, there are tiny creatures here. Zhuowen took a deep breath and inhaled a mouthful of yellow mist. Soon after, he keenly discovered that the yellow mist was filled with densely packed tiny insects. These insects were very small, and ordinary people couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Even Zhuowen relied on the mental energy in his body to reach his lungs. Only then could he barely distinguish the shape of these insects. These insects were yellow in appearance, and there were many barbs on their surface. There was a huge mouth part on their heads, and there were many sharp teeth in this mouth part. They looked extremely ferocious. The shape of these insects was simply a destructive machine. Once they entered a human body, they only needed to twist their bodies, and the barbs on their surface would be able to pierce through the flesh of the human body. However, Zhuowen wasn't afraid at all. His physical body had already become a sage, and his bones were the golden bones of Lawrence, a sage body. From the inside to the outside, he had reached the point of invulnerability. Although these tiny insects looked quite terrifying when they entered Zhuowen's lungs, just as they were about to destroy them, they found that they couldn't do anything. It was as if they weren't touching flesh, but stone. Long Tian couldn't do the same. Although he had already become a profound sage, his internal organs were still extremely fragile. After entering the yellow fog, Long Tian immediately shielded his 5 senses and acupoints to prevent the tiny insects in the yellow fog from invading his body. Zhuowen, aren't you afraid of the insects in the yellow fog? Long Tian noticed Zhuowen's state and couldn't help but ask in surprise. I've tempered my body before, and my internal organs are much stronger than those of ordinary martial artists. These insects can't hurt me, Zhuowen said lightly. Hearing this, Long Tian nodded and didn't ask any more questions. However, in his heart, he was even more in awe of Zhuowen. Although his cultivation was much higher than Zhuowen's, he knew that if he were to fight against Zhuowen, he wouldn't be his opponent at all. One more thing, let me remind you. In here, your power of laws, mental force, spirit, and even your spirit rings can't be used. If you want to obtain power, You have to follow the feeling of Saint Luck. Suddenly, an illusory voice came from above the yellow fog. The owner of this voice was no stranger to Zhuo and Long Tian. It was Chao Rong. Sure enough, as Chao Rong said, I can't use any of the laws and spirit energy in my body, and I can't even open my spirit rings, Long Tian said with a bitter smile. Zhuo nodded. He had also discovered this. It could be said that he couldn't use anything on his body. Even the ice-fire eyes formed by the ice-fire holy rune was difficult for Zhuo to use. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious power in this yellow fog that was imprisoning all of their strength and means. However, the power of the physical body can't be imprisoned in this yellow fog. Zhuo smiled and said silently in his heart, although the power of the physical body was also suppressed, it wasn't completely unusable. Zhuo could still use some of its power. Most of our strength is imprisoned here, so what should we use to fight? Long Tian frowned and said helplessly. Chao Rong said to follow the feeling of Saint Luck. The only thing that can be mobilized here is Saint Luck. Zhuo said indifferently. The 3 golden lines between his eyebrows flashed with a blazing golden light, and then the golden light turned into a ray of light that shot out in a certain direction. Long Tian followed suit and urged the golden lines between his eyebrows. The ray of light he emitted swept in the opposite direction of Zhuo. What's going on? Long Tian asked in confusion. Let's follow the rays of light. Maybe we'll know when we get there, Zhuo said. Long Tian nodded. There was no other way now. Zhuo's method was relatively reasonable. Whoosh whoosh. Zhuo and Long Tian weren't indecisive people. Since they had decided, the two of them immediately flew in the opposite direction and passed by each other. The golden words were still floating in the void above the 9th underworld sky platform. The names on the words were all shining with golden light. Suddenly, the golden light of the names at the bottom of the list dimmed and became almost transparent. Someone's already dead. These people are rogue cultivators. Their strength is at the bottom of the top 100. It hasn't been long since we entered, and someone has already died. Isn't this too fast? The abnormality of the words attracted the attention of many people. Although Chao Rong didn't say anything, the dimming of the names meant that someone had died. As long as one wasn't a fool, everyone knew that. Amidst the yellow mist, a vigorous figure shot out like an arrow from a bow. In front of the figure, there was a golden ray of light that extended into the depths of the yellow mist. The figure was closely following the ray of light. We're here. Zhuo's eyes narrowed. Through the layers of yellow mist, his gaze fell on a faint outline in front of him. He could clearly feel that the outline was the end of the ray of light. Zhuo knew that the outline was the destination of this trip. Whoosh! Zhuo stomped his foot, and his speed immediately increased. In approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the destination of the outline. Creak! Stopping, Zhuo raised his head slightly, and his gaze fell on the outline. It was a large but dilapidated temple. In front of the temple, there was a huge stone statue of a strange beast. The golden ray of light formed by the Saint Luck was heading towards the depths of the temple. Furthermore, Zhuo also discovered that there were 5 other figures scattered around the temple apart from him. The 5 of them weren't weak. They were basically invincible emperor lords. 2 of them were wearing clothes that made Zhuo's eyes narrow dangerously. The 2 of them had the word martial on their chests, which meant that they were disciples of the sacred martial sect. I heard that there are only 2 disciples of the sacred martial sect in the top 100 this time. I'm pretty lucky to meet these 2 at the start. Zhuo's lips curled up as he sneered. Chapter 1477. Temple among the 5 people. The other 3 didn't belong to any faction. They were probably rogue cultivators. The strongest of the 3 was an invincible sovereign lord, and the other 2 were 9th level great emperors. From the positions of the 5 people, it could be seen that the 2 disciples of the Saint Martial sect and the 3 rogue cultivators were confronting each other. However, Zhuo Wen's arrival immediately broke the stalemate between the two groups. Their gazes landed on Zhuo Wen in unison, revealing looks of dread. Zhuo Wen's performance in the second round was amazing. These 5 people were familiar with Zhuo Wen. Attack! Suddenly, the 2 disciples of the sacred martial sect shouted and dashed out in 2 different directions. However, their target wasn't Zhuo Wen. Instead, it was the strongest of the 3 rogue cultivators, the invincible Emperor Lord. The 3 rogue cultivators were focused on Zhuo Wen, so they didn't expect the 2 disciples of the sacred martial sect to attack. They were caught off guard. This was especially true for the invincible monarch realm rogue cultivator. He was flustered because he was the target of the 2 saint martial sect disciples. Die. Although they couldn't use any power of laws here, they could use the power of Saint Luck with the golden pattern between their eyebrows. Everyone here relied on Saint Luck to obtain the corresponding power. Otherwise, they would be powerless. No. The rogue cultivator screamed. Although he was also using the power of Saint Luck, he was powerless against 2 cultivators of the same level. Pucci! The rogue cultivator couldn't hold on for long. Under the attacks of the 2, he completely lost his breath. A vast golden light burst out from the dead rogue cultivator's body and drilled into the bodies of the 2 sacred martial sect disciples. Originally, the 2 disciples of the sacred martial sect had 1.5 golden patterns between their eyebrows, but after receiving the golden patterns from the rogue cultivator, the golden patterns between their eyebrows became 2 golden patterns. Don't let these 2 go either. After tasting the sweetness of Saint Luck, the 2 of them were extremely greedy. They immediately attacked the other 2 9th level Great Emperors. The 2 9th level Great Emperors didn't have a single golden pattern between their eyebrows, but the golden light was extremely bright. It wasn't far from transforming into a golden pattern. After all, no matter how small a sesame seed was, it was still meat. Following 2 screams, the 2 rogue cultivators died at the hands of Gu Hui and Hida without exception. After killing the 3 people, the Saint Luck on the 2 of them became even more powerful. It was faintly showing signs of forming a 3rd golden pattern. This feels great. I didn't expect that in here the stronger the Saint Luck is, the more terrifying the Saint Luck is the more. He clenched his fist, he felt his body, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Gu Hui also grinned. However, his gaze was locked onto Zhuo Wen's body as he said to Hida, "This one Zhuo has 3 golden runes on his body. I say, junior brother Hida, should we give it a try?" Hida was startled and immediately showed a trace of hesitation. When Zhuo in front of him was a terrifying guy who was ranked 9th this time. His cultivation was at the half-saint level. Even Shueisha was defeated by him. He was a ruthless person who couldn't be trifled with. "Junior brother, Hida, what are you afraid of?" This Wen Zhuo's strength is indeed terrifying, but strength is useless here. Whether it's Yuan Qi, mental energy, Dharma laws, or even spiritual rings, they can't be used. He can't be compared to us at all. If we can obtain the golden patterns on his body, the golden patterns between our eyebrows will definitely transform again. At that time, it won't be difficult for us to have 4 golden patterns. Gu Hui continued to instigate, and Hida gradually moved. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother is right. This person is indeed strong, but it's not as good as before. In here, when Zhuo can't display any of his strength, snatch his golden patterns." With that, Gu Hui and Hida rushed out, directly toward Zhuo Wen. Their control of Saint Luck had reached an extremely high level. When they punched out, golden light burst out, as if it could shatter the space and trample the stars. Zhuo Wen was very calm, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. When Gu Hui and Hida arrived in front of Zhuo Wen, Gu Hui punched out. Zhuo Wen threw out a punch and smashed it heavily in front of Gu Hui. The power of the holy body began to mobilize. Traces of golden veins covered the surface of Zhuo Wen's fist like a spider web. Die! The punch hit Gu Hui's fist and the latter screamed. His entire right arm was dislocated and shattered, and blood spurted out. The moment Zhuowen punched Gu Hui, Hida had already arrived behind Zhuowen. He lifted his right foot high and suddenly kicked down. With the support of Saint Luck, Hida's power rose to an extremely terrifying level. "You're the one who's going to die." When Zhuo forced Gu Hui back with a single punch, Hida's heart was filled with fear. However, when he arrived behind Zhuo at this moment, the fear in his heart was replaced by ecstasy. After all, his kick was very powerful with the support of Saint Luck. When Zhuo couldn't take it at all, boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Hida's kick landed heavily on Zhuowen's back. The terrifying power seemed to be able to shatter an entire mountain. But Zhuowen didn't move. His legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, and he didn't move at all. How? How is this possible? At this moment, Hida was completely stunned, or rather, he was frightened. At this moment, Zhuowen also moved. His right hand formed a claw and suddenly reached behind his back. He grabbed Hida's right leg and squeezed. Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out as Hida's right ankle was crushed. Hida couldn't help but scream. Zhuowen didn't care about Hida's scream at all. His right hand exerted force and threw Hida to the ground. The terrifying power caused the entire ground to tremble, and cracks appeared on the surface. Die! Zhuowen's movements were very fast. The moment Hida was thrown to the ground, he had already moved. His left hand grabbed Hida's head, and with a little force, his head exploded like a watermelon. The power of the saint body was too terrifying. It could be described as tens of thousands of kilograms of force. Under such great force, Hida died, and even his nascent soul couldn't escape. Swoosh! As soon as Hida died, the saint runes on his body turned into a golden light and drilled into Zhuowen's glabella. Originally, the 3 golden runes between his brows were emitting a blazing golden light. As they spread, 2 more golden runes spread out. At this moment, there were 5 golden runes on Zhuowen's body. The aura of the Saint Luck in his body was as vast as the ocean. Run! Seeing that Hida had been killed, Gu Hui was so shocked that his mind was in a mess. Without thinking, he planned to rush towards the temple in front of him. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. His legs bounced, and countless golden veins spread out from the bottom of his feet. Boom! A muffled thunder-like sound resounded as the ground beneath Zhuowen's feet shattered into countless pieces. Zhuowen shot out like a cannonball. His speed had soared to the limit, so fast that even his shadow could not be seen. No, just as Gu Hui was about to enter the temple, Zhuowen had already arrived above Gu Hui. His right leg smashed down viciously, smashing heavily onto Gu Hui's spine. Uft! Blood violently spurted out from Gu Hui's mouth as he viciously smashed onto the ground. His entire spine had been completely shattered by this tremendous force. Gu Hui could only barely struggle, but was completely unable to stand up. Boom! Zhuowen was like a god descending from the heavens. He descended from the sky and ruthlessly stomped on Gu Hui's back. Instantly, Gu Hui's entire body exploded into a bloody mist. Another golden light shot out and entered Zhuowen's glabella. Zhuowen's glabella now had 7 golden runes. At that moment, Zhuowen's entire body erupted with an extremely terrifying golden light, dyeing his entire body golden. This feels great. Silently feeling the benefits of the Saint Luck, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. Maybe I can really become a saint when I have 10 golden runes, Zhuowen murmured, and then his gaze fell on the temple in front of him. The golden light from the golden runes on my glabella swept into this temple. I wonder what's in this temple. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward and entered the temple in an instant. Whoosh! 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 The moment Zhuowen entered the temple, 2 figures with powerful auras rushed over. If Zhuowen was still here, he would definitely recognize these 2 people. Weren't they Qing Longzi and Yan Ruhua? Was there a great battle here? Qing Longzi looked around and quickly noticed the scattered corpses. This temple must have been taken by someone else. Let's go find another temple. We can hunt for other prey along the way. Yan Ruhua licked his lips. The golden runes on his glabella had grown to 8. He pointed at his glabella with his right hand, and the 8 golden runes left his body and formed a golden sword in front of him. This temple is really good. It actually hides a secret method of using the golden runes as a means of attack. Yan Ruhua chuckled and continued. With that, Yan Ruhua suddenly looked at Qing Longzi and said, "There must be someone in this temple. I say, Brother Qing Longzi, should we wait for him?" Qing Longzi shook his head and said indifferently, "Forget about waiting for him. We don't even know when he will come out. We can use this time to hunt for the golden runes on other cultivators." "That's true. Waiting is a waste of time." Yan Ruhua nodded. Thus, the two of them discussed for a while more before leaving the temple. The moment Hida and Gu Hui died, on the square platform where Martial Netherworld was located, Wu Ho froze on the spot. His gaze was fixated on the words as his entire body trembled. "Hida and Gu Hui are both dead." Taking a deep breath, Wu Ho said softly. The elders behind him did not say anything. They knew very well that although Wu Ho looked calm on the surface, he was still a saint. Chapter 1478. Saint Luck Materialization After Entering the Temple. Zhuowen noticed that it wasn't very large, and the surroundings were pitch black. However, with his eyesight, he was still able to see the general situation of the temple clearly. The decorations inside were very simple. There was a table in the center, and there were extremely scattered stone tables and stone stools in the surroundings. There was nothing else besides these. However, there were many strange and precious beasts carved on the surrounding walls of the temple. They were in strange shapes and were lifelike. However, Zhuowen had never seen or even heard of such a thing. Handan by Zhe Inglong Candle Dragon. Unlike Zhuowen's indifference, Xiao He and Cheng Huang's voices suddenly exploded in his mind. After that, a ray of black light and a ray of yellow light flashed out from between Zhuowen's brows at the same time. Xiao He and Cheng Huang's gazes descended onto the surrounding wall carvings. "What's wrong? You recognize these wall carvings as well." A trace of surprise appeared in Zhuowen's eyes, and he hurriedly asked Xiao He and Cheng Huang. The strange and precious beasts depicted on these wall carvings are all ancient strange beasts. However, all of these strange beasts perished in the ancient battle. Xiao Hei's gaze was complicated, and she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh with emotion. Xiao Hei is right. Every single one of these ancient strange beasts was comparable to a celestial saint, but none of them survived the ancient battle. Cheng Huang nodded. Comparable to a celestial saint? None of them survived? Zhuowen was stunned, and then he revealed an expression of shock. Celestial saint strange beasts had actually perished because of this. He'd even heard about it from Xiao Hei in the past. Countless saints had fallen in that battle, and even celestial saints couldn't avoid it. Then, exactly what kind of battle could possess such terrifying might? What exactly was that battle all those years ago? Could it be related to Skyworm? Zhuowen was puzzled, but he quickly thought of the heavenly worm that even the Chaos Temple had to treat with caution. The primal Chaos Temple was one of the top powers in the Central Plains. Something that even such a great power had to treat with caution was definitely extraordinary. Perhaps this heavenly worm was the mastermind behind the great battle back then. Your guess is not quite correct. That great battle was indeed somewhat related to the sky insect. However, the sky insect was not the main culprit. Xiao Hei shook her head and continued. Perhaps you don't know how powerful the Heavenly Armor Continent was 10,000 years ago. Back then, the Heavenly Armor Continent had a grand event like the Thousand Saints Conference. There were countless saints and many immortal saints. Furthermore, there were ultimate powerhouses in the divine transformation realm back then. A mere heavenly insect couldn't do anything to the heavenly armor continent. Hearing this, Zhuowen became even more curious. It seemed that there were still some secrets about the great battle 10,000 years ago. Otherwise, Xiaohe wouldn't be so cautious. What made Zhuowen even more puzzled was that there was actually a powerhouse in the divine transformation realm 10,000 years ago. With such a terrifying powerhouse in charge, a mere heavenly insect might not have been able to threaten the entire continent. Then, what kind of thing could have destroyed the heavenly armor continent, which was at the peak of martial arts 10,000 years ago, into its current state? Perhaps sensing Zhuowen's puzzled gaze, Xiaohe sighed softly and said, "Let's not talk about this. When you really step into the central plains, the truth will slowly emerge. I'll only tell you that the 9 great sacred talismans in the legends of the heavenly armor continent have an inseparable relationship with that powerhouse in the divine transformation realm." Zhuowen frowned slightly, but could only sigh inwardly. He knew very well that, since Xiaohe didn't say anything, it probably wasn't time yet. Or rather, he didn't have the qualifications to know the truth of the past. After looking around the temple again, Zhuowen found that there was nothing else around except for the wall carvings. However, his gaze quickly fell on the table in the center. Rolls of bamboo slips were casually placed on top of it, piled up into a small mountain. In the beginning, Zhuowen didn't pay much attention to the bamboo slips on the table. However, after looking around, he finally began to suspect that the bamboo slips in front of him were not ordinary. Walking in front of the table, Zhuowen reached out with his right hand, took the bamboo slips in his hand, and opened them. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong light burst out from the bamboo slips. The glowing words inside were like a vortex, surrounding Zhuowen and wrapping him up. At the same time, the 7 golden runes between Zhuowen's eyebrows began to emit an extremely blazing golden light. Then, the golden runes began to peel off from between his eyebrows, one by one. Saint Luck Concretization. You can concretize any weapon you imagine in your mind. The more golden runes there are, the more powerful the weapon will be. As the glowing words surrounded Zhuowen's body, a stream of content was transmitted to Zhuowen's mind. Saint Luck Concretization? After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen said in a deep voice, "Spear Concretization." As soon as his voice fell, the 7 golden runes began to combine in front of him, forming a large golden spear that was about 10 feet long. On the surface of the large golden spear, golden runes flowed, looking mysterious and ancient. This process was very similar to the scene when Yan Ruhua concretized the golden runes into a long sword. Obviously, Yan Ruhua had also entered the temple and successfully concretized a long sword. Whoosh! Zhuowen swung the large golden spear in his hand. The blade of the spear cut through the air, producing a hissing sound that was extremely ear-piercing. The space where the spear had passed through was also torn into a black crack because of the powerful force. It's so sharp that it can even cut through space. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy as he muttered to himself. It seems that the purpose of this temple is to teach you how to materialize your own saint luck. The stronger your saint luck is, the stronger your weapon will be. It also means that if you want to become stronger, you have to fight for more saint luck from others. Xiaohe and Cheng Huang rushed to Zhuowen's side and stared at the large golden spear in Zhuowen's hand with satisfaction. Zhuowen immediately summoned Xiaohe and Cheng Huang into a sea of consciousness and stepped out of the temple. Maybe it's time to summon my 2 clones back. It's time to do something big. Walking out of the temple, Zhuowen suddenly found that there were 3 people gathered outside the temple. Perhaps it was because they saw Zhuowen come out, but the 3 people who were waiting suddenly had a look of fear in their eyes. "It's Wenzhua. Let's go." One of the young men in black said in a low voice and immediately fled into the distance. The other 2 were stunned for a moment and immediately followed the young man. The 3 of them were quite fast and disappeared in a flash. Looking at the young man in black, who fled without even looking, Zhuowen's lips curled into a smile. Zhuowen was no stranger to this young man. Just like him, he was Shi, a disciple of the League of Assassins in the 7th arena during the second round of the competition for Saint Luck. At that time, after Zhuowen had killed Wulan and Zheng Tang in the arena, he had met Shi later on. Originally, Zhuowen had planned to get rid of Shi quickly and cleanly, but the latter was extremely cunning. He had hidden himself with the art of assassination and immediately forfeited, thus avoiding death. Now that he had met Shi again, how could Zhuowen let him go? And the two people behind Shi, looking at their clothes, were also disciples of the League of Assassins. Moreover, their cultivation was not weak. They were both invincible emperor lords. You can't run away. Zhuowen smiled coldly. The golden rune between his eyebrows swept out and formed a golden spear. Immediately after, Zhuowen threw it directly at Shi, who was fleeing. No. Feeling the whistling wind behind him, Shi's face turned ferocious. He roared angrily and directly turned around. He tried his best to mobilize the power of Saint Luck to block the spear. Shi also had 2 golden runes, but he had not learned the ability to materialize Saint Luck. Obviously, Shi had not entered any of the temples. This also meant that Shi would be at a great disadvantage under this attack. Pucci. Without a doubt, Shi's defense was like a piece of paper. The golden spear's aura was like a rainbow as it directly pierced through his body. Shi's body was torn apart, and a cloud of blood mist burst out. Run. Looking at Shi, who had been killed in an instant, the other 2 disciples of the League of Assassins shouted and fled in 2 different directions. Whoosh! Zhuowen swept to the side of the golden spear, grabbed the handle with his right hand, and threw the golden spear towards the young man on the right. Zhuowen's body chased after the man on the left. Relying on the power of the saint body, Zhuowen was like a vigorous cheetah, constantly running on the ground at an extremely fast speed. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. The golden spear caught up with the young man on the right and pierced through his chest. Without any surprise, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist and died. No, I can't die. The martial artist on the left naturally heard his companion's miserable cry and was even more frightened. Even if you don't want to die, you have to die. An indifferent voice sounded out. Immediately, the martial warriors saw that Zhuowen had unknowingly appeared in front of him. That huge fist rumbled as it smashed towards the martial warriors. No. The martial artist on the left wanted to make a last-ditch effort and quickly use the power of the Saint Luck. Boom! However, even if the martial artist used the power of the Saint Luck, under the attack of Zhuowen's powerful saint body, it seemed very fragile. The defense set up by the Saint Luck was directly shattered. Pucci, looking at the disciples of the League of Assassins who had been blasted into pieces, Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent without any pity. Whoosh! 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 3 golden lights gushed out from the 3 corpses and drilled into Zhuowen's glabella. Immediately, the golden rune on Zhuowen's glabella began to spread and finally condensed into the 8th golden rune. Only 1 golden rune has been condensed? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of doubt. Shi and the other 2 disciples of the League of Assassins had a total of 5 golden runes. 5 golden runes only added 1 golden rune, which made Zhuowen feel a little helpless. Chapter 1479. 10 golden runes amidst the endless yellow fog. The slaughter was carried out silently. Battles were spreading out almost every moment, and the aftermath of the battle was surging. 3 days had passed, and half of the names on the light screen had dimmed. However, the dimmed names didn't necessarily mean that they were dead. Some of them were lucky enough to be sent out. After being defeated, those who were sent out decisively took out their Saint Luck and gave it to the winner. If they didn't have a death grudge, the winner of the battle wouldn't casually kill his opponent. Someone has reached 10 golden runes. Suddenly, a golden light soared into the sky. Chao Rong raised his head and looked at the golden light. His voice was so loud that everyone on the square platform could hear it clearly. "Who is it?" Chao Rong's announcement caused an uproar. They looked around, wanting to see who the owner of the 10 golden runes was. "It's Qing Longzi. Look, he's about to advance." Suddenly, a surprised voice was transmitted over. Immediately, everyone followed that person's instructions and shot their gazes over. On a rock to the east of the yellow fog world, Qing Longzi silently stood there. Between his eyebrows, 10 golden lines flickered with a blazing golden light. A vast saint aura spread out from Qing Longzi's body and soared into the sky. It was like a golden rod piercing through the sky. Looking at Qing Longzi, who was covered in golden light, Sapphire Shore smiled and said, "It seems that Qing Longzi is about to advance to the Glimpse Profound Saint Realm." In the yellow mist world, the Glimpse Profound Saint Realm is the most terrifying realm. Who can compete with Qing Longzi? Elder Raiwa's eyes flashed in surprise. The smile on Sapphire Shore's face grew wider, but his words were modest. "Isn't Ruhua still missing 1 golden rune? If he can gather 10 golden runes, he should be able to advance to the 2nd Nirvana Saint Realm," Sapphire Shore said with a smile. Elder Raiwa nodded and looked at the rock not far from where Qing Longzi was. There was another figure standing there. It was none other than Yen Ruhua. Yen Ruhua stared enviously at Qing Longzi, who was in the midst of breaking through, and muttered in a low voice, "I'm still missing 1 golden pattern. I must gather 10 golden patterns so that I can directly break through to the 2nd profound Nirvana, profound Saint Realm." Qing Longzi's breakthrough caused a huge commotion and attracted the attention of all the cultivators in the yellow mist world. Whoosh! Whoosh! They all gathered 100 meters away from Qing Longzi, not daring to get close. Qing Longzi's strength was terrifying, and they didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, Yen Ruhua was standing guard not far from Qing Longzi. Whoosh! Senior, 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 senior. Senior, senior, brother Qing Longzi is... These 4 were the disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall. The one in the lead looked skinny, but the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. He should have reached the semi-saint realm. Brother Qing Longzi is about to break through. "You guys wait for a while," Yen Ruhua said indifferently. The 4 disciples looked at each other with cautious eyes. Immediately, the golden runes on their foreheads flickered and materialized into their respective weapons. They were secretly on guard against the other cultivators gathering around them. Qing Longzi was about to break through, so they naturally had to guard him well. If he was disturbed by others, then all their efforts would be in vain. This Qing Longzi is really powerful. He actually gathered 10 golden runes so quickly. When he breaks through to the Nirvana Saint Realm, I'm afraid that no one in the yellow mist world will be his opponent. The Flower Fairy and 2 other women stood in a withered tree. Their beautiful eyes stared at Qing Longzi. The Flower Fairy already had 7 golden runes, but compared to Qing Longzi and Yen Ruhua, there was still a certain gap. Although the Flower Fairy was extremely eager for the golden runes on Qing Longzi's body, she also understood that not to mention Qing Longzi, even Yen Ruhua, was enough to make him suffer. Not only the Flower Fairy, but Gui Sha, Sha Zi, Yiksha, Yun Ran, and Yang Yi, the top geniuses of the Nether Realm, also gathered around. However, they were all on guard against each other. After all, they were all monstrous geniuses of the Nether Realm, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Coupled with the cruelty of the 3rd stage of the competition for Saint Luck, it was basically impossible to trust anyone who didn't unify their forces. After all, no one knew if they would suddenly attack and seize their Saint Luck. "Zhuowen, what should we do?" On another rock, Long Tian whispered to Zhuowen. Long Tian was a descendant of the Ryuka and had a natural hatred for the Blue Dragon Hall. Now he couldn't wait to kill Qing Longzi and the other disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall. "Wait." Zhuowen shook his head slightly, and then his mind moved slightly as if he was communicating with something. On the other side, Mo Win, who was behind Gui Sha, narrowed his eyes slightly, and wisps of demonic chi rolled out. Mo Win, what's wrong with you? Gui Sha tilted his head slightly, and a pair of soul-stirring eyes stared coldly at Mo Win. Nothing. Mo Win was expressionless as he answered indifferently, and the demonic chi on his body gradually withdrew. Hearing this, Gui Sha frowned. Just now he could feel an extremely terrifying demonic chi gushing out of Mo Win's body. On the other side, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Buddha's mouth, and the Buddha's light around him became more intense, like a slowly rising sun. Eldest senior brother is about to break through and has reached a critical moment. We have to protect him well. The skinny disciple of the Blue Dragon Hall also felt the sudden intense demonic chi on Qing Longzi's body. He narrowed his eyes and shouted to the other disciples. Yes. The remaining 3 disciples nodded. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Their eyes revealed vigilance as they secretly took precautions. Long Tian, you go first. I'll wait for an opportunity, Zhuowen said in a low voice. Long Tian nodded, and then took a step forward, directly rushing towards Qing Longzi. Stop him! The 4 disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall narrowed their eyes to needles. The weapons formed by the golden patterns in their hands exploded with blazing golden light, and they all blasted towards Long Tian. Long Tian coldly snorted. He grabbed with his right hand, and the 7 golden patterns between his eyebrows separated from his body, turning into a large golden halberd that was 10 feet long. Boom! He suddenly swept his right hand, and golden light filled the sky. Countless golden, halberd shadows swirled in all directions and crushed down like a mountain. Stop him! The 4 disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall were also capable. The weapons in their hands continuously blasted out, forming an airtight golden barrier that barely blocked Long Tian's attack. You're courting death! Yan Ruhua coldly sneered. He took a step forward, and his right fist flickered with blazing golden light and blasted towards Long Tian. This fist carried the power of 10,000 caddies, as if it could collapse the entire sky and smash it into pieces. Feeling the terrifying power of this fist, Long Tian's face changed greatly. He swept the golden halberd in his right hand and tried to block Yan Ruhua's fist. However, the 4 disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall were extremely clever. They desperately attacked and actually managed to entangle Long Tian. For a moment, Long Tian became Yan Ruhua's living target. Long Tian is courting death if he goes alone. The flower fairy curled her lips and sneered. After all, Yan Ruhua had gathered 9 golden runes. Her power was vast and mighty. She was much stronger than the average warrior. Although Long Tian also had 7 golden runes, he was probably not Yan Ruhua's opponent. In the flower fairy's view, Long Tian's attack was simply unwise. Attack! The moment Yan Ruhua attacked, Mo Win, who had been standing behind Gui Sha, suddenly jumped out. Like a wisp of green smoke, he swept in front of Yan Ruhua in an instant. At the same time, the Buddhist rune on the other side also burst with golden light. A huge light will appeared behind his head, and he descended like a god or a demon. Mo Win and Buddhist rune descended together and instantly blocked in front of Yan Ruhua. Boom! The 3 collided, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation erupted. Immediately, Yan Ruhua retreated a few steps, while Mo Win and Buddhist rune retreated more than 10 steps. This, Gui Sha was stunned. He did not expect that Mo Win would not listen to his orders and act on his own. Tai Mo, what's going on? As he spoke, Gui Sha's gaze landed on the black-robed Tai Mo lord behind him. Tai Mo lord frowned slightly, his eyes flashing. The moment Mo Win and Buddhist rune moved out together, he'd already guessed that Zhuowen might be in this world of yellow fog. My master has returned. Gui Sha, I will also go help Emo win. Tai Emo shook his head and took a step forward. Under Gui Sha's stunned gaze, he also shot out. He joined Emo Win and Buddhist Rune to fight Yenruhua together. This, Gui Sha was more and more confused, especially about the master that Tai Emo Lord had mentioned. Just who was this person? Tai Emo and Emo, when were both proud and arrogant people. Gui Sha had wanted to force them to submit to him on the deserted island, but they'd both refused. Now, hearing Tai Mo's master for the first time, how could Gui Sha not be surprised? Master? What kind of person can make Tai Emo recognize him as his master? As he spoke, Gui Sha's cold gaze swept across the crowd. He knew that the master that Tai Emo spoke of was probably hiding in the crowd. With Mo Win, Buddhist Rune, and Tai Mo Lord working together, Yenruhua's original advantage was immediately reversed. She even seemed to be at a disadvantage. Damn it! Yenruhua cursed in a low voice. Swoosh! A figure suddenly flashed out explosively like a vigorous cheetah, and it instantly tore through space and flashed over to Long Tian's side. Spurt! Spurt! A golden spear swept through the air, and the 4 disciples of the Blue Dragon Hall were pierced through by the spear. Blood spurted out as their heads separated from their bodies. Gurgle! For heads immediately rolled on the ground. Blood spurted in the air. It looked extremely terrifying and mournful. Chapter 1480. Completely exposed 4 streaks of golden light shot into Zhuowen's forehead. Immediately, the 8 golden runes on his forehead began to spread, eventually turning into 9 golden runes. Zhuowen's saintly might became far too terrifying in an instant. He was like a savage beast, vaguely showing signs of suppressing Yenruhua. Yenruhua felt extremely aggrieved. Emo Win, Fo Win, and Grand Demonic Lord had joined forces. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying, vaguely showing signs of suppressing him. Damn it! Yenruhua roared. Golden runes shot out from his forehead, forming a huge golden sword. He slashed out with his right hand. The golden light from the sword flickered like stars in the night sky. It was extremely powerful. Thump, thump, thump. Mo Win, Fo Win, and Grand Demonic Lord's expressions changed drastically. They stumbled back as shock filled their eyes. They had never thought that Yenruhua would be able to unleash such terrifying power with the power of the golden runes. All 3 of you must die! Yenruhua roared at the sky. Like a savage beast, he strode over step by step. The huge golden sword appeared. It was over 30 meters long. Afterwards, Yenruhua swung his right hand. The huge sword fell from the sky, smashing towards Emo Win and the others like a mountain of gold. Ding! The moment the golden sword came crashing down, a golden spear shot over and blocked the sword. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The terrifying sword that came crashing down was immediately blocked by the long spear. You! Yenruhua's eyes narrowed. He stared coldly at Zhuowen and said, You're called Wenjua, right? Why are you meddling in my business? Meddling in your business? Zhuowen shook his head and continued, I'm not meddling in your business. I'm here to take your dog life. Yenruhua was an accomplice in the kidnapping of Mu Chinchua. Coupled with what Yenruhua had done back then, it would be strange if Zhuowen let him go. Take my dog life? Yenruhua was stunned when he heard that. His blood surged and his eyes spat fire. The young man before him was far too arrogant. He actually dared to say that he would take his dog life. All right, you're dead, Yenruhua bellowed. Then he dashed toward Zhuowen like a giant bird spreading its wings. Zhuowen stood silently, his right hand holding the golden spear tightly as his right foot suddenly stomped on the ground, and he shot out explosively like an arrow that had left the bow. Boom! The 2 of them brushed past each other, and the golden spear and sword collided, erupting with a blazing golden light. Ding, ding, ding. The speed of the two was extremely fast. They were like two phantoms as they clashed with each other. Strange and clear sounds of clanging and clanging erupted in the sky. Every time they collided, an extremely terrifying power would erupt and spread out. Go and destroy Qing Longzi's breakthrough. With a thought, Zhouwen's Buddhist and devil Tao clones instantly shot out explosively. They split into two directions and flashed towards Qing Longzi, who was sitting cross-legged on the rock. Not good. Yan Ruhua's gaze changed. He had also noticed Zhouwen and Mo. Just as he was about to turn around and attack, Zhouwen's spear had already arrived and heavily smashed onto Yan Ruhua's body. Puff! Yan Ruhua spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately fell from the sky, heavily smashing onto the ground. Swoosh, swoosh! The moment Yan Ruhua fell to the ground, Mo, Wen, and Buddha Tao clones had unknowingly flown out and smashed onto the ground not far away from Zhouwen. Zhouwen, I think that you shouldn't be too arrogant. Do you think that I don't know your identity? An indifferent voice slowly rang out. At this moment, Qing Longzi's eyes were filled with indifference as he walked over step by step with an expressionless face. Zhouwen? This one Zhua is Zhouwen? As soon as Qing Longzi's words came out, not only were the numerous participants in the yellow fog world stunned, even the other participants and leaders of the 9 Netherworld realm on the 9 large square platforms in the outside world. Although many people in the 9 Netherworld realm had never seen Zhouwen's true appearance, they had all heard of his name. In fact, Zhouwen's name was extremely resounding in the 9 Netherworld realm. Just the fact that he possessed a celestial saint artifact was enough to tempt anyone in the 9 Netherworld realm. This kid is actually Zhouwen. When Zhua is Zhouwen, this kid might really be Zhouwen. This kid is really bold to actually dare to come to the 9 Netherworld Assembly. Elder Raiwa narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Sapphire Shore was much calmer. He had already guessed Zhouwen's identity long ago, but he didn't say it out loud. Zhouwen, this little bastard, really came. Wu Ho clenched his fists tightly and said in a low voice. Just one sentence from Qing Longzi was not enough to convince everyone. However, when they thought about how when Zhui and Zhouwen's names had only changed in order, everyone immediately believed him, especially the saints of the 5 great secluded realms who had joined forces with Zhou Tianzong to attack Zhouwen. Because from the performance of the second stage, this Wen Zhua had always been looking for trouble with the disciples of the 5 great powers, and he basically didn't leave anyone alive. If he didn't have any enmity with the 5 great powers, when Zhua wouldn't have repeatedly targeted the 5 great powers like this. Not only Wu Ho, many other martial warriors from the Nether Realm also started to become restless, who didn't want a celestial saint artifact. However, because Chao Rong was currently in control of the 9 Netherworld sky platform, those restless martial warriors did not dare to act rashly. Zhouwen really came. What should we do now? On the square platform of the divine Nether Realm, Xiaoyu frowned as he stared at Yan Ji and the other 2 and asked, Sai, Zhouwen really came to participate in the 9 Nether Assembly. This is going to be troublesome. Jiang Xian said somewhat helplessly. Martial Uncle Yan Ji, what should we do? Xiao Yu's gaze fell on Yan Ji as he asked somewhat pleadingly. After all, Zhouwen was a disciple of their mysterious origin peak, and he was the second kid after Yuan Ji to comprehend the laws of the void. Xiao Yu really didn't want Zhouwen to fall just like that. Let's wait and see. Right now, the 9 Nether Assembly is still ongoing, so the others don't dare to act rashly. We'll make a decision after the 9 Nether Assembly ends. Yan Ji shook his head and sighed. He was very clear how tempting the Immortal Saint artifact on Zhouwen's body was. Once the 9 Nether Assembly ended, most of the martial warriors in the 9 great secluded realms would pounce towards Zhouwen like hungry wolves in order to obtain the Immortal Saint artifact on the former's body and soar into the sky. Hearing Yan Ji's reply, Xiaoyu frowned, but there was nothing he could do. Xiao Yu was also clear that if their divine academy really helped Zhuowen, they would undoubtedly be surrounded and annihilated by countless martial warriors from the other 8 great secluded realms. Zhuowen! Lu Hantian suddenly rushed out and arrived in front of Zhuowen. Are you really Zhuowen? Zhuowen knew that his identity had been exposed, so he removed his disguise and returned to his original appearance. Lu Hantian's gaze relaxed, but he immediately said solemnly, "Why did you come to the Nine Nether Assembly? It's not like you don't know your situation. The entire Nine Nether realm is eyeing you covetously. You." Seeing the concern in Lu Hantian's eyes, Zhuowen's heart warmed. He shook his head and said, "Big brother Hantian, don't worry. The reason I came to the Nine Nether Assembly this time is to become a saint. Once I become a saint, even if I am not a match for the Nine Nether realm, escaping will not be a problem." Lu Hantian was startled. He never thought that Zhuowen would be so confident, facing countless martial warriors from the 9 great secluded realms. He had the confidence to escape. It was truly inconceivable. Could it be? Lu Hantian's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. Zhuowen nodded his head and sent a sound transmission. "I have already completely refined the Azure Dragon Palace. Once I become a saint, I will be able to freely control the Azure Dragon Palace. Even Sapphire Shore will not be able to stop me. Now, I hope that Big Brother Hantian can help me with this. I hope that all the disciples of the 5 great powers will be annihilated in the 3rd stage. Haha, don't worry. Your big brother, will definitely help you." Lu Hantian laughed and readily agreed. Tap, tap, tap. Qing Longzi walked over step by step and said to the surrounding people in a clear voice, "Everyone should know about Zhuowen, right? Back then, this person's name was spread all over the Nine Nether realm. I'm sure everyone is clearly aware of what treasures this kid possesses. I won't beat around the bush. This kid hasn't become a saint yet, so he's utterly unable to bring out the might of such treasures. It's simply a waste for him to possess them. Why don't we join forces and kill this kid, then split everything on him equally? As for the treasure, it will depend on our strength. Whoever can snatch it will get it." As soon as these words were spoken, the geniuses of the other secluded realms who had gathered around all became restless. "Qing Longzi is right. This kid has no power or influence. How can he be qualified to possess a saint artifact? Let's snatch it." Sha Zi was the first to agree. "I agree with Qing Longzi," Yiksha said concisely. "Haha, I can see that everyone is quite interested. As a woman, I naturally have no objections." The flower fairy giggled. Gui Sha narrowed his eyes and stared at Amo Wen and Taiamo. "This Zhuowen is the master of the 2 of you? Now I'll give the 2 of you a chance. Follow me and kill this kid, and I'll absolve you of your crimes. You'll still be disciples of the deserted island." Amo Wen couldn't be bothered with Gui Sha, while Taiamo Lord shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Gui Sha, but we've decided to follow Master's footsteps." "Ignorant fool, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Later, I'll kill you too," Gui Sha said coldly. Qing Longzi smiled and looked at Yang Yi and Yun Ran. These 2 represented the divine Nether Realm and the demon Nether Realm, respectively. "Brother Yang Yi, Sister Yun Ran, what do you think of my suggestion?" Before Yang Yi could speak, Jianan, who was beside him, cursed. "Who do you think you are? We don't need you to tell us what to do. Brother Zhua is a disciple of the divine Nether Academy. Even if you beat us to death, we won't do anything to him." Gatha, Mo Yen Wushang, Fu Yu, and the others all nodded seriously. Obviously, they wouldn't wallow in the mire with Qing Longzi. Qing Longzi wasn't angry. He looked at Yang Yi and asked, "Brother Yang Yi, what do you think?" Chapter 1481. Encirclement and Suppression. Yang Yi, who had a lazy personality, suddenly uttered such crude words, causing the surrounding people to be stunned. Even Qing Longzi's face had stiffened on the spot, and his face was alternating between red and green. Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to Qing Longzi at all. He just led a few people from Divine Academy to Zhuan's side. Jia Nan, Gatha, and Moyan Wushang were on good terms with Zhuan, so they moved to Zhuan's side. Zhuan, you really are a troublemaker. Now you've offended the entire 9th Netherworld realm. Amazing. Yang, he secretly gave Zhuo a thumbs up and grinned. That look of his was very cunning. Zhuan said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, Senior Brother Yang Yi. It's nothing. We're both disciples of Divine Academy, so how can I, as your eldest senior brother, stand by idly when you're being bullied? Don't you think so?" Yang, he waved his hand. Humph. Qing Longzi snorted coldly, and then his gaze descended onto Yun Ran. He said, "Sister Yun Ran, I presume your demon nether realm wants the immortal saint artifact as well. Why don't you join us?" "Senior sister." Wu Dai grabbed the corner of Yun Ran's clothes tightly and spoke in a slightly nervous manner. Yun Ran's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she said indifferently, "Qing Longzi, our demon nether realm, won't participate in this matter. Don't try to drag our demon god palace down with you." Qing Longzi frowned slightly. He was slightly surprised by Yun Ran's attitude. However, Wu Dai's expression changed slightly, and she said coquettishly, "Senior sister, didn't you promise me that you would help Zhuan?" Yun Ran shook her head and said, "The other nether realms are targeting Zhuan right now, so we shouldn't get involved in this mess." Wu Dai's beautiful eyes dimmed, and she said coldly, "If you won't help, then I will." As she spoke, Wu Dai took a step forward and shot out like a graceful butterfly. She instantly arrived by Zhuan's side. "Woody, come back." Yun Ran's beautiful eyes changed slightly. She followed Wu Dai and arrived at Zhuan's place. Her pretty face was filled with shock and anger. "I won't go with you. I want to fight alongside Master." Wu Dai coldly snorted. "You, is he your master?" Yun Ran was startled and stared at Zhuan with some annoyance. When the others saw this scene, their eyes narrowed. This Zhuan really wasn't simple. First, the desolate nether realms Taimo and Mo had recognized him as their master. Now, the demon nether realm's rising star, Wu Dai, was also calling Zhuan master. "You stubborn lass." Yun Ran was so angry that she stomped her foot. Her pretty eyes flickered before she waved her hand and summoned the other demons' serene realm disciples over. They then landed within the encirclement around Zhuan. Fine. Today, I'll help you out for Wu Dai's sake, but this won't happen again." Yun Ran's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuan with extreme hostility, causing Zhuan to touch his nose a little awkwardly. This Yun Ran was tall and beautiful. Being stared at by such a great beauty, a trace of embarrassment rose in Zhuan's heart. Qing Longzi's face immediately darkened. Originally, it was best if Yun Ran didn't care about this matter. Now that she had to help Zhuan because of Wu Dai, Qing Longzi was naturally unhappy. "Humph, you're overestimating yourselves. You think the divine nether realm and demon nether realm can protect this little bastard? Let me tell you, although this kid has a saint artifact, he can't even open a spirit ring here. In other words, this kid won't have a chance to use the saint artifact. You're simply courting death by following him," Qing Longzi said coldly. "Do you know that you talk a lot of nonsense?" Zhuan said indifferently. Qing Longzi's face froze. Then he laughed out of extreme anger. Good. You said it yourself. Today, you and everyone related to you will die." "Attack!" Qing Longzi shouted angrily. 10 golden runes shot out from between his eyebrows and formed a giant golden dragon. The giant golden dragon soared into the sky and turned into a dragon-head broadsword. He held it in his hand with terrifying might. Whoosh! 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 The moment Qing Longzi attacked, Yan Ruhua followed closely behind. Flower Fairy, Yeksha, Shazi, and Gue Sha brought their respective disciples and rushed over. "Leave Qing Longzi to me. You guys be careful." After Yang Yi finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed towards Qing Longzi alone. 9 golden runes appeared between his eyebrows and finally formed a giant rod. Boom! 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 Yang Yi swung the long rod, and countless rod shadows filled the sky. They were like natural strong winds and looked extremely terrifying. Qing Longzi snorted coldly and slashed out with his dragon head broadsword. The blade radiance was as dense as stars and swept towards the sky. Suddenly, the countless rod shadows collapsed inch by inch. Yang Yi, your ranking in the 9 Nether Realm has always been lower than mine. You're no match for me. Qing Longzi stood proudly and sneered at Yang Yi from the corner of his eyes. Oh, if my ranking is lower than yours, then so be it. Since you like fame so much, it's only right for you to be number 1. Yang Yi said indifferently. You're courting death. Yang Yi's words were full of sarcasm. Qing Longzi's face suddenly darkened. He took a step forward and continued to rush towards Yang Yi like an arrow released from a bow. Yang Yi, on the other hand, did not have the slightest bit of fear. He had the attitude of block soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. When Qing Longzi swept in front of him, he repeatedly smashed out with his long staff, forming a dense staff shadow attack. The moment Yang Yi and Qing Longzi fought, the others also swarmed over and attacked Zhuowen and the others. This Zhuowen is mine. None of you fight with me. Shazi was the first to arrive and shouted at the others. Shazi, you're not being kind. Whether this Zhuowen is yours or not is not up to you. Just give him to me, Yiksha said coldly. This boy is mine. If you dare to fight for him, don't blame me, Gui Sha, for being impolite, Gui Sha said. Haha, the 3 of you don't have to fight. Just give this boy to me, okay? I won't mistreat you after this. Flower Fairy's bell-like laughter rang out. She stared at the other 3 with a pair of charming eyes that seemed to be able to melt ice. However, Shazi Yiksha and Gui Sha turned a blind eye to Flower Fairy's charm. Their attitude was cold, which made Flower Fairy's pretty face stiffen. Zhuowen looked on coldly, watching Shazi and the other 3 haggling as if he was a persimmon that they could pinch at will. As for the rest of Zhuowen's people, they had already joined the battle and fought with the other disciples of the Nether Realm. The power of Saint Fate constantly exploded around them. It was extremely terrifying. The 4 of you don't have to fight. This boy is mine, Yen Ruhua. I'll make him suffer. While Shazi, Yiksha, Gui Sha, and Flower Fairy were arguing about Zhuowen, Yen Ruhua stepped forward and said coldly. As soon as Yen Ruhua arrived, the 4 of them narrowed their eyes. Gui Sha said coldly, Yen Ruhua, your appetite is too big. Are you sure you can deal with this boy? What does it have to do with you? Yen Ruhua said bluntly. Her tone directly angered Gui Sha, but he didn't lose his mind and fight with Yen Ruhua. After all, their target this time was Zhuowen. You don't have to fight. The 5 of you can come at me together. Suddenly, Zhuowen walked forward slowly and said coldly to Yen Ruhua and the other 4, What, you want the 5 of us to come at you together? Yen Ruhua picked her ear as if she had heard the biggest joke. Even Gui Sha and the other 3 had a strange expression. Zhuowen was crazy. He dared to fight the 5 of them alone. I think you're scared out of your wits, right? You want the 5 of us to come at you together? You're overestimating yourself, hee. Sha! Zi laughed strangely and immediately stepped into the void. He immediately used his assassination technique and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhuowen, holding a golden dagger in his hand. This golden dagger was the weapon that the golden tattoo on Sha Zi's forehead materialized. You're dead. Sha! Zi licked his lips, and his eyes were filled with violence. He was sure that with this dagger, Zhuowen's heart would be completely shattered. Ding! However, when his dagger finally pierced Zhuowen's back, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. Then he felt as if his dagger had stabbed into a hard rock. It didn't move. This guy's body, how can it be so tough? Shah Aziz's mouth slowly opened and his eyes were covered by a layer of darkness. Realizing that something was wrong, he quickly withdrew his hand and tried to leave. However, it was too late. Zhuo Wen's right hand reached out and grabbed Shah Z's right hand that was holding the dagger. At this moment, Zhuo Wen no longer held back the power of the divine body. Although the power of the divine body was still suppressed here, he could still use part of its power. With this power, it was more than enough to kill Shai. Crack! Zhuo Wen suddenly exerted force, and Shah Z's right hand directly shattered. Then, Zhuo Wen suddenly pulled Shah Z, and Shah Z involuntarily flew toward Zhuo Wen. Boom! Zhuo Wen clenched his right fist and fiercely punched Shah Z's chest. The terrifying power spread out, and Shah Z suddenly trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Shah Z's body began to crack under this huge power and shattered into countless pieces of blood. At this moment, Gui Sha, Flower Fairy, Yiksha, and Yen Ruhua were all stunned. Shah Z was the #1 genius of the League of Assassins. His assassination technique was unparalleled in the world. Now he had been killed by Zhuo Wen in one move. This was too fast. This guy, his body is so terrifying. Flower Fairy's teeth chattered. I said that the 5 of you should come at me together. You shouldn't discuss who should go first. After killing Shazi, strands of golden light entered Zhuo Wen's glabella. This caused the golden rune between Zhuo Wen's eyebrows to faintly show signs of growing to the 10th one. At the same time, Zhuo Wen's eyes locked onto Yen Ruhua and the other 3. He licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty impulse appeared in his eyes. Chapter 1482. 12 golden runes now that the 9 golden runes of Saint Luck had entered his body. Zhuo Wen's comprehension of the laws had reached an unprecedented level. 10 golden runes. Licking his lips, Zhuo Wen's gaze locked onto Yen Ruhua, Flower Fairy, Yiksha, and Gui Sha. These 4 had quite a number of golden patterns on their bodies. As long as he could kill one of them, he could reach 10 golden patterns. Feeling Zhuo Wen's cold gaze, the 4 of them felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of gaze was that? With such a gaze, they were already completely treating them as prey. Although it didn't feel good to be treated like prey, Yen Ruhua and the others didn't feel angry. Instead, they felt cold and scared. What are you afraid of? If the 4 of us join forces, no matter how heaven-defying he is, he won't be a match for us, Yen Ruhua said to the Flower Fairy and the others. Brother Hua is right. Just now I was careless in killing my son and allowed Zhuo Wen to grab hold of me. Thus I was instantly killed. As long as we work together and deal with him cautiously, there is no need to fear him. Gui Sha laughed coldly. Yiksha was also inspired by Yen Ruhua's words and said, I agree with Brother Ruhua. Hee, no one has any objections. I'm just a girl, so I naturally don't have any objections. The Flower Fairy giggled and agreed. Zhuo Wen stood there quietly and said indifferently, Don't you think you're talking too much? Since you want to join forces, then join forces to deal with me. Why are you being so hesitant? Hearing that, Yen Ruhua and the others were stunned. Zhuo Wen's words were arrogant and even arrogant. You're acting recklessly. Let's join forces and kill him, Yen Ruhua said coldly. Yen Ruhua's eyes were cold. As he spoke, he suddenly swung the golden sword in his hand. Countless golden sword shadows shot out. Yen Ruhua followed the golden sword shadows and descended from the sky, targeting Zhuo Wen. Gui Sha, Yiksha, and Flower Fairy didn't want to be outdone. They followed behind Yen Ruhua, and Saint Luck surrounded them. Gui Sha's weapon was a ring covered in spikes. Yiksha's weapon was a 3-meter-long trident. Flower Fairy's weapon was a palm-sized golden lotus. Shameless. Moyen, Wushan, Kanan, and Gatha, who were fighting on the other side, saw this scene and their expressions changed slightly. They could not help but curse out loud. However, Although the three of them wanted to help Zhuowen, they were powerless and were held back by the others. "Do you need my help?" The expressionless Jian Mu sent a voice transmission to Zhuowen as he held his sword in his right hand and slashed out horizontally, forcing back several disciples of the other factions who had surrounded him. Facing Zhuowen, Jian Mu's feelings were extremely complicated. He even felt a little guilty. When Mu Qinxiue was taken away by the Burning Heaven sect, he did not step forward. In fact, he already knew that the Burning Heaven sect would come to take away Mu Qinxiue. However, old man Tiandu had stopped him, and he had considered the bigger picture, so he did not step forward. However, Zhuowen had stepped forward. He was enraged and stood up to face the saint of the Burning Heaven sect. That battle had shaken the entire 9th Netherworld realm. Thinking of Zhuowen's unparalleled majesty, Jian Mu did not know why, but he felt a little guilty. In terms of feelings, he was not as good as Zhuowen. He could feel that Zhuowen's love for Mu Qinxiue was absolutely beyond everyone's imagination. Zhuowen glanced at Jian Mu and shook his head. He did not say anything. Obviously, he did not need Jian Mu's help. "Then you be careful." Jian Mu nodded. His eyes were emotionless as he slashed out with his right hand. Sword shadows filled the sky as he continued to deal with the other martial artists. Whoosh! The moment the conversation ended, Yan Ruhua had already arrived in front of Zhuowen. Countless sword shadows fell like raindrops, descending in front of Zhuowen. The incomparably sharp sword intent seemed to be able to cut through the stars. Its power was terrifying, and its momentum was terrifying. Rumble. Zhuowen punched out. Golden veins flashed around his body like a pulse. It looked extremely strange. With this punch, the countless sword shadows in front of him were directly dispersed. The terrifying fist momentum did not change. Taking advantage of the victory, it blasted towards Yan Ruhua. Slash! Yan Ruhua was awe-inspiring and fearless. He raised his golden sword above his head and smashed it down fiercely. It contained a great force that seemed to be able to break the heavenly Tao. Bang! Zhuowen still punched out. This punch was like a hard iron rock. It smashed onto the golden sword. Immediately, Yan Ruhua's right hand trembled violently and even twitched. Thump! 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 Yan Ruhua retreated dozens of steps. His right hand could not help but tremble. Then he was shocked to find that the golden sword was covered with cracks like a spider web. On the other hand, Zhuowen's fist only had a white mark. This was too terrifying. Whoosh! 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 Die! The moment Yan Ruhua retreated, 3 figures were like vigorous leopards. They came from 3 different directions and stabbed towards Zhuowen's vital points. Zhuowen floated in the air, his mind radiating outwards. He was paying attention to the 3 people who were suddenly rushing towards him. His mind was raised to an extremely sharp level. Yiksha was on the right. He grinned maliciously and thrust his golden trident towards Zhuowen's ribs. Guisha was on the left. He held a spiked ring in his hand. Golden light rose slowly and stabbed towards Zhuowen's heart. The flower fairy was directly behind Zhuowen. Her blooming golden lotus split into 10 petals. 10 petals flew out and turned into 10 golden hidden weapons. They swept towards Zhuowen's back. The 3 people attacked as soon as they came. This made Zhuowen's eyes become extremely cold and even contained a trace of terrifying, murderous intent. Boom! Zhuowen snorted coldly. His left and right hands clenched into fists. He immediately punched towards Yiksha and Guisha. As for behind him, Zhuowen mobilized the power of the holy body. Threads of golden veins densely covered Zhuowen's back, forming an extremely tough golden defense. Crack! His left and right fists hit Yiksha and Guisha's weapons at the same time. Whether it was Yiksha's trident or Guisha's spiked ring, they were like paper. They crumbled inch by inch and turned into countless golden light spots. The power of his fists did not change at all. They continued to move forward and heavily hit the two people. However, Yiksha and Guisha were extremely cunning. Zhuowen's fists were punching towards both sides at the same time, so there was a limit to the distance his fists could travel. The moment the two of them realized that their weapons were all broken, they quickly retreated. It was scary but not dangerous, and they dodged Zhuowen's attack. The moment Zhuowen's attack missed, the flower fairy's 10 petals had already descended and landed on Zhuowen's back. The flower fairy's jade-like hand formed a seal. The lotus that had lost its petals transformed into a long golden needle. The flower fairy's jade-like hand formed a long needle. She stepped forward and followed the petals. In an instant, she was behind Zhuowen. She reached out with her jade-like hand. The long golden needle followed her power and accurately landed on Zhuowen's back. Ding! 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 The sound of metal hitting metal rang out. The 10 petals landed on Zhuowen's back, but they were unable to break through the skin. The 10 petals were like fallen leaves. They fell to the ground behind Zhuowen. Ding! The flower fairy's expression changed slightly. Her delicate body had already arrived. The long needle pierced through the void and accurately landed on Zhuowen's back. How is this possible? The long needle formed by the lotus was terrifyingly sharp. It could easily pierce through metal and crack stone. Such a divine needle could not pierce through Zhuowen's back. What kind of monster was this guy? His body was as tough as the toughest rock. While the flower fairy was in a daze, Zhuowen's right hand shot out like a fan and grabbed the flower fairy's jade-like hand. You, let go of me. The flower fairy's expression changed slightly. Zhuowen's hand strength was terrifying. It was as if she was being held by an iron hoop. She could not break free even if she wanted to. Let go of you. Zhuowen sneered. He did not care about the flower fairy's words. His right hand formed a sword finger and pointed directly at the flower fairy's forehead. The flower fairy was devastatingly beautiful, coupled with her faintly discernible charm. It was enough to make all living things fall for her. However, Zhuowen was unmoved. As long as someone threatened his life, he would not let them off easily. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Don't kill me. I can swear that I will be your maid and serve you for the rest of my life. The fear of death caused the flower fairy to no longer have any misgivings, and she even revealed a hint of seduction, hoping that Zhuowen would stop. Not interested. Zhuowen was not moved at all. The golden sword finger flashed and instantly pierced the flower fairy's forehead. Puchi! Red blood flowed down from the flower fairy's forehead. The flower fairy's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen. Her aura had completely disappeared. She died with her eyes wide open. Whoosh! The moment the flower fairy died, the 7 golden runes on her body peeled off and entered Zhuowen's forehead. In an instant, the 9 golden lines on Zhuowen's forehead exploded with a terrifying golden light. It was as if there was a small sun in Zhuowen's forehead. Then, the 9th golden line began to form the 10th golden line. Moreover, the golden lines did not show any signs of stopping. More golden lines were formed, and 2 more golden lines were formed. In the end, the 12th golden line was formed on Zhuowen's forehead. A terrifying saint's aura soared into the sky. The yellow fog that filled the sky above the yellow fog world was dispersed by this terrifying saint's aura. The others who were fighting stopped fighting and stared blankly at Zhuowen. They did not speak for a long time. The surrounding people also saw the killer's and flower fairy's corpses. After a moment of silence, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The flower fairy and the killer are both dead. They were both killed by this Zhuowen. This is too terrifying. At this moment, Zhuowen was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. He floated in the air. The 12 golden lines on his forehead intersected with each other. They looked blazing and terrifying. At the same time, he attracted the gazes of countless warriors in the yellow fog world. Is this guy going to break through? Qing Longzi and Yang Yi separated. Qing Longzi's face was ugly as he looked at Zhuowen's figure floating in the air. Chapter 1483. About to break through rumble. The saint luck around Zhuowen grew more and more terrifying. The golden light shot into the sky and dyed the entire sky golden yellow. The dense yellow mist in the surroundings was dispersed by the terrifying golden light. The ground began to tremble violently, as if something was about to break out of the ground. How terrifying! Zhuowen is about to break through. The abnormality of the yellow mist world naturally attracted the attention of the leaders of the various forces on the 9 square platforms outside the 9th Underworld Sky platform. Their gazes passed through the layers of yellow mist and landed on Zhuowen, who was covered in golden light. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The Flower Fairy and the assassin are both dead. Bai Meisheng, the leader of the 100 Flowers Park and the leader of the Assassin League, the Imperial Exterminator, had ugly expressions. Although they couldn't see clearly due to the yellow mist, the words representing the Flower Fairy and the assassin on the light screen above the 9th Underworld Sky platform had completely dimmed. It was Zhuowen who killed them. Bai Meisheng and the Imperial Exterminator's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent as they spoke in a low voice. Zhuowen, the undying old monster, the leader of the undying sacred altar, and the leader of the sacred martial sect, Wu Ho, also had cold gazes as they stared at the figure covered in golden light, as if they were about to devour him. The top genius of the undying sacred altar, Shui Jia, and the genius of the sacred martial sect, Wu Zhantian, had both been killed by Zhuowen. The two of them couldn't wait to tear out Zhuowen's tendons and bones, swallow him alive. However, they couldn't do it now. The 9th Underworld Sky platform was controlled by Charon, and there were powerful restrictions around it. Even a heavenly saint would find it difficult to break into the 9th Underworld Sky platform by force. Therefore, they were all waiting for the 9th Underworld Convention to end. Once the 9th Underworld Convention ended, Zhuowen would become the target of everyone. He's about to become a heavenly saint. This guy must be stopped. Qing Longzi's eyes were dark as he shouted coldly. He took a step forward and slashed out with the dragon head broadsword in his hand. Boundless saint force spread out and formed a huge dragon. The giant dragon roared and shot toward Zhuowen like an arrow. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and formed countless black holes. Yang Yi, who was originally lazy, narrowed his eyes. He stepped on the air and swung his long staff. His staff blasted out, forming a dense staff shadow. These staff shadows gathered together to form a huge golden staff that was thousands of feet long. It came crashing down from the sky and smashed into the huge dragon. Rumble! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky of the yellow fog world was completely torn apart by this terrifying energy, like a piece of cloth that had been cut open by a knife. The cultivators nearby all retreated, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at the two people fighting in the sky. Why is Yang Yi's strength so terrifying? Wasn't it said that Qing Longzi was the strongest in the 9 netherworld realm? Why is Qing Longzi on par with Yang Yi? Below, countless cultivators were in an uproar, their eyes filled with awe. In the sky, Yang Yi was holding a golden staff, while Qing Longzi was holding a dragon head broadsword. The two of them continued to exchange blows on the gigantic golden dragon. They were like two blurry shadows. Every time they collided, a portion of the surrounding space would be shattered to pieces. Boom! 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 In just a few dozen rounds, the huge golden dragon was completely blown into golden powder by the aftermath of the battle between the two. At this moment, the entire yellow fog world was covered in a strange golden rain. Yang Yi, you've hidden your strength well. I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. Qing Longzi narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Yi, who was holding a long staff in front of him, and said coldly. Yang Yi smiled faintly, but he didn't show any complacency. He yawned and said, I advise you not to find trouble with Zhuowen. Let him break through smoothly. We can just wait here. Fighting here, and there is just a waste of energy." Hearing this, Qing Longzi's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Those who block me will die." As he spoke, Qing Longzi was like an angry dragon. He stepped into the void, and the golden rune between his eyebrows emitted a blazing golden light. Countless golden dragon shadows floated under his feet. Qing Longzi was the first person to reach 10 golden runes. The power of Saint Fate in his body was extremely powerful, while Yang Yi only had 9 golden runes. Even so, Yang Yi still managed to intercept Qing Longzi. "Kill him!" Yan Ruhua was the first to react. He shouted at Yiksha and Guisha, who were stunned on the other side. "Kill!" Yiksha and Guisha nodded. Immediately, they stepped on empty air and rushed toward Zhuowen, who was still in the midst of breaking through, in a pincer attack manner like 2 sharp arrows. As for Yan Ruhua, he followed behind the two, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Oh no, Brother Zhua is breaking through. We can't let him be disturbed." Wu Dai's face changed slightly. The thin wings on her back opened and closed, and she quickly disappeared like a gust of wind. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Zhuowen. With a wave of her hand, 7 golden runes flew out from between her eyebrows and turned into a golden whip. Boom! Boom! The golden whip swept out, and the shadow of the whip filled the sky. Wu Dai did not attack. Instead, she used the shadow of the whip to form an extremely tough defense. The moment Wu Dai arrived, Mo Wen and Fo Wen's clones also landed beside Wu Dai. Whether it was Mo Wen or Fo Wen, they both held golden Buddhist commandment blades. Fo Wen was surrounded by Buddhist light, while Mo Wen's demonic chi soared into the sky. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They crossed their blades and took a defensive stance. "You're courting death." Yan Ruhua arrived in an instant, and his golden sword smashed down, causing the void to explode. The power of the sword had shattered the void. Crack! The defensive stance formed by Wu Dai, Mo Wen, and Fo Wen completely collapsed under the sword. The 3 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. "Hold on." Jian Mu blasted away the opponent in front of him. Surrounded by sword shadows, he stepped on his sword and blocked in front of Wu Dai and the other 2. His sword aura soared into the sky like a god or a demon. Clang! The 2 long swords clashed. Jian Mu retreated dozens of steps, while Yan Ruhua retreated a few steps. Jian Mu of Fine God Academy, you have 8 golden runes? Yan Ruhua's eyes narrowed as he stared at the young man with a sword in front of him. Jian Mu was not famous in the 9th Netherworld realm, but in recent years he had suddenly risen. Although Jian Mu's cultivation was only at the sage-to-be level, he had comprehended the law of ruthlessness, coupled with his powerful and exquisite swordsmanship. In addition, he was a sword cultivator himself. His offensive skills were unparalleled in the world. Although he was only at the sage-to-be level, Jian Mu had defeated a void arcane Saint Realm Saint. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. In the world of yellow fog, everyone's origin energy, mind power, power of law, and even spiritual rings could not be used. Everyone's starting point was the same. However, Jian Mu was different. Although he could not use the law of ruthlessness or origin energy, his exquisite swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Here, his combat strength was displayed to the greatest extent. Jian Mu only had 6 golden runes earlier, but in this short moment he had killed 7 or 8 people in a row. The saint luck he had obtained had caused the golden runes between his eyebrows to evolve from 6 to 8. His saint aura was vast and mighty. "Jian Mu, how dare you stop me?" Yan Ruhua's eyes were cold as he stared at the expressionless young man holding a long sword in front of him. "Why wouldn't I?" Jian Mu stood in front of Yan Ruhua and spat out such a sentence. His battle intent soared to the sky. Good, good, good. I said that those who block me will die. Yan Ruhua snorted coldly and stepped out. His speed soared to the extreme, like a stream of light. Jian Mu was awe-inspiring, but he was not afraid. His sword Qi soared to the sky and turned into 10,000 swords. Jian Mu's offensive swordsmanship was displayed to the extreme. Countless sword shadows formed around him as if forming a sword defense. Ding! Ding! Yan Ruhua's sword was extremely heavy. Every move of his seemed to contain the power of 10,000 caddies. On the other hand, Jian Mu's sword was as light as the wind. However, if they were to collide, the killing intent contained within would be fatal. The two swords bombarded each other in the void, bursting with power that could collapse space. The countless sword shadows dazzled many martial artists. Let's go! The moment Yan Ruhua and Jian Mu fought, Yiksha and Guisha looked at each other and continued to rush toward Zhuowen. However, the moment they were about to reach Zhuowen, they were intercepted by two figures. Mo Win, how dare you stop me? If you get out of the way and let me kill Zhuowen, I can ask the island master to let you back into the deserted island. In the future, you will still be a part of the deserted island and the desolate nether realm. Guisha stared at Mo Win and said in a low voice. On the other side, Yiksha was blocked by the Buddhist text and could not touch Zhuowen at all. Fight! Amitba, this path is blocked. Mo Win and the Buddhist text each gave their own answer. Then they burst out with their own battle strength and rushed toward Guisha and Yiksha. For a moment, the shock waves of the battle spread out in all directions like ripples in water. The entire yellow fog world became somewhat chaotic. As the fuse of this battle, Zhuowen was floating quietly in the air. His body was wrapped in Saint Luck. Ice, fire, void, desolation, death. Zhuowen closed his eyes and murmured. These four were the power of laws in his body. He knew that if he wanted to become a true saint, he had to integrate these 5 laws into his own saint power. At this moment, the golden saint luck around him poured into Zhuowen's body. This saint luck followed Zhuowen's meridians and entered his dantian. Under the effect of the saint luck, the Yuanli in his dantian began to gradually transform into golden saint power. When Zhuowen's dantian was completely dyed golden, Zhuowen knew that the power in his dantian would no longer be called Yuanli, but saint power. This was much more powerful than Yuanli. It was a power that only saints could have. Next, I have to summon my own laws and integrate them into saint power. Then I can become a saint. Chapter 1484. Yan Ruhua's Death Ice. Zhuowen growled as he opened his right eye. His right eye was filled with an icy blue color that contained the coldness of 1,000-year-old black ice. The law of ice lingered around it. Fuse! Zhuowen placed his right hand in front of his right eye. Wisps of the law of ice gushed out from his right eye and gathered in Zhuowen's palm. The moment the law of ice surged into Zhuowen's palm, Zhuowen controlled the law of ice in his palm and drilled it into his palm. It then flowed through the meridians in his palm and went deep into Zhuowen's body. The bone-chilling coldness flowed through Zhuowen's meridians and gathered in Zhuowen's dantian like rivers flowing into the sea. Under the effect of the saint energy in his dantian, the law of ice gathered into an octahedral icy blue crystal. If Zhuowen wanted to mobilize the saint energy, he could mobilize the law of ice from the icy blue crystal and integrate it with the saint energy to unleash the terrifying power of the ice saint energy. Fire! When the ice elemental precepts had completely fused with his dantian, Zhuowen opened his fire eye and absorbed the fire elemental precepts into his body. The fire elemental precepts flowed through his meridians and finally gathered in his dantian, forming a flame. The integration of the law of ice and the law of fire was extremely smooth. This guy has both the law of ice and the law of fire? When Zhuowen displayed the law of ice and the law of fire and integrated it into the saint energy in his dantian, It naturally did not escape the attention of the people around him. This guy has both the law of ice and the law of fire. In addition to the law of desolation from before, this guy has 3 laws on him. Qing Longzi took a few steps back as his gaze fell on Zhuowen, especially when he saw the shadow of ice and fire behind Zhuowen. His expression turned ugly. He knew that during the battle for the Saint Luck, Zhuowen had used the law of desolation in his battle with Shueisha. In addition to the law of ice and the law of fire, he now had 3 laws on him. To be able to comprehend 3 laws, he was definitely a monster in the 9th Netherworld realm. If such a monster could become a saint, his combat strength would become extremely terrifying. The other martial warriors also stared blankly at this scene, unable to speak for a long time. Desolation. Under the gazes of countless people, Zhuowen once again extracted the law of desolation. Afterwards, he cautiously sent the power of the law of desolation through his meridians and into his dantian. As expected, the 3rd law is the law of desolation. Qing Longzi's eyes were gloomy and his heart was heavy. He was the number 1 genius of the Dragon Wasteland and the undisputed number 1 in the entire 9 Netherworld realm. This was not only because of his cultivation realm, but also because he had comprehended 3 types of laws. Comprehending 2 types of laws was already considered a genius among geniuses. Comprehending 3 types of laws was definitely a 1 in a million existence. Qing Longzi even relied on 3 types of laws to defy the heavens and become a saint. This made his combat strength almost invincible among the younger generation. If it wasn't for the strangeness of this yellow fog world, Qing Longzi might be able to display an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. Even Yang, he might not be able to stop him. Void! While everyone was still in shock, Zhuowen's indifferent voice rang out again. As soon as his voice fell, countless martial warriors around the yellow fog world froze, their gazes converging on Zhuowen. Aside from ice, fire, and desolation, this kid actually has a 4th law. Qing Longzi felt as if a large piece of walnut had been stuffed into his throat, and he was unable to speak for a long time. His gaze had already revealed the shock in his heart at this moment. Heavens! For types of law energy. That's too terrifying. How did Zhuowen manage to comprehend 4 types of law energy by himself? After a moment of silence, an uproar erupted in the surroundings like boiling water. Everyone had begun to clamor. A genius who had comprehended 4 types of laws had never appeared in the 9 Netherworld realm. But now one had appeared. This guy is quite capable. He can actually comprehend 4 types of laws. There was a hint of surprise in Yang Yi's eyes. Even he did not expect Zhuowen to have 4 types of laws. Long Tian, Mo Yen Wushang, Kainin, Gatha, and the others who were familiar with Zhuowen were all pleasantly surprised. This little bastard. Yen Ruhua slashed out with his sword, repelling Jianmu. Then he gloomily stared at Zhuowen, who was surrounded by 4 types of laws. The saint energy around Zhuowen hasn't stopped. What's going on? Could it be that this kid has other types of laws? Suddenly, someone noticed that the huge amount of saint energy around Zhuowen did not show any signs of dissipating. Instead, it seemed to be growing stronger. Everyone was shocked. This guy, it's impossible. It's impossible for him to have a 5th type of law. Qing Longzi's face was completely stiff, and Yen Ruhua was even more stunned. The 2 of them, and even the other disciples who were enemies of Zhuowen, were all in disbelief. On the other hand, the warriors who had a good relationship with Zhuowen were surprised, but more of them were happy. Death! Zhuo, Wen's familiar and indifferent voice, once again sounded in front of everyone's eyes. The surrounding atmosphere strangely fell into a stagnant state. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Zhuo Wen's body with their eyes wide open. Zhuowen's body surged with death will. The black fog that represented death spread around Zhuowen's body, enveloping Zhuowen's entire body. It made Zhuowen's figure faintly discernible, distant and mysterious. the law of death. Does this guy really have a fifth type of law? Qing Longzi's eyes were filled with disappointment, and he fell into a strange silence. Not only Qing Longzi, but all the remaining warriors in the yellow fog world also fell into silence. At this moment, the yellow fog world was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. 5 types of law outside the yellow fog world. Chao Rong's body trembled and his eyes flashed. Lord Chao Rong, this kid is a good seedling. He comprehended 5 types of law and can be considered an upper-middle genius in the central region. Guning cupped his hands and said to Chao Rong. Chao Rong nodded slightly and said, Guning, I know what I'm doing. Whether or not this kid is really qualified to be recommended into the primal chaos temple will depend on his performance. Performance? What do you mean, Lord? Guning asked doubtfully. 5 types of law, and the armor soul on this kid's body is probably not simple. It won't be easy for this kid to become a sage. If this kid can smoothly break through to the profound sage realm, I will recommend him into the primal chaos temple, Chao Rong said indifferently. Hearing this, Guning's expression changed slightly. He understood what Chao Rong meant. Comprehending 5 types of law was enough to show how outstanding this Zhuowen was. However, he had yet to become a sage, and no one knew whether this kid could successfully become a sage and pass the sage tribulation. Guning bowed and said, Lord, you are wise. This lowly one was impetuous. Just watch. Moreover, from the conversation of these little fellows, it seems that this Zhuowen has an immortal, sacred artifact. Chao Rong waved his hand. Guning's pupils shrank, and he said, An immortal, sacred artifact? How is that possible? How can a remote place like the eastern region have such a treasure like an immortal, sacred artifact? Chao Rong shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about this matter. I only deduced it from the words of those little fellows. Perhaps it's just a rumor. Chao Rong didn't care too much about it. An immortal, sacred artifact was a precious treasure to him. However, Chao Rong didn't make a fuss about it. After all, the primal chaos temple was a colossus in the central region. It wasn't that they didn't have immortal, sacred artifacts, and they had more than one. The 5 types of laws are about to enter his body. Stop him. Cold sweat appeared on Qing Longzi's forehead. A sage who had become a sage with 3 types of laws was already very terrifying, let alone a guy who had become a sage with 5 types of laws. Qing Longzi was sure that once Zhuowen became a sage, he would become an invincible existence among profound sages. Ordinary profound sages wouldn't be a match for Zhuowen at all. Only peak profound sages would have a chance of fighting him. As soon as Qing Longzi's voice fell, the disciples of the 100 Flowers Park, the Undying Altar, the League of Assassins, Yixia, the Blue Dragon Hall, and the Barren Island also launched a fierce attack. For a moment, the defense around Zhuowen immediately weakened. Even Qing Longzi and Yan Ruhua began to fight with all their might. Yang Yi, you can't stop me. Qing Longzi's sage might was vast and mighty. He slashed out with his blade, causing the void to explode. Qing Longzi, you've always been looking down on me. Yang Yi shook his head. He swung his long staff and slammed it on the blade. Thousands of mountains rose up and down, and the earth collapsed. Qing Longzi frowned. He found Yang Yi extremely strange. Every time his strength increased, Yang Yi also became stronger. It was as if Yang Yi was a pool of deep water that was bottomless. Get lost. Yan Ruhua showed his might. His long sword extended dozens of meters, and Jian Mu couldn't compete with it. He fell from the sky and knelt on one knee on the ground. Yan Ruhua ignored Jian Mu. He held his sword in his right hand and instantly swept in front of Zhuowen. He stretched out his right hand, and the tip of his long sword pierced through the void and pierced into Zhuowen's heart. Ding! The long sword pierced into the skin of Zhuowen's heart, but it only made a sound of metal clashing. It was only an inch away before it completely stopped. This guy's physical body. Yen Ruhua's pupils shrank to the size of needles. The long sword formed by 9 golden lines was actually unable to break through the skin of Zhuowen's heart. It could only pierce an inch deep. How tough was this physical body? Boom! Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and the power of 5 types of laws exploded on the surface of his body. Yen Ruhua screamed and flew backwards. His right hand was directly blown to pieces. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared coldly at Yen Ruhua. His killing intent was like a Boston ivy spreading throughout his body. You die. With that, Zhuowen's right palm suddenly slammed down from the sky. The power of the 13 golden lines condensed in the void, turning into a giant golden hand, and fiercely slammed into Yen Ruhua's body. Bastard! Yen Ruhua cursed. His golden long sword slashed out horizontally, hitting the giant golden hand. Immediately, the sound of metal clashing resounded. Kacha! The golden long sword shattered. The giant golden hand was like the power of the heavens. It directly crushed down and heavily slammed into Yen Ruhua's body. Puff! Chapter 1485. Crazy slaughter because of Yen Ruhua. Zhuowen had completely awakened from his state of epiphany. His eyes were cold as he killed Yen Ruhua in one move. After killing Yen Ruhua, the Saint Luck on his body entered Zhuowen's glabella. The 13 golden runes on his glabella began to spread, and finally burst out with a terrifying golden light. The golden runes began to spread, and the 13 golden runes on Zhuowen's glabella directly grew to 17 golden runes. Yen Ruhua died just like that. The sound of people gasping could be heard. Yen Ruhua was ranked second in the second round of seizing the Saint Luck, and he was also a profound sage powerhouse. It was truly inconceivable that such a genius would fall so easily. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhuowen, and they were all dumbfounded. However, what made many people sigh in relief was that Zhuowen had not broken through to the profound sage realm. Just now, Yen Ruhua's interference had awakened Zhuowen from his state of epiphany, interrupting Zhuowen's process of becoming a profound sage. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Just now, the power of the 5 laws had all merged into his dantian, causing the saint power in his body to be filled with the power of the 5 laws. But even so, Zhuowen still had not broken through to the profound sage realm. Speaking of which, Yen Ruhua's attack just now had not affected him much, and Zhuowen was very clear about this. Is it because of Xiao He? Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen quickly thought of the reason. Just now, when he was about to break through to the profound sage realm, there was an extremely strong resistance in his sea of consciousness, preventing him from smoothly becoming a profound sage. You're right. It's because of Xiao He. He's a great nether saint dragon and has a noble bloodline. After becoming the soul of your armor, it also increased the difficulty of your breakthrough. Chang Huang's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. You old fox, what are you talking about? Xiao Hei's voice was heard as well. After scolding Chang Huang, it said to Zhuowen cautiously, Kid, it's indeed my fault. I'm sorry. Zhuowen shook his head and said, Why are you talking about this? Since a dozen or so golden patterns aren't enough, I'll take more until I become a saint. Zhuowen did not seem to blame Xiao He at all. He waved his hand, his eyes filled with indifference. Thank you, kid. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with gratitude. Since it's difficult for my main body to become a saint, perhaps I should let my 2 clones gather 10 golden patterns first. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He took a step forward and headed towards Yuxia and Guisha, who were still fighting with the 2 clones. Although Zhuowen had yet to enter the saint realm, he was infinitely close to the profound sage realm due to his recent breakthrough. Whoosh! Zhuowen was like a god descending to the mortal world as he instantly arrived in front of Yuxia. Retreat! Yuxia's face was filled with shock. The scene of Yen Ruhua's death was still vivid in his mind. The Zhuowen in front of him was simply too terrifying. Even Yen Ruhua had been crushed to death in one move, let alone him. You want to retreat? What a beautiful dream. Zhuowen's right palm suddenly slammed down. Yiksha's expression changed drastically. The speed of Zhuowen's palm was simply too fast. It was like a vast mountain crushing down. Block it. Yiksha screamed as the golden trident in his hand suddenly rose up. Golden light burst out, and the phantom of the sea god appeared in the endless golden light. Its power was unparalleled. Rumble. The huge palm crushed down, and the phantom of the sea god was directly shattered. The trident also collapsed inch by inch. No. Yiksha screamed as he was directly smashed to the ground by the palm. He was motionless. Zhuowen had been merciful with this palm. With the power of his saint body, this palm was enough to crush Yiksha. However, at the last moment, he had held back and only seriously injured Yiksha. Buddha Wen, kill him. Zhuowen ordered. The Buddhist rune beside him took a step forward and blasted out a Buddhist palm, smashing heavily onto the Yiksha. Puff! Yiksha didn't even have time to react before he was blasted into a cloud of blood, missed by Buddha. His saint luck was directly taken by Buddha. Sizzle! 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 Suddenly, the 7 golden runes between Buddha-Wen's eyebrows began to grow and spread, and directly gave birth to 10 golden runes. After killing Yiksha, Zhuowen didn't slow down. He rushed toward Guisha. Guisha had already seen that the time was not right. He had already left the battlefield and fled to other places in the yellow fog world. Although Mo Wen was strong, compared to Guisha, he was still a little weaker, so he didn't let Guisha stay. Kill all the disciples on the deserted island. Zhuowen ordered Mo Wen, and the latter nodded. Since Guisha didn't care about the lives of the disciples on the deserted island, Zhuowen wouldn't be polite either. He directly asked Mo Wen to take the saint luck from the disciples on the deserted island. Ah! 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 Screams rang out one after another. Guisha's departure left the disciples on the other deserted islands in a daze. When Mo Wen arrived among the disciples on the deserted island, he used lightning-fast methods and began to kill them all. In an instant, Mo Wen was surrounded by a cloud of blood mist. At this moment, he was like a demon god from hell, bathed in blood. 10 golden runes. After killing all the disciples on the deserted island, the number of golden runes between Mo Wen's eyebrows increased to 10. Boom! Boom! 2 rays of golden light pierced through the sky from the yellow fog world. A vast saint aura spread over the 9th underworld sky platform. Mo Wen and Buddha Wen are about to become saints. On the 9th underworld sky platform square, the disciples who had been eliminated all raised their heads and stared at the 2 golden pillars with shock in their eyes. Kill! While Mo Wen and Buddha Wen were breaking through to become saints, Zhuowen stared coldly at the disciples of the 100 Flowers Park, the League of Assassins, the Undying Altar, Yiksha Sea, and the Blue Dragon Hall. Without wasting any time, he took a step forward, and the golden spear in his hand shot towards the disciples like a snake. Run! Sensing the chilling killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, the disciples trembled. They did not care about their dignity as martial artists and fled. Zhuowen was too terrifying. The strongest geniuses of the 5 forces were all killed by him. Although they were arrogant, they did not think that they were a match for him. Bastard! Qing Longzi's face was ugly. Because of Yang Yi's obstruction, he could only watch as Zhuowen slaughtered the other disciples. Puchi! Puchi! A bloody massacre occurred in the yellow fog world. The disciples of the 5 forces were all killed by Zhuowen. None of them could withstand a single blow from him. We'll give you our saint luck. Don't kill us. Finally, someone was scared. He quickly gave his saint luck to Zhuowen and wanted to be teleported out. But Zhuowen did not say a word. The golden spear in his hand was like the scythe of the grim reaper, harvesting the lives of the disciples. When the spear pierced through the heart of the last disciple, Zhuowen stopped. He pulled out the golden spear with his right hand. His eyes were indifferent, like the grim reaper of hell. Yunran, Wu Dai, Yang Yi, Fuyu, Moyen Wushang, and the others from the demon god palace all stared at the blood-soaked youth in front of them with complicated gazes. The shock in their hearts was like a tsunami that couldn't be suppressed for a long time. At this moment, everyone outside the 9th Underworld Sky platform was silent. Their eyes fell on the light screen, other than the disciples of the Demon God Palace and the Divine Academy. The names of the disciples of the other factions were all dim and dull. The only ones left were Qing Longzi from the Blue Dragon Hall and Gui Sha from the Barren Island. Other than those two, there was no one else. They're all dead. Someone was in a daze as he murmured. In the yellow fog world, the most elite disciples of the 9th Underworld were gathered. They were the core disciples of the major forces of the 9th Underworld. Now, other than the disciples of the Divine Academy and the Demon God Palace, the disciples of the other 7 major forces were almost all dead. It was too terrifying. Then, who was the one who killed these disciples? It's that Zhuowen who did it. That's because the screen of light shows that the number of golden markings on that child's body is the highest. Finally, someone noticed that Zhuowen's name on the light screen was emitting a golden light that was much stronger than the other names. At this moment, among the 9 major forces, St. Martial Sec's Wu Ho, 100 Flowers Parks by Mei Xing, Undying Old Monster, Assassin League's Imperial Exterminator, Yixia Eternal Knight, Underworld King, and the Barren Islands Masters all narrowed their eyes. Intense killing intent burst out from the eyes of the masters of the 6 major forces. Almost all the elite disciples of their forces were dead. They couldn't take this lying down. Zhuowen, that little bastard, he killed Ruhua. I must kill him with my own hands. On the square platform of the Blue Dragon Hall, Elder Raiwa slammed his right hand on the stone platform beside the armrest. A powerful force directly smashed the stone platform into pieces. Qing Yuan frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice, "We must kill this kid, but now is not the time." Speaking of which, Sapphire Shore was also a little worried about Qing Longzi. In such a short time, Zhuowen had killed so many disciples of the other forces. Even their Blue Dragon Hall's disciples were all dead except for Qing Longzi. Sapphire Shore also felt a little pained about this, but he didn't show it. It should be soon. Zhuowen, that little bastard, is going to die soon. Sapphire Shore raised his head and looked past the 9th Underworld Sky platform and into the deepest part of the 9th Underworld Sky. It was as if there was a primordial beast hiding there. Wu Dai, Taimo, help me guard Mo1 and Buddhist rune. Zhuowen suddenly said to Wu Dai and Taimo. The two nodded and rushed to the side of Mo1 and Buddhist rune, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Zhuowen walked towards Qing Longzi step by step and said indifferently, "Qing Longzi, do you dare to fight me?" Yang Yi curiously sized up Zhuowen. Soon after, he took a step aside, allowing Qing Longzi to face Zhuowen directly. Yang Yi himself, on the other hand, stood to the side with an indifferent expression. Chapter 1486. Forcing Qing Longzi to retreat. He already has 25 golden runes, but Zhuowen still can't break through to the Saint Realm? In the yellow fog world, almost all the disciples of the other forces had been killed. Only the disciples of Jia Shin Academy and Demon God Palace were left. They raised their heads slightly as their gazes landed on Zhuowen. All of them revealed looks of shock. At this moment, Zhuowen's Saint Aura was too terrifying. The pressure that faintly permeated the air made it difficult for them to breathe. 10 golden runes were enough for an ordinary cultivator to reach the Saint Realm. However, Zhuowen had 25 Saint runes, but he still showed no signs of breaking through. 5 types of laws have been integrated into the Saint Force. As long as Xiaohe completely transforms, I'll be able to become a saint. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He knew his situation best. When 10 golden runes appeared between his eyebrows, Xiaohei had already started to transform. Now that he had 25 golden runes, Xiaohei was wrapped in a golden cocoon in his sea of consciousness. As the number of golden runes between his eyebrows increased, the cocoon around Xiaohei became thicker and thicker. The aura of the cocoon also became more terrifying. Zhuowen knew very well that once Xiaohei broke out of the cocoon, it would undergo the final transformation. At that time, Zhuowen would be able to break through the final shackles and reach the Saint Realm. Qing Longzi frowned. Zhuowen's aura was too terrifying. He only had 10 golden runes, but Zhuowen had 25 golden runes. In this yellow fog world where he couldn't use any other means and could only use the power of Saint Luck, Qing Longzi wasn't confident he could defeat Zhuowen. Qing Longzi, do you dare to fight? Zhuowen took a step forward. The power of the Saint Rune spread over his feet, causing the ground to tremble. A muffled thunder-like voice spread across the entire space, exploding in everyone's ears. Qing Longzi's frown deepened, but he didn't immediately accept the challenge. In other words, he was a little upset and even a little timid. Brother Qing Longzi, didn't you call yourself the #1 genius of the 9 Netherworld realm? Why don't you accept the challenge? Yang Yi leaned against a rock and looked at Qing Longzi with a smile. His voice was full of mockery. Qing Longzi's face turned somewhat ugly, especially when he saw the ridicule in the eyes of Yang Yi and the others, which made Qing Longzi feel stifled in his heart. How can you obtain such powerful Saint Luck by robbing other people's Saint Luck? If you want to fight me again after we leave the yellow fog world, do you dare? Qing Longzi said coldly. Is the #1? Is his hall Blue Hals's? Lu Hantian is Grand Hall's first? Lu Tian uses Li Studio, said Hantian said. The others also looked at him with disdain. In the yellow world, no one could use their own means. They had to start from nothing. Here, Zhuowen's combat power was undoubtedly much stronger than Qing Longzi's. Needless to say, this battle was Zhuowen's complete victory. Now, Qing Longzi had mentioned the battle in the Yellow World. This was undoubtedly admitting that he was inferior to Zhuowen in the Yellow World. If you don't dare to fight, then I'll force you to fight. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He bounced his legs and rushed out like a cannonball toward Qing Longzi. Qing Longzi's face changed slightly. He slashed out with his dragon head broadsword, and a blade shot out from the void. Countless images of dragons appeared around the saber blade. They appeared to be the rulers of the world, and their power was vast and mighty. Boom! Zhuowen didn't dodge at all. He punched out and smashed the blade into dust. Golden light burst out. Zhuowen had a second-rate saint body. In addition to the vast saint aura of 25 golden patterns, it was difficult for Qing Longzi to compete with him. Looking at Zhuowen's imposing manner, Qing Longzi's face changed drastically. He held his dragon head broadsword and retreated. His attack was broken so easily. It was unexpected. At the same time, he didn't dare to fight with Zhuowen. Retreat! Thinking of this, Qing Longzi decisively retreated. Countless dragon shadows appeared around him. He was extremely fast. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He stomped on the void, and a ring-shaped airwave burst out from under his feet. Relying on the powerful force of his feet, his speed soared to an extremely terrifying level. His entire body was like a puff of smoke, disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already behind Qing Longzi. Crouching dragon fist. He punched across the air and blasted behind Qing Longzi. Dragon shadows erupted around his fist. This punch carried the power of 10,000 caddies. The pressure formed by the punch directly enveloped Qing Longzi, making it difficult for him to move. Break! Qing Longzi's face was ferocious. He twisted his waist, and the dragon head broadsword drew 360 degrees around him. Broadsword chi filled the air and turned into a golden dragon. Rumble! The pressure from the punch was directly shattered by Qing Longzi's dragon-head broadsword. Swoosh! The moment the pressure was broken, a fist broke through the air and smashed heavily in front of Qing Longzi. Qing Longzi's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He held his dragon-head broadsword horizontally in front of him and blocked the punch. Bang! 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 A series of explosions resounded. The broadsword in front of Qing Longzi was struck away. Qing Longzi was sent flying at such a terrifying distance. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhuowen, just you wait. Once you get out of the yellow fog world, it will be the time of your death. Qing Longzi's sharp voice resounded, following which, his speed soared to an extremely terrifying level. He directly teleported and disappeared from where he was. Boom! The moment Qing Longzi disappeared, a demon-like figure descended from the sky and smashed into the place where Qing Longzi was just a moment ago. A huge crater was created and countless rocks were sent flying. You sure are quick to escape. Zhuowen stood in the crater and looked at Qing Longzi, who had already disappeared. His eyelids drooped and his brows furrowed. Qing Longzi had used some kind of secret technique to be able to instantly disappear from where he was. It was as if he had escaped into the void, making it difficult to find him. If Zhuowen could use the law of void this moment, he could try to track Qing Longzi. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the law of void in the yellow fog world. Whoosh! 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 Numerous figures rushed over and gathered around Zhuowen. These people were the disciples of the excellent Gods Institute and the Demon God Palace. Lu Hantian immediately arrived in front of Zhuowen. He fiercely hammered Zhuowen's shoulder with his right hand and said with a hearty smile, "I knew that you wouldn't miss the 9 Netherworld Assembly." Zhuowen also hammered Lu Hantian's shoulder. When he saw the concern in the latter's eyes, his heart felt warm. He said, "Big brother Hantian, congratulations on successfully advancing to the profound sage realm. I can't compare with you. You're too abnormal. You haven't even entered the profound sage realm, but you already have such a terrifying cultivation. It's really unexpected, right? You already have 25 golden patterns between your eyebrows. Why haven't you broken through to the profound sage realm yet?" Lu Hantian looked at Zhuowen with a puzzled expression and asked the question in his heart. Not only Lu Hantian, but Moyan Wushang, Wu Dai, Gatha, Jianan, and the others also looked at Zhuowen strangely. They couldn't figure out how he still hadn't broken through to the profound sage realm with 25 golden patterns. At this moment, although Zhuowen hadn't entered the profound sage realm yet, the profound sage aura on his body was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary profound sage due to his saint luck. Zhuowen shook his head with a bitter smile and vaguely gave a reason. If he said it about Xiao He, the others definitely wouldn't believe him, so it was better not to say it. Seeing Zhuowen like this, everyone knew that this matter was related to Zhuowen's secret, so they didn't ask too much. "Zhuowen, what's the relationship between you and these Buddhist and demonic runes?" Yang Yi walked over from the crowd and pointed at the Buddhist and demonic runes that were still breaking through. "That's my external incarnation," Zhuowen said with a smile. Yang Yi's expression became serious, but he immediately smiled and said, "Amazing. Even your external incarnation is so extraordinary." The fighting strength of Buddhist and demonic cultivators was more terrifying than that of ordinary cultivators. Zhuowen's 2 external incarnations were such terrifying cultivators. There was no doubt that if both of these incarnations really became profound sages, they would be of great help to Zhuowen. "Master, what should we do now?" Wu Dai suddenly asked. "We can only wait. Now that many of us have gathered 10 golden runes, we can use this time to comprehend the saint luck. Perhaps we can break through to the profound sage realm, or even advance further in the profound sage realm," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the others didn't have any objections. After the battle, just now, many people had gathered 10 saint runes. Lu Hantian, Wu Dai, Yang Yi, Gatha, and Yun Ran had all gathered 10 golden runes. Although the others hadn't gathered 10 golden runes, it was still quite a lot. If they carefully comprehended the Saint Luck, they would definitely gain a lot. Everyone, it's best not to split up. Now that Qing Longzi and Gui Sha have escaped, if you meet the two of them alone, I'm afraid it won't bode well for you, Zhuowen suddenly reminded. The disciples of Jiaxin Institute naturally didn't have any objections, but many of the disciples of Demon God Palace were somewhat unconvinced. Senior sister, why should we listen to this guy? We're not disciples of Jiaxin Institute. A disciple of Demon God Palace said, unconvinced. Yun Ran's beautiful eyes stared at the disciple who rebutted, and he immediately withered. Zhuowen is right. Qing Longzi and Gui Sha are nowhere to be found. It's indeed a little inappropriate for us to be alone. Yun Ran said indifferently, but her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Even she was amazed by the battle just now. The strength of the young man in front of her was too terrifying. At the same time, she also recalled the various rumors about Zhuowen. Is an immortal saint artifact really so magical? It can actually raise Zhuowen's strength to such a terrifying level. Without a doubt, Yun Ran attributed Zhuowen's battle strength to the immortal saint artifact on his body. Only an immortal saint artifact could turn something rotten into something magical. Zhuowen chatted with Lu Hantian and the others for a while. Then he stepped into the air and landed between Mo1 and Fo1. With a wave of his sleeve, the Saint Luck spread out, forming a golden barrier around the two of them. He sat between the two of them with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 1487. Buddha's demon Aizhuan sat cross-legged in the air, while the others found a place to sit cross-legged, silently refining the Saint Luck in their bodies. Using the power of the Saint Luck in their bodies, they silently comprehended the power of laws in their bodies, wanting to use this power of Saint Luck to break through to the Saint Realm. As the days passed, the Saint pressure in Wu Dai and Gatha's bodies grew stronger and stronger. The laws lingered around their bodies and merged into the Saint power in their Dantian, beginning the final breakthrough. Wu Dai and Gatha are about to break through. Lu Hantian and Yun Ran stood up at the same time. Both of them were profound sages, and because of the 10 golden patterns, it only took them 2 days to advance from the void profound Saint Realm to the Nirvana profound Saint Realm. As for Wu Dai and Gatha, they were both half-step sages, so the time it took for them to advance to the Saint Realm was naturally much longer than Lu Hantian and Yun Ran. Moreover, to advance to the Saint Realm, one needed to pass the Saint Tribulation, which required a lot of time and foundation. Wu Dai and Gatha had only comprehended one kind of law, so after obtaining 10 golden patterns, it was normal for them to advance to the Saint Realm in 5 days. The strangest thing was actually Yang Yi. He had also obtained 10 golden patterns, but there were no signs of him breaking through. This made Lu Hantian and Yun Ran feel quite strange. Moreover, the two of them couldn't see through Yang Yi's realm at all. They only vaguely felt that Yang Yi should be a profound sage. At this moment, Yang Yi was leaning against a dilapidated wall, while Jian Mu stood beside him with a ruthless gaze. Yang Yi glanced sideways at Jian Mu and said, "Junior brother Jian Mu, if you want to obtain 10 golden patterns, it should be very easy, right? Why did you deliberately stop at 9 golden patterns?" Jian Mu's eyes flickered, and he said, "Because I still owe Qin Shui a favor, and I have my own use for these 9 golden patterns. Once you reach 10 golden patterns, the power of the Saint Luck in them will help you break through to the Saint Realm. At that time, the golden patterns will turn into your power. However, before you reach 10 golden patterns, the golden patterns can actually be offered by themselves." At this point, Yang Yi stopped talking. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Jian Mu. Jian Mu frowned slightly and sighed. "I'm just taking precautions. I hope senior brother won't interfere in this matter." Yang Yi stared at Jian Mu seriously. Finally, he sighed and said, After this favor is repaid, you can leave with me. Your sword is very suitable for cultivating the law of emotionlessness. Perhaps you have yet to comprehend how powerful the law of emotionlessness is, but you will know in the future. Jianmu's eyes revealed a trace of sadness as he said, Senior brother, I understand. After returning the favor, I want to go to the burning heaven sect again. Then I'll go with you. Yang Yi, however, shook his head and said, You can't go to the burning heaven sect. Zhuowen has an immortal sacred artifact. I believe that he will bring Mu Qinxue back. You may meet again in the future. Hearing this, Jianmu fell completely silent. Wu Dai and Gatha's Saint Tribulation were extremely extraordinary. After all, the former was a rare and powerful demon emperor, and the latter's scourge armor soul was even more extraordinary. In the dark clouds, countless golden lightning spread out like golden pythons intertwining. Although the golden lightning was terrifying, Wu Dai and Gatha were even more extraordinary. After 2 days, the two finally passed the Saint Tribulation. The power in their bodies had all turned into powerful Saint Force. Moreover, because of the Saint Tribulation, the Saint Force in their bodies and the law of Saint Force became more and more compatible. Void Arcane Saint Realm. Lu Hantian and Yun Rant's eyes lit up at the same time. They rushed to Gatha and Wu Dai's side respectively. The other disciples of Fine God Institute and Demon God Palace also gathered around, their eyes filled with envy. Gatha, congratulations on becoming a saint. Lu Hantian laughed and was quite forthright. Gatha smiled shyly, but her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen in the sky. She said worriedly, I wonder if Big Brother Zhuowen's 2 doppelgangers can successfully become saints. That guy definitely can. You can rest assured. Lu Hantian smiled slightly, his eyes also falling on Zhuowen. At the same time, Wu Dai, who was surrounded by the people of Demon God Palace, also looked at Zhuowen. Boom! While everyone was waiting with bated breath, 2 terrifying saint auras soared into the sky, breaking through the entire yellow fog world. It was like the light of the rising sun sprinkling on the ground. Zhuowen's 2 doppelgangers are going to pass the Saint Tribulation? The 2 saint auras soared into the sky, attracting the attention of Lu Hantian and the others. They all raised their heads and looked at the 2 doppelgangers floating in the sky with awe. Zhuowen opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. At the end of the sky, dark green clouds were constantly gathering and dark golden lightning was raging inside. Moreover, the dark golden lightning was so dense that it could manifest into blooming golden lotuses, looking gorgeous and terrifying. Boom! A bolt of golden lightning descended from the sky. As it descended, countless golden lotuses bloomed. The power spread out, causing countless living beings in the world to tremble. What a terrifying Saint Tribulation! Lu Hantian and the others' faces were a little ugly. The Saint Tribulation that Zhuowen's 2 doppelgangers passed was too terrifying. It was much more terrifying than Wu Dai's and Gatha's Saint Tribulation. Among the countless golden lightning bolts, there were actually illusory golden lotuses. This was unprecedented. Let's pass the Saint Tribulation together. Looking at the terrifying golden lightning in the sky, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. With a thought, he controlled the 2 doppelgangers to rush out. Mo Wen and Fo Wen held golden Buddhist commandment blades in their hands and rose up, standing on top of the golden lightning. Boom! The terrifying power of lightning exploded, and the Buddha and demon doppelgangers roared in anger. They slashed out with their Buddhist commandment blades, and the golden lightning was annihilated. For some reason, the combined power of the Buddha and demon doppelgangers was extremely vast and powerful. It was said that the combination of Buddha and demon could produce a new kind of energy, and that was the Buddha and demon power. Back then, the fighting Buddha and demon sage had merged the 2 kinds of energy and refined them into the Buddha demon eye. When Zhuowen's Buddha and demon doppelgangers joined forces, the Buddha and demon power formed was so powerful that even the golden lightning formed by the Saint Tribulation could not do anything to it. Boom! 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 In the sky, the Saint Tribulation was getting more and more terrifying. Countless golden lotuses were born from the thunderclouds. The lotuses bloomed and the petals exploded. The surrounding space was shattered into countless spatial cracks under the terrifying power of the golden lotuses. Lu Hantian and the others turned pale. Zhuowen's Saint Tribulation was too powerful. Even an ordinary saint might fall in the face of such a Saint Tribulation. However, Zhuowen's Buddha and demon doppelgangers were not afraid. The karma law of Buddha and demon doppelgangers merged into the Buddha saint power, and the demon doppelgangers merged into the demon saint power. When the Buddha saint power and demon saint power merged together, the Buddha and demon saint power formed a terrifying Buddha and demon doppelgangers. Even though the golden lightning had produced countless golden lotuses, it was still crushed into dust by the combined power of the Buddha and demon doppelgangers. The Saint Tribulation of the two doppelgangers lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally subsided. There was no doubt that as time passed, the power of the Saint Tribulation grew stronger. However, the performance of the Buddha and demon doppelgangers had taken everyone by surprise. No matter how strong the Saint Tribulation was, the combined power of the two doppelgangers grew stronger. The terrifying Saint Tribulation could not do anything to the Buddha and demon doppelgangers. Boom! Boom! When the Saint Tribulation gradually subsided, the Buddha and demon doppelgangers descended from the sky. Their gazes fell on Zhuowen as they lowered their heads slightly, as if waiting for Zhuowen to give them orders. Zhuowen, your two doppelgangers have successfully broken through. Congratulations. Lu Hantian and the others came forward to welcome them. They stared at Zhuowen with joy in their eyes. Zhuowen also revealed a look of joy. The Buddha and demon doppelgangers had finally broken through to the profound sage realm. Moreover, he could faintly feel that the Buddha and demon doppelgangers were very different from before. Buddha and demon can be combined, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Soon after, with a thought, the Buddha and demon doppelgangers merged together. Suddenly, the black demonic energy and the golden Buddha energy quickly circulated like liquid. Boom! 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 The two doppelgangers merged together, forming a majestic figure. The left side of this figure was like a demon, while the right side was like a Buddha. Boom! Boom! The moment this Buddha and demon doppelganger appeared, a terrifying ancient aura overflowed. Lu Hantian and the others couldn't help but retreat with shock in their eyes. Lu Hantian's eyes were filled with fear. The pressure released by this Buddha and demon doppelganger was so terrifying that their bodies even trembled. They felt like prostrating themselves in worship. Zhuowen withdrew his right hand, and the Buddha and demon doppelganger quickly shrank, turning into an eye the size of a thumb. Black and golden colors constantly circulated in this eye, and Buddha energy and demonic energy alternated. It was the Buddha demon eye. After the Buddha and demon doppelgangers had become profound sages, the power of the Buddha demon eye had been completely unlocked. Whoosh! The Buddha demon eye shot into Zhuowen's forehead like a stream of light. Suddenly, the aura on Zhuowen's body became hundreds of times more terrifying than before. At this moment, Zhuowen was simultaneously carrying the power of both Buddha and demon. The true power of the Buddha demon eye was completely displayed at this moment. Emptiness in one thought, Buddha demon eye appears! Zhuowen shouted, and the Buddha demon eye on his forehead cracked open. Buddha energy and demonic energy burst out at the same time, shooting straight into the sky. In the sky, the Buddha and demon doppelganger stepped out from the void. Their huge bodies were indomitable like towering mountains. The Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens, the demons 10 most dangerous places. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Buddha and demon are unparalleled. A majestic and ancient voice came from the Buddha and demon doppelganger in the sky, exploding in Zhuan's ears. The Buddha kowtows 9 times to the heavens, the demons 10 most dangerous places. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Buddha and demon are unparalleled. Zhua when murmured along with the voice of the Buddha demon's shadow. As he repeated this sentence, his eyes revealed a look of understanding. Moreover, Zhuowen was chanting faster and faster. He could feel that this sentence contained a different meaning. Zhuowen, this is... Lu Hantian retreated dozens of meters and stared at Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance. Chapter 1488. 9 kowtows to heaven at this moment. The Buddha demon I had completely awakened. The Buddha demon eyes 9 kowtows to heaven, and the demon eyes 10 perilous lands were the ultimate skills of the Buddha demon eye. The Buddha demon eyes 9 kowtows to heaven, the first kowtows to heaven, the second kowtows to heaven, the third kowtows to heaven, the fourth kowtows to heaven, the fifth kowtows to heaven, the sixth kowtows to heaven, the seventh kowtows to heaven, the eighth kowtows to heaven, and the 9th kowtows to heaven. The demon eyes 10 perilous lands were the first perilous land, the second perilous land, the third perilous land, the fourth perilous land, the fourth perilous land, the fifth perilous land, the sixth perilous land, the seventh perilous land, the 8th immovable land, the 9th perilous land, and the 10th perilous land. After the Buddha demon eye's awakening, it can actually trigger the skills contained within. I wonder how powerful this skill is. Zhuowen slowly stood up, and the Buddha demon eye between his eyebrows flickered with golden and black brilliance. He pressed down with his right hand and shouted, "The Buddha demon eyes 9 kowtows to heaven, the first kowtows to heaven." As soon as he said that, the huge Buddha image in the sky took a step forward. Following Zhuowen's instructions, the huge Buddha palm fell from the sky and smashed down with a rumble. Boom! Boom! The power of this Buddha palm was extremely terrifying. As the palm fell, the entire sky seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and the surrounding space cracked open. When the Buddha palm finally landed on the ground, a shockwave thousands of meters tall spread out in all directions with the Buddha palm as the center, causing the earth to violently tremble. In an instant, numerous cracks appeared on the ground, and the area within 1,000 miles turned into a terrifying ruin. As for Lu Hantian and the others, although they were standing not far from Zhuowen, the Buddha palm was under Zhuowen's control, so they were naturally unharmed. What a terrifying attack! Seeing the powerful destructive power caused by the Buddha palm, Lu Hantian and the others were dumbfounded and inwardly smacked their lips. Even Zhuowen was a little surprised. This was only the first kowtow of the Buddha demon eye's 9 kowtows to heaven, yet its power was already so terrifying. It had already reached the level of an ordinary, profound sage. Then, wouldn't the remaining 8 kowtows be even more terrifying? Is this the true power of the Buddha demon eye? Zhuowen revealed a look of ecstasy. Before the Buddha demon eye had awakened, it was actually of little use to him. Even after he had split into 2 clones, the help it provided to him was extremely limited. Now that the 2 Buddha and demon doppelgangers had both become saints, they had combined to form the Buddha demon eye. The power of the 2 skills contained within was actually this terrifying. Xiao Hei, wait till you've truly transformed. My true body will become a true saint. Then we'll battle it out in all directions and desolation. Zhuowen raised his head, and his gaze pierced through the layers of yellow fog and landed on the 9 square platforms around the 9 underworld's heavenly platform. He knew that his identity had been completely exposed. In addition, he had killed all the elite disciples of the other forces in the 9th netherworld realm, coupled with the fact that Zhuowen possessed an immortal sacred artifact. The 9 netherworld realm no longer tolerated him. After the 9 netherworld conference ended, he knew that he would be facing the entire 9 netherworld realm. Even so, what was he afraid of? Before participating in the Nine Netherworld Conference, he had already prepared himself to face the attacks of countless martial artists in the Nine Netherworld realm. "I want to become a saint," Zhuowen roared towards the sky. His voice was like thunder, and it rumbled. The entire Nine Netherworld heaven was filled with Zhuowen's terrifying and loud voice. Not only in the Yellow Fog World, countless martial artists in the Nine Netherworld heavenly platform could clearly hear Zhuowen's heroic voice. "What? This Zhuowen hasn't become a saint yet? This lad has 25 golden lines all to himself. He has almost occupied the majority of the saint luck, and he still hasn't become a saint?" When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. Generally speaking, 10 golden lines were enough for a sage-to-be to become a saint. However, this Zhuowen was a freak. "This lad must die." On the square platform of the martial Netherworld realm, Wu Ho took a step forward and floated outside the Nine Netherworld heavenly platform. His eyes were filled with malice. Behind Wu Ho, there were dozens of figures. They were all elders of the sacred martial sect. Most of them were sage-to-be. Originally, the Grand Elder of the Saint Martial sect was a void arcane sage, but he was crippled by Zhuowen. The number one genius of the sacred martial sect, Wu Zhantian, and 3 core disciples had also been killed by Zhuowen. This grudge was irreconcilable. Zhuowen is arrogant and domineering. He dares to kill innocent people in the Nine Netherworld Conference. This kind of vicious person deserves to be killed. After the sacred martial sect stood up, the undying old monster of the undying altar, by Meisheng of the 100 Flowers Park, the imperial exterminator of the League of Assassins, Yasha Hai, Yoneyama King, and Desolate Island Desert all brought their respective higher-ups and gathered beside Wu Ho. The 6 saints brought their own powerful martial artists and stared at the Nine Netherworld heavenly platform with murderous intent. Although they didn't dare to approach the Nine Netherworld heavenly platform because of Chaorong, they could wait until the Nine Netherworld Conference ended. At that time, Zhuowen's time of death would come. Everyone is right. Zhuowen is too arrogant. Does he really think that we can't do anything to him in the Nine Netherworld heavenly platform? Once he comes out, this kid will have a taste of what it's like to be dead. Sapphire Shore's clear voice came from the square platform of the Dragon Netherworld realm. Then he brought Elder Raiwa and the higher-ups of the Blue Dragon Hall over and gathered beside the 6 forces. The leaders of the 6 forces all looked at Sapphire Shore and cupped their hands in acknowledgement. As the strongest heavenly saint in the Nine Netherworld realm, Sapphire Shore had an important position and weight in the hearts of the leaders of the other forces. Palace Master Qing is right. This kid is too arrogant. He should be taught a lesson. The Eternal Knight, Dark Monarch of the Yiksha Sea laughed. The others also hurriedly agreed. In the face of everyone's flattery, Qing Yuan enjoyed it quite a bit and said indifferently, "This kid is also relying on the uniqueness of the Yellow Fog World, coupled with the fact that this little bastard seems to have an extremely strong physique, so he is able to display such great strength. If he comes out of the Yellow Fog World, not to mention Qing Longzi, even Gui Sha can easily deal with him." Desolate Island Huang, Amo pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Palace Master Qing is right. This Yellow Fog World is indeed extremely beneficial to this child with his powerful physique. He's just lucky. He's just a little brat who hasn't entered the saint realm. When we come out of the Yellow Fog World, we must get Gui Sha and Qing Longzi to teach him a lesson and take away his saint luck. The leaders of the other forces discussed among themselves. It was as if Zhuowen was already a fish on their chopping board. Zhuowen is finished. Looks like the leaders of the forces of the Netherworld realm will join forces to deal with him. When the Nine Netherworld Conference ends, he won't be able to escape. Looking at this scene, countless cultivators who were paying attention to the Nine Netherworld Conference shook their heads and sighed. At the same time, they felt pity. They all knew that Zhuowen had an immortal saint artifact, but they regretted that they didn't have the qualifications to compete for it. After all, the leaders of the forces of the Netherworld realm were already waiting outside the 9 Netherworld platform. They didn't have any chance to get a share. Before that, I want to make it clear that Zhuowen was a disciple of the Divine Academy. Sapphire Shore's tone suddenly changed as he stared sinisterly at Yanji, who was on the square platform of the Divine Nether Realm, and continued, "Everyone should be familiar with this matter. Brother Yen, when this kid comes out, I don't think your Divine Academy will interfere, right?" With that said, the leaders of the other forces all looked at the square platform where the Divine Nether Realm was located. Even the other martial warriors were staring at Yanji. They really wanted to see how Yanji would answer. Yanji's gaze was indifferent as he coldly said, "Sapphire Shore, it's not up to you to decide whether you want to interfere or not. Also, it's best that your Blue Dragon Hall doesn't meddle in the affairs of our Divine Academy." As he spoke, a blazing sun rose from Yanji's body. The aura of a heavenly saint spread out in all directions like a vast ocean, spreading throughout the surrounding space. Sapphire Shore's gaze narrowed as he said with some surprise, "Looks like you've completely consolidated the heavenly Een Saint realm and even cultivated to the peak of the heavenly Een Saint realm?" The other leaders of the other 6 forces were also visibly moved. They also knew that Yanji had become a heavenly saint. However, they didn't expect Yanji to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly Een Saint realm in such a short period of 4 to 5 years. This speed was a little too fast. Humph. Yanji, I know you're a smart person. When the 9 Netherworld Conference ends, I hope you won't do something you'll regret. Sapphire Shore snorted coldly as his gaze landed on the square platform of the demon Nether Realm. He asked, "Zhao Jun, as the palace master of the Demon God Palace, you can be considered the leader of a force standing at the peak of the 9 Netherworld realm. Shouldn't you make a statement now?" Zhao Jun was the palace master of the Demon God Palace and also the master of Yunran and Wudai. Her original body was a 1,000-year-old white snake that had cultivated into a demon saint. Although she was only at the peak of the profound sage realm because she was a demon saint, her combat strength was stronger than the other leaders. She should be on the same level as Huang Amo on the deserted island, second only to Sapphire Shore and Yanji. Zhao Jun narrowed her beautiful eyes and shook her head slightly. "I don't want to interfere in this matter. Palace Master Qing should choose someone else." Wu Dai was her favorite disciple. Wu Dai had pleaded with her many times before. If she met Zhuowen this time, she hoped that she wouldn't deal with Zhuowen. Although the temptation of an Immortal Saint artifact was great, she also knew how terrifying Immortal Saint artifact's power was. Therefore, she decided not to participate in the dispute between Zhuowen and the other Nether realms. Sapphire Shore frowned slightly when he heard Zhao Jun's refusal, but he didn't say anything. Since Zhao Jun wasn't willing, he wouldn't force it. At this moment, Chao Rong and Guning were standing side by side in the sky above the 9 Netherworld platform. Lord Chao Rong, the leaders of the 7 Nether Realm forces, led by the Dragon Nether Realm, probably want to deal with Zhuowen. Do you want to interfere? Guning asked Chao Rong in a low voice. Chapter 1489. Defiance and Challenge. Guning nodded. Chao Rong was right. Zhuowen had comprehended 5 powers of laws all by himself, making him an above-average genius in the Central Plains. However, the more powers of laws one possessed, the more difficult it would be to reach sainthood compared to regular cultivators who had comprehended a single law. Chao Rong had seen far too many half-saint geniuses, like Zhuowen, who had comprehended multiple laws in the Central Plains, but there were not many of them who could reach sainthood in the end. Sainthood was an extremely difficult and powerful shackle for cultivators. Coupled with the difficulty of comprehending multiple laws, it was basically as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Zhuowen could successfully reach sainthood, Chao Rong planned on recommending him to the chaotic divine temple. There was nothing wrong with helping Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen had not reached sainthood yet. There were many unknowns before him, so Chao Rong obviously would not be keen on helping Zhuowen. As a matter of fact, he would treat him coldly. In his opinion, no matter how talented a genius was, they would be trash if they did not mature. After all, there are far too many examples of geniuses dying halfway through. It was simply too many to mention. The third trial is about to come to an end. It's time to let these little fellows out, Chao Rong said indifferently. Sir Chao Rong, do you have an idea of the 9 spots this time? Guning asked politely. Chao Rong smiled and said, Of course I do. I plan on judging by the number of golden stripes and overall strength. With that, Chao Rong waved his hand and a powerful force surged out of his hand. The yellow mist in the world gradually receded, revealing its true appearance. The moment the yellow mist receded, the forbidden arts and restrictions in this world also disappeared. The remaining cultivators in this world all discovered that they could once again use the power of laws that they were unable to use before. The yellow mist has vanished. Does that mean the third trial has ended? Zhuowen and the others raised their heads. They were stunned when they saw the yellow mist recede. At this moment, Chao Rong and Guning hovered above the world of yellow mist. They looked down at Zhuowen and the others silently and said, The time limit of the world of yellow mist is up. The third trial has officially ended. As these words were spoken, 2 figures rushed over from the other 2 directions of the yellow fog world. Zhuowen and the rest squinted their eyes when they saw the 2 figures. They were no strangers to these 2 figures. They were Gui Sha and Qing Longzi, who had escaped earlier. The 2 of them also noticed that after the yellow mist disappeared, the power of law and saint energy in their bodies could be mobilized, so they immediately rushed out. The 2 of them stopped not far away from Zhuowen and stared at Zhuowen and the others with unfriendly gazes. Especially when they looked at Zhuowen. Their gazes were filled with killing intent. Previously, in the world of yellow fog, they were unable to mobilize the power of laws within their bodies. They could not even use the saint artifacts in their spirit rings. Zhuowen was also very strange. His body was extremely tough, so he firmly suppressed them, causing them to be in a very sorry state. Now that the yellow mist had disappeared, they were finally able to use their own power of laws. They knew that Zhuowen was still not a saint, and he was no match for them at all. Sensing the murderous intent in Gui Sha and Qing Longzi's eyes, Zhuowen ignored them. His gaze fell on Chao Rong. He knew that Chao Rong was about to announce the results. The biggest benefit of this 9 Serenity Conference is the saint luck born from the 9 Serenity Heaven. The second is the key to the Middle Land. I think that since all of you were able to hold on until now, you can be considered as the elite geniuses among all the cultivators in this 9 Serenity Conference. You all have more or less benefited from the Saint Luck, so I won't talk about this anymore. What I'm going to say next is that only 9 of you can get the key, but there are more than 10 of you. This time, I will rank you according to the number of golden stripes on your body and your overall strength. Do you have any objections? At this point, Chao Rong deliberately glanced at the crowd below. Zhuowen and the others naturally did not have any objections. They all shook their heads. Chao Rong nodded, then pointed at Zhuowen and said, Your name is Zhuowen. This time you obtained 25 golden stripes and are ranked first in the 9 Serenity Conference. As soon as Chao Rong said this, countless people in the surroundings were in an uproar. It was obvious that Zhuowen was ranked first in the 9 Serenity Conference, which was somewhat unexpected. Qing Longzi's eyes were even darker. Originally, he should have been the first in the 9 Serenity Conference, but he did not expect that Zhuowen would come out of nowhere. The leaders of the 7 forces, led by Sapphire Shore of the 9 Serenity Realm, were filled with murderous intent and even greed. The 9 Serenity Conference was about to end, which meant that the restrictions on the surface of the 9 Serenity platform would be lifted. At that time, Zhuowen would not be able to escape. Chao Rong's eyes were still indifferent. After announcing the first in the 9 Serenity Conference, She also announced the remaining 8 names. Second, Qing Longzi. Third, Yang Yi. Fourth, Lu Hantian. Fifth, Yunran. Sixth, Wu Dai. Seventh, Gatha. Eighth, Guisha. And ninth, Jianmu. At this point, the rankings of the 9 Serenity Conference had been completely decided. Zhuowen had directly become the biggest dark horse this time, which shocked everyone. Lord Chaorong, I'm sure you know the uniqueness of the Yellow Fog world. In there, we can't use our full strength at all. We can only rely on the power of Saint Luck to fight. It's actually not very fair for us. Suddenly, Qing Longzi stood out and glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. He continued, "This kid's luck was pretty good before. Coupled with his despicable methods, he obtained quite a bit of saint luck. With his cultivation not yet in the saint realm, he's not qualified to be the first in the 9 Serenity Conference." Chaorong raised an eyebrow and said indifferently, "Are you questioning my decision?" Qing Longzi's body trembled, and he quickly said, "I don't dare." Chaorong was from the Primal Chaos Temple. Qing Longzi didn't dare to offend him. He continued, "No matter what, the number 1 cultivator of the 9 underworlds should be the strongest. If this young man can defeat me, he will be the number 1 cultivator of the 9 underworlds." Lu Hantian's expression changed when he heard Qing Longzi's words. He said, "Qing Longzi, you really have the nerve to say that. You weren't a match for Zhuowen in the Yellow Fog world and fled like a stray dog. Now that you've come out, you're clamoring to challenge Zhuowen. Your actions are simply shameless." Hearing that, Qing Longzi coldly stared at Lu Hantian and said indifferently, "Since his strength is inferior to mine, what qualifications does he have to be the strongest in the 9 underworlds? This title is completely undeserved. You're already at the 3rd profound Glimpse Sage realm, and Zhuowen hasn't even entered the Sage realm yet. Don't you feel ashamed challenging Zhuowen? If Zhuowen was at the same cultivation as you, would you dare to challenge him?" Lu Hantian said indignantly. Qing Longzi didn't say anything. He looked at Chaorong. He knew that the decision was in Chaorong's hands. As long as Chaorong agreed, everything would be fine. "Lord Chaorong, Qing Longzi is right. No matter what, the number 1 cultivator of the 9 underworlds should be deserved, right? A mere piece of trash who hasn't even entered the saint realm isn't strong enough. How can he be qualified to be the number 1 in the 9 underworlds? Everyone below the saint realm is an ant. Although this young man has grasped quite a bit of the power of laws, it's still unknown whether he can become a saint realm cultivator. Letting a piece of trash who hasn't even become a saint realm cultivator be the number 1 in the 9 underworlds is a bit inappropriate." Sapphire Shore stood outside the 9 underworld sky platform. He clasped his hands at Chaorong and spoke politely. Chaorong smiled faintly. "I didn't say that you can't challenge him. If you think you have the strength of the number 1 in the 9 underworlds, you can challenge Zhuowen. If you can defeat him, you will be the number 1 in the 9 underworlds. You can even take away the saint luck in his body. This is the duty of the number 1 in the 9 underworlds." As soon as Chaorong said that, the surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Chaorong's words were very clear. As long as someone felt that they were stronger than Zhuowen, they could challenge Zhuowen. If they defeated Zhuowen, they would become the new number 1 in the 9 underworlds. Qing Longzi and Guisha exchanged a look. They were both overjoyed. Chaorong's words were undoubtedly beneficial to them. On the other hand, Lu Hantian and the other disciples of the Fine Gods Academy frowned. They knew that this rule was extremely disadvantageous to Zhuowen. "Lord Chaorong," this Lu Hantian still wanted to speak, but Chaorong glared at him. A terrifying saint aura crushed down. Lu Hantian couldn't help but tremble. He forcefully swallowed the words that he wanted to say. "My decision cannot be disobeyed. If you dare to interrupt next time, you know the consequences." Chaorong said. The terrifying saint aura slowly retracted. His face was still calm. Big brother Han Tian, since there are many people who are not convinced that I am the number one in the 9 underworlds, then I will accept the challenge. Otherwise, others will say that I am a coward. Zhuowen waved his hand at Lu Hantian and said indifferently. Lu Hantian sighed and didn't say anything. But when he thought of the power of the Buddha demon eye that Zhuowen had displayed, the worry in his heart lessened a lot. He knew that even if Zhuowen wasn't Qing Longzi's opponent, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Zhuowen took a step forward and stared at Gui Sha and Qing Longzi. He said indifferently, "The two of you are not convinced. Do you want to come together, or do you want to come one by one? We need to come together to kill you. I alone am enough." Gui Sha snickered. He took a step forward, and the demonic qi on his body surged and rushed into the sky. The demonic qi became more and more terrifying. It gathered into a huge demonic head in the sky. This demonic head held the sword of slaughter. Gui Sha's cultivation has advanced to the void sacred realm. He has also grasped the law of slaughter and the law of slaughter. The combination of the two laws is flawless. It's enough to make Zhuowen suffer. Outside the 9 underworld sky platform, Huang Mo revealed a smile. Looking at Gui Sha's attack, his eyes were full of confidence. "Die!" Gui Sha laughed sinisterly. He took a step forward and stood on the demonic head's shoulder. Then he pressed down with his right hand. The demonic head held the sword of slaughter and slashed down from the sky. Countless astral winds swept out. Demonic qi soared into the sky, and the space collapsed. What a powerful attack! Gui Sha's attack caused many martial artists to turn pale. It was obvious that Gui Sha had used his full strength from the start. Zhuowen stood in the air and opened his fire eye. Flames soared into the sky, and complex flame runes spread out on the surface of his body. At the same time, Zhuowen activated the full power of his sacred body. The golden veins combined with the flame runes, and golden flames burned on the surface of his body. Break! Chapter 1490. Qing Longzi's abstention. This punch contained the power of 10,000 caddies and could break through all techniques. Kacha! The sword formed by the law of slaughter instantly collapsed. Zhuowen's legs bounced, and golden veins spread all over his body. A blazing golden light spread out. It was like there was a small sun in Zhuowen's body, giving off a supreme multicolored light. Gui Sha's face was extremely ugly. The sword formed by the law of slaughter had been directly shattered by Zhuowen's punch. This was beyond his expectations. Mashallah, demons and monsters. The Mashallah's power was above the law of slaughter. Gui Sha didn't believe that the Mashallah couldn't do anything to Zhuowen. As soon as he said that, countless demonic figures emerged from the huge demonic head. Demons, monsters, ghosts, and monsters all rushed out. It was as if 100 ghosts were walking in the night. Zhuowen punched out with his right hand. Golden flames soared into the sky. Countless demons and monsters screamed as they were surrounded by the terrifying golden flames and were annihilated. Thump! 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 After annihilating these demons and monsters, Zhuowen's feet kicked the air 3 times, changing directions 3 times. He was like a rock spreading its wings as he descended in front of the huge demonic shadow. Rumble! Then Zhuowen punched out again. The supreme power of the sacred body crushed down. It was as if countless mountains were falling from the sky. It was also as if countless meteorites were falling from the sky. Break! Gui Sha's pupils shrank. He roared and pressed down with his right hand. The terrifying demonic shadow stretched out a huge hand, clenched its fingers, and smashed towards Zhuowen. Compared to Zhuowen's body, the huge fist was as small as an ant. Zhuowen's fist was hundreds of meters long. Rumble! The 2 fists collided. Under the demonic shadow's fist, Zhuowen's tiny body straightened. His small body contained a majestic power that could shake the heavens and split the earth. Then, the demonic shadow's huge fist shattered into countless black clouds under Zhuowen's tiny fist. However, the demonic shadow's body was too big. A fist was just a small part of it. Thump, thump, thump. Zhuowen was extremely fast. He was like an ethereal shadow as he stepped through the air. The crowd was dazzled. They couldn't even see Zhuowen's body clearly. Every time the shadow flashed, the demonic shadow's body emitted clouds of black clouds. In less than half an hour, the demonic shadow's huge body was covered in holes, as if it was pierced by thousands of swords. Whoosh! Zhuowen took a step. Zhuowen's his qi, and qi. Qi. Zhuowen stopped. So this is your martial law? It can't even withstand a single blow, Zhuowen said with a mocking smile. Hearing this, Guisha's expression became extremely ugly. Zhuowen's words were simply an insult to him. Rumble, rumble. Just as Zhuowen's voice fell, the demonic shadows formed by Mo Sha's laws exploded continuously. Then, the demonic shadows collapsed into nothingness. Guisha, who was standing on Mo Ying's shoulder, had an ashen expression as he fell from the sky in a sorry state. You forced me. Guisha flicked his finger. A black ring appeared in his right hand. The ring was covered with black spikes. Demonic qi filled the sky. Profound saint artifact. Ghost wheel. When Guisha took out the ring, many people recognized the profound saint artifact in his hand. Guisha is a void profound saint. He can use the true power of a profound saint artifact. He should be able to suppress Zhuowen. Desolate Island Master Huang. Mo frowned and said, Die. Guisha shouted the moment he took out the ghost wheel. He swung his right hand. The ghost wheel flew towards Zhuowen like a flying saucer. In the process of rushing out, the ghost wheel transformed into endless black ring phantoms, densely packed like black raindrops. Just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. As for the Guisha, he was like a ghost, constantly darting about among the countless black ring phantoms, his whereabouts strange and unpredictable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Guisha appeared in front of Zhuowen. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Zhuowen. He didn't even cause any spatial fluctuations. His speed is so fast. Guisha is the absolute ruler of the ghost wheel. He can move freely within the range of the ghost wheel. Huang Mo said with a smile. Sapphire Shore and the others were slightly shocked. There was no doubt that the ghost wheel's ability was very strange. It could even be called special. Zhuowen Dai. Guisha's cold voice sounded in Zhuowen's ears. Then Zhuowen realized that there were several whistling sounds around him. Around his body, for evil spirits appeared. They punched out at the same time. As the fist force blasted out, it created a terrifying pressure. It was as if the four of them were real. With the help of the profound saint artifact, your speed has increased a lot. But you think you can defeat me with this? You're too naive. Zhuowen sneered. Purple lightning spread out from his body. On his back, a pair of huge purple lightning wings grew. Void! The instant the purple lightning wings unfurled, Zhuowen clenched his right hand. The power of the void laws rose and spread around the purple lightning wings like tentacles, causing the purple lightning wings to faintly show traces of gray. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the support of the void law, the speed of Zhuowen's purple lightning wings rose to a terrifying level. When the fists of the four ghost fiends arrived, Zhuowen disappeared from where he stood, and the ghost fiend's attacks missed. What? He disappeared? Guisha's face was ferocious. He was shocked to find that Zhuowen's shadow was constantly flashing around the area covered by the ghost wheel. Wherever he passed, the void would collapse. Void collapse. When Zhuowen stopped a few hundred feet away from Guisha, he softly said, Suddenly, the void around the ghost wheel began to collapse, forming a black vacuum. Boom! Guisha, who had been flashing about within the ghost Shiro wheel, froze in place when the void collapsed. At this moment, Gui Sha was motionless. He was suspended in the void, maintaining his charging posture. It was as if there were countless ropes wrapped around his body. Whoosh! Zhuo Wen casually walked to Gui Sha's side. Without any hesitation, he took the ghost wheel from Gui Sha's hand and slowly put it into his spirit ring. Gui Sha was flustered and exasperated, but there was nothing he could do. The void collapsed, and he was enduring the terrifying power of the void collapse. He couldn't move his body. What about me? Zhuo Wen was neither hurried nor slow as he slammed his fist into Gui Sha's abdomen. Gui Sha let out a muffled groan as his back bent, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Coupled with the fact that he was still bearing the mighty force of the void collapse, his expression was extremely unsightly. Zhuo Wen did not care about Gui Sha's painful expression. He reached out his right hand and pinched Gui Sha's dantian. He then grabbed it, and the sound of a balloon bursting could be heard. Dantian? You crippled my dantian? Gui Sha endured the pain as he cried out in despair. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. Zhuo Wen was really ruthless. He did not kill Gui Sha, but destroyed his dantian. This was making him suffer a fate worse than death. Creak! The island master, Huang Mo, clenched his fists and said coldly to Zhuo Wen, "Junior, that's enough. Don't go too far." Zhuo Wen slowly turned around and stared at Huang Mo. "Is this considered going too far? Compared to what you are about to do, I feel that this kind of thing is insignificant." Huang Mo's face froze, and he said in a low voice, "Forgive people when possible. I told you not to kill Gui Sha." Looking at Huang Mo's unyielding attitude, Zhuo Wen couldn't be bothered with him. He clenched his right hand and grabbed Gui Sha's nascent soul. He pressed it between his eyebrows and casually threw Gui Sha's corpse on the ground. Plop! Gui Sha's body fell to the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. At the same time, it also made everyone's heart beat faster. Qing Longzi's expression became serious. He had not expected Gui Sha to be killed so easily. Zhuo Wen was not a saint yet. Wasn't his battle prowess a little too terrifying? As soon as Gui Sha died, his saint luck entered Zhuo Wen's forehead. Boom! The 25 golden lines on Zhuo Wen's forehead expanded again, giving birth to another 3 golden lines, turning into 28 golden lines. The moment the 3 golden tattoos appeared, Zhou Wenming could clearly feel that the golden cocoon that Blackie had turned into in his sea of consciousness had expanded quite a bit. It even began to beat rhythmically, as if it was a heart full of vitality. Zhuo Wen, once you have more than 30 golden lines, your saint luck will allow me to completely break out of my cocoon and transform into a butterfly. When the golden cocoon was beating, Xiao Hei's voice rose in Zhuo Wen's mind. 30 golden lines? Zhuo Wen murmured in a low voice. His gaze fell on Qing Longzi, who was not far away. He hovered in the air and looked down at the ladder. Qing Longzi, Gui Sha is dead. Don't you want to be first in 9 serenities? Come and fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhuo Wen's challenge immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's gaze turned to Qing Longzi. Qing Longzi narrowed his eyes. His right foot that was about to step forward suddenly froze because Sapphire Shore had suddenly transmitted a message to him. Qing Longzi, don't accept the challenge. This guy is a little strange. Although he has not become a saint yet, his battle prowess is extremely terrifying. In addition, this guy has 5 types of laws. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to deal with him. Wait until the 9 Serenities Conference is over. Hearing this, Qing Longzi's eyes flashed. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally accepted Sapphire Shore's suggestion. In fact, Qing Longzi did not care much about the battle prowess that Zhuo Wen had just displayed. What he was afraid of was that this guy had 5 types of laws on him at the same time. If all 5 types of laws were to erupt at the same time, even if he was a glimpse profound saint, it would be difficult to take him down. I forfeit. Lord Chaorong, the 9 Serenities Conference can come to an end. Qing Longzi suddenly cupped his hands towards Chao Rong and said in a clear voice. He did not blush or feel embarrassed because he had forfeited. Whoosh! Qing Longzi's forfeiture caused quite a commotion. No one had expected Qing Longzi to forfeit. After all, he had solemnly vowed to challenge Zhuo Wen for first place in the 9 underworlds. Could it be that Qing Longzi is afraid because of Gui Sha's death? It shouldn't be. After all, Qing Longzi is much stronger than Gui Sha. He shouldn't be afraid of Zhuo Wen. Chapter 1491. Ruthless Suppression. You have to fight even if you don't want to. Zhuo Wen's eyes were cold and murderous. Without waiting for Qing Longzi to react, he stomped on the air and fell from the sky, smashing heavily onto Qing Longzi. Qing Longzi took a dozen steps back with his right foot. His eyes narrowed into slits as he stared at Zhuo Wen and said coldly, "Didn't I say it already? I've already forfeited. You provoked me so aggressively just now, and now you're forfeiting? Do you think that's possible?" Zhuo Wen said coldly, "Zhuo Wen, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You're a dying man anyway, so I won't argue with you." Qing Longzi snorted coldly as he stared at Chao Rong and said respectfully, "Lord Chao Rong, you can actually announce the end of the 9 Underworld Conference now. This Zhuo Wen attacked me without permission and has already violated the rules." Chao Rong smiled faintly and said meaningfully, "The challenge continues. Forfeiture is invalid." After saying that, Chao Rong stood in the air and looked down at Zhuo Wen and Qing Longzi as if he was watching a good show. "Let's fight." Zhuo Wen stomped on the ground with his right foot and shot toward Zhuo Wen like a cheetah. The power of the saint body surrounded his body, making him as hot as the sun. Bastard! Qing Longzi did not dare to be careless. He flicked his finger and took out a dragon-headed broadsword from his spirit ring. The blade was filled with terrifying saint aura. It was also a profound saint artifact. Slash! Qing Longzi slashed out horizontally. The surrounding blade light and sword shadows, the sun and the moon rose and fell. The terrifying law of fire burned in the blade light. It said that Qing Longzi has comprehended 3 types of law. It seems that the law of fire is one of them. Zhuo Wen murmured as he took out the 9-star 8 trigrams spear from his spirit ring. The law of fire also spread out, causing the surface of the spear to burn with intense flames. Rumble! The spear and the blade light collided. The flames soared into the sky, and the space trembled. "I have ice." In the instant that the spear and the saber were in a deadlock, Zhuo Wen activated his Eye of Ice, and the law of ice swirled out. At this moment, the laws of ice and fire revolved around Zhuo Wen's body. The 2 different powers constantly intertwined, forming a massive illusory palace around Zhuo Wen. Suppress! Zhuo Wen swung his spear and blasted the palace phantom. The palace phantom tore through the air and landed on top of Qing Longzi's head. The illusory palace instantly materialized. Ice and fire energy overflowed and smashed towards Qing Longzi like a mountain. Qing Longzi took a deep breath, formed a seal with his right hand, and shouted, "Seal!" At the same time, his right hand quickly drew a line in the air, drawing a large seal character on the surface of the ice and fire palace. A powerful sealing power poured out from the word seal, and the materialized ice and fire palace was sealed in midair, unable to move at all. Law of seal. Looking at the sealed ice and fire palace, Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes and revealed a grave expression. This Qing Longzi was indeed extraordinary. The power of the law of seal was rather strange, and there was nothing it could not seal. Even the ice and fire palace, condensed from the laws of ice and fire, could seal it in midair. Zhuo Wen did not panic. The law of void attached to the purple lightning wings, and he instantly escaped into the void. When he reappeared, he had already landed behind Qing Longzi. Ding! The spear pierced towards Qing Longzi's vital point at a tricky angle. Qing Longzi seemed to have sensed it. With his right foot as the center, he stomped his left foot and spun fiercely. The dragon-head saber accurately landed on the spear. Scram! Qing Longzi roared angrily. The muscles on his body swelled, and his body expanded from 10 feet to 15 feet. He was 5 times taller than Zhuowen, like a small mountain. Dang! 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 Qing Longzi's power increased by hundreds and thousands. Zhuowen retreated a few steps, and his right hand that held the spear cracked. He frowned slightly and said, "Law of strength." Only the law of strength could increase one's power by so much in an instant. In the confrontation just now, Zhuowen felt that he wasn't facing a person, but an insurmountable mountain. That strength was as great as 10,000 caddies. Law of strength, law of fire, and law of seal. Zhuowen's gaze was cautious as he stared at Qing Longzi standing in front of him. He muttered in a low voice and frowned. Qing Longzi was surrounded by the power of 3 laws. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked valiant and heroic. "Looks like you're only SOZO." Looking at Zhuowen, who was at a disadvantage, Qing Longzi directly threw Sapphire Shore's advice to the back of his mind. He stomped on the ground and rushed towards Zhuowen like an arrow released from a bow. The dragon-head saber slashed out, and the 3 laws lingered on the blade, erupting with a terrifying power. Boom! The law of the void attached to the purple lightning wings, causing Zhuowen's speed to reach an unprecedented level. The dragon-head saber slashed down, but it only cut Zhuowen's shadow. As for Zhuowen's real body, he had already escaped into the void. Whoosh! When Zhuowen appeared, he had already landed on the ice-fire palace that was sealed in midair. "You're really good at running away." Qing Longzi was stifled. Zhuowen, who had the law of the void, was too slippery, causing him to be unable to use his power. It was extremely sullen. Running away? Not necessarily. Zhuowen's lips curled up, and his right palm pressed on the seal on the surface of the ice-fire palace. Desolation. The law of desolation swept out, and the seal gradually withered and dimmed like a withered leaf. Desolation could silently dry up a vigorous life force. Even if it was the seal's power, it could still dry it up. When the seal's power was corroded by desolation, Zhuowen's right palm touched the top of the ice-fire palace. Then, the void around the ice-fire palace collapsed, revealing a huge black hole. Whoosh! The ice-fire palace fell into the black hole and disappeared. You. Looking at Zhuowen's series of actions, Qing Longzi frowned, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Dang! However, Zhuowen's next step did not allow Qing Longzi to think too much. Zhuowen's feet stomped on the void, and a circular airwave spread out from the bottom of his feet. Zhuowen was like an arrow that left the bow, and he instantly appeared in front of Qing Longzi. Slash! Qing Longzi's dragon head broadsword slashed at Zhuowen. The 3 laws fused in the broadsword radiance, and it emitted a terrifying power that could shake one's soul. However, Zhuowen was very cunning. The moment the broadsword radiance was about to reach him, he stepped into the void and dodged the attack. Whoosh! Behind Qing Longzi, the void split open and Zhuowen stepped out. He stretched out his right hand, and the 9-star 8-trigram spear stabbed at Qing Longzi's back like an electric drill. Qing Longzi seemed to have foreseen the future. He placed the dragon-head broadsword on his back, and with a clang, the tip of the 9-star 8-trigram spear pressed against the blade of the dragon-head broadsword, creating countless sparks. Dang! Dang! Qing Longzi had the law of strength, and his strength could reach 10,000 pounds. Zhuowen leaped and retreated dozens of steps. "In terms of strength, you are no match for me." Qing Longzi sneered and turned to look at Zhuowen mockingly. However, the moment his gaze fell on Zhuowen, he was stunned. This was because Zhuowen had a mocking smile on his face, as if he was looking at a joke. Void. Rumble. While Qing Longzi was still in shock, a huge crack appeared in the void above his head. From that huge crack, a majestic palace of ice and fire came crashing down like a mountain. What? Qing Longzi finally knew why Zhuowen had such a mocking smile when he retreated. It turned out that this was his goal. Using the law of void, he first put the ice-fire palace into the void, and when he was not paying attention, he summoned the ice-fire palace that was hidden in the void and suppressed him in one fell swoop. Do you think a mere palace can suppress me? Qing Longzi sneered. Even if the ice-fire palace was huge and majestic, with the law of strength, he was not afraid of the suppression of the ice-fire palace. Break! Qing Longzi roared and threw out a punch, hitting the base of the ice-fire palace. The energy of the ice-fire palace dissipated. However, the strange thing was that after the ice-fire palace trembled for a while, it continued to suppress Qing Longzi. Zhuowen was trying his best to activate the ice-fire eyes. Waves of ice-fire energy swept out from the ice-fire eyes and entered the ice-fire palace, causing the aura of the ice-fire palace to become even more vast and terrifying. At the same time, Zhuowen jumped up, and the mighty power of the divine body gathered on his legs. He then landed on the top of the ice-fire palace. Ever since he had obtained the basic manual of using the holy talisman, Zhuowen had become more proficient in using the ice-fire holy talisman. His control of the ice-fire palace had almost reached the point of perfection. Even a glimpse profound saint like Qing Longzi would still be crushed by the ice-fire palace, without exception. At the same time, coupled with the power of Zhuowen's divine body, even a towering mountain could be crushed with a stomp, let alone Qing Longzi. Qing Longzi roared angrily, and the muscles on his body swelled. He kept struggling, but he was powerless in front of the ice-fire palace and the power of the divine body. In the end, he was completely suppressed by the ice-fire palace. The vast and magnificent ice-fire palace stood on the square of the 9 Nether Sky platform. It was like a mountain, and many people looked up at it. However, the ice-fire palace was not stable. From time to time, there would be sounds of violent bombardment. Apparently, Qing Longzi was wantonly destroying things inside. Along with the bombardment, there was also Qing Longzi's cursing. 7 emotions, precious seal. Zhuowen's eyes were dark, and the ice-fire eyes flashed with a strange cold light. At the same time, he took out the 7 seals of the 7 emotions, precious seal, and they floated around his body. With the 7 emotions, precious seal, and the power of the divine body, Zhuowen was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. After doing this, Zhuowen did not hesitate to enter the ice-fire palace. Then, the sound of fighting could be heard from the ice-fire palace. At the same time, there were mournful screams. After about 15 minutes, Zhuowen jumped out of the ice-fire palace again. In his right hand, he was carrying an extremely miserable figure. It's Qing Longzi. Chapter 1492. Qing Longzi's death. Qing Longzi was in an extremely sorry state. He spat out blood and his chest was dyed red. Qing Longzi's aura was extremely weak, as if he was about to die. Zhuowen was holding the dragon head broadsword in his hand. This, outside the 9th underworld platform, Sapphire Shore, and a large group of cultivators in the Blue Dragon Hall were all in a daze. As for Chao Rong, she squinted her eyes and stared at the huge ice-fire palace under Zhuowen's feet. Well done. Yang Yi leaned against a stone pillar in the plaza with a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. He first glanced at the ice and fire palace, then looked at Zhuowen, whose eyes were filled with ice and fire. The smile on his face grew even wider. The ice-fire palace had extremely violent ice and fire energy. Especially after Zhuowen learned how to use the ice-fire sacred symbol, the ice and fire energy in the ice-fire palace became even more terrifying. Even Qing Longzi would be suppressed miserably if he was trapped inside. Zhuowen had a lesser success, sacred body, and the 7 emotions, treasured seal. Qing Longzi, who was suppressed by the ice and fire energy, was naturally no match for Zhuowen. Speaking of which, after Zhuowen merged with the Buddha demon eye, He had also comprehended the laws of the Buddhist and demon clones. The Buddhist clone's law was the karma law, while the demon clone's law was the moksha law. In addition to these two laws, the number of laws Zhuowen possessed had already reached as many as 7. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not as good as Qing Longzi's, he had the sacred body, the 7 emotions treasured seal, and the Ice Fire Palace's suppression on Qing Longzi. Qing Longzi was defeated by Zhuowen. You want to compete with me for the number 1 spot in 9th Underworld? Zhuowen raised his right hand and lifted the weak Qing Longzi in front of him, then said word by word. Qing Longzi could barely open his eyes. His face was filled with fear. He shook his head and said, "Oh, no, the number 1 spot in 9th Underworld is yours. I'm not as good as you. Let me go." Little bastard, release Qing Longzi. Sapphire Shore, who had regained his senses, roared angrily. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his expression was ferocious. At the same time, he was somewhat shocked. He also did not expect that Zhuowen's strength was actually so terrifying. Qing Longzi's cultivation had at least reached the 3rd profound's glimpse profound saint realm. Coupled with the profound saint artifact, the dragon head broadsword, as well as the power of 3 laws on his body, perhaps even a 4th profound's pure profound saint realm expert might not be a match for Qing Longzi. However, in the hands of Zhuowen, they were beaten to such a miserable state. It was truly unbelievable. Don't you know you're very noisy? If you say another word, I'll directly kill Qing Longzi. Zhuowen slightly turned his head and coldly stared at Sapphire Shore. Furthermore, he lifted Qing Longzi and pointed him in the direction of Sapphire Shore. Sapphire Shore's expression froze. Immediately, his face flushed red and almost turned purple. Zhuowen's actions were simply too arrogant. He actually dared to directly provoke him. It was truly too hateful. However, Sapphire Shore did not dare to flare up. After all, Qing Longzi was in the hands of Zhuowen. In addition, the restriction of the 9th Underworld platform had not been opened yet. He simply could not enter the 9th Underworld platform to deal with Zhuowen. Humph. Zhuowen, I know you're a smart person. If you let Qing Longzi go, then I promise to give you a chance to live. How about it? Sapphire Shore calmed down and said in a deep voice. Zhuowen smiled slightly. His smile was like a flower, extremely brilliant. Then he landed on the ground and threw Qing Longzi to the ground. Qing Longzi fell to the ground and struggled a few times. It was actually difficult for him to stand up for a while. Didn't you want me to let you go? Kneel on the ground, count out to me 3 times, and admit that I, Zhuowen, am the number 1 in the 9th Underworld. Then I will consider letting you go, Zhuowen said indifferently. Qing Longzi's body trembled. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Zhuowen. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's request was too much. If Qing Longzi really knelt down and kowtowed to Zhuowen 3 times, it would not only be a slap to Qing Longzi's face, but it would also be a slap to the Blue Dragon Hall, the force behind Qing Longzi. Zhuowen, don't go overboard. Sapphire Shore's face was cold. Shut up. Zhuowen said coldly to Sapphire Shore. He did not even look at Sapphire Shore. He just stared at Qing Longzi and said, If you don't do this, you will die immediately. If you do it and satisfy me, I will consider letting you go. Zhuowen's disregard angered Sapphire Shore. The powerful saint aura in his body almost flowed out uncontrollably. Qing Longzi's face was ugly. His eyes flickered and he was hesitant. If you don't do it, then die. Zhuowen waved his hand impatiently. The 9-star 8-trigram spear in his hand drew a mysterious trajectory and swept towards Qing Longzi's forehead. Plop! The moment the 9-star 8-trigram spear was about to pierce Qing Longzi's forehead, Qing Longzi knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. After kowtowing, Qing Longzi pressed his forehead against the ground and did not dare to raise his head. He did not dare to look at the expressions of the other people and the upper echelons of the Blue Dragon Hall. Qing Longzi clenched his fists tightly. Between his dignity and life, he chose life in the end. Hua, seeing Qing Longzi kowtow 3 times without hesitation, the surrounding cultivators who were paying attention to the 9th underworld sky platform were in an uproar. Qing Longzi was the #1 genius of the Blue Dragon Hall. He was also recognized as the #1 expert of the younger generation in the 9th underworld realm. Now, the #1 expert of the younger generation in the 9th underworld realm was kneeling in front of another young man in front of everyone. This young man was called Zhuowen. Everyone knew that Zhuowen's name would cause huge waves in the 9th underworld realm after the 9th underworld convention. Sapphire Shore's face was extremely ugly. Qing Longzi's kowtows were like kowtowing to his heart, causing him to feel a little pain. Zhuowen slowly walked in front of Qing Longzi. He lifted his right foot and stepped on Qing Longzi's head. He looked at Sapphire Shore and said indifferently, "Sapphire Shore, this is the #1 genius that the Blue Dragon Hall has nurtured. His strength is indeed not bad. Is that enough? Qing Longzi has already kowtowed to you 3 times. Are you not going to fulfill your promise?" Sapphire Shore said in a deep voice. "Enough." Zhuowen nodded seriously. The golden veins on his right foot extended, and a majestic power surged out from the bottom of Zhuowen's foot. Qing Longzi was not prepared at all. His head was directly crushed by this majestic power. He was deader than dead. Even his nascent soul did not manage to escape. Hiss! Hiss! Looking at the headless corpse of Qing Longzi, the sound of people sucking in cold air resounded from the surroundings. "Ah, little bastard, I must kill you. Qing Longzi had already kowtowed 3 times, but you still killed him." Sapphire Shore was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his eyes were bloodshot and he let out a beast-like roar. The upper echelons of the Blue Dragon Hall behind Sapphire Shore were all furious, like wild beasts. This Zhuowen was too presumptuous, too hateful. Even the leaders of the other secluded realms felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhuowen's ruthlessness made even these saints who had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years feel a chill. I said that I would consider sparing Qing Longzi's life. It's just a consideration. I won't definitely let him go, Zhuowen said unhurriedly. His tone almost drove Sapphire Shore crazy. He wanted nothing more than to swallow Zhuowen alive. "Zhuowen, you can't escape. I, Sapphire Shore, will make sure you die miserably." Sapphire Shore shouted angrily. "You must be very angry and helpless, right? Back then, when you targeted me many times and wanted to kill me, did you ever think that you would have such a day? Also, our Ryuka was killed by your Blue Dragon Hall's sneak attack. All these years, your Blue Dragon Hall did not even let my Ryuka descendants go. Compared to your Blue Dragon Hall, my way of doing things is already merciful." Zhuowen sneered. The Azure Dragon Palace and the Long Clan were old enemies. They had formed a grudge over 10,000 years. This Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka from 10,000 years ago. Chao Rong raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. Chao Rong naturally knew about the Ryuka. 10,000 years ago, the Ryuka was extremely powerful. It was a huge force that had produced immortal sage experts. However, most of the elites of the Ryuka, including the patriarch of the Ryuka, participated in the Great War 10,000 years ago. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. The Blue Dragon Hall took advantage of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the Ryuka. They killed all the Ryuka descendants and took over the resources of the Ryuka. After 10,000 years of development, they became the ruler of the Eastern land. Many of the surrounding martial artists were surprised. They finally knew why Sapphire Shore was targeting Zhuowen. It turned out that Zhuowen was a descendant of the Ryuka. Whoosh! After Zhuowen died, the Saint Luck on his body turned into a huge golden light and rushed into the depths of Zhuowen's eyebrows. Suddenly, the number of Saint runes between Zhuowen's eyebrows reached 32. The saint aura in Zhuowen's body had reached an unprecedented level. His saint aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary profound sage. Xiao He is about to break out of the cocoon. The moment the golden runes broke through 30, Zhuowen's eyes showed a trace of eagerness. He could clearly feel that the golden cocoon in his sea of consciousness was beating faster and faster. It was as if something was about to come out of it. Zhuowen's aura was also getting stronger and stronger. Zhuowen knew that breaking through to the saint realm was imminent. This little guy has broken through 30 golden runes. Is he finally showing signs of breaking through to the saint realm? Chao Rong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen and asked in surprise, "Lord Chao Rong, the 9 Nether Conference should be over now, right? I think we should be qualified to enter the 9 Nether platform, right?" Sapphire Shore suddenly asked Chao Rong. Chao Rong nodded and said, "Let's talk about it after I give the 9 keys to the top 9 spots of the 9 Nether Conference." Haha, since Qing Longzi and Guisha have fallen, the 9 spots will be moved forward by 2 spots. As soon as these words came out, Sapphire Shore's eyes turned gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen, gnashing his teeth in anger. In the end, the spots of the 9 Nether Conference were determined. They were Zhuowen, Yang Yi, Lu Hantian, Yunran, Wu Dai, Gatha, Jianmu, Longtian, and Yang Yan. Chapter 1493. Sage Tribulation. This is the key to the 9 Netherworld Great Array. With this key, you will be able to activate the 9 Netherworld Great Array and teleport to the Central Plains. Chao Rong waved his sleeve, and 9 golden rays of light flew out and landed in the palms of Zhuowen and the others. Zhuowen took a closer look and discovered a golden shuttle-shaped object lying quietly in his palm. He knew that this was the key that Chao Rong was talking about. After giving out the key, Chao Rong's gaze fell on Zhuowen as he said, "You are Zhuowen, right? To be able to comprehend 5 types of laws, your talent is the best in the Eastern Plains. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Chao Rong." Zhuowen lowered his head and said respectfully, Chao Rong was in existence on the same level as the Burning Heaven Sect's sect master, Zhou Tianzong. Furthermore, he had the Primal Chaos Temple as his backer. Even Zhou Tianzong didn't dare to provoke him. Zhuowen naturally did not dare to slight such an existence in the slightest. The other cultivators also looked at Chao Rong. Clearly, they were surprised that Chao Rong would suddenly speak to Zhuowen alone. 32 golden patterns. It seems that you will soon break through to the profound sage realm. It should be within this period of time. I will give you 2 months. If you can successfully pass the sage tribulation and become a profound sage in these 2 months, I will recommend you to the Primal Chaos Temple. How about it? Chao Rong said indifferently. Instantly, a huge commotion broke out around the 9 Netherworld Heaven platform. Countless cultivators went crazy. The faces of Sapphire Shore and the leaders of the other forces were extremely gloomy. They also didn't expect that Chao Rong would intervene at this juncture and want to recommend Zhuowen to the Primal Chaos Temple. Once Zhuowen became a member of the Primal Chaos Temple, it would be difficult for them to do anything to him. Lord Chao Rong, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. This Zhuowen hasn't become a profound sage yet. If you recommend him to the Primal Chaos Temple, I'm afraid that it will lower the prestige of the Primal Chaos Temple, right? Sapphire Shore gritted his teeth and said to Chao Rong. Chao Rong stared coldly at Sapphire Shore and said, "Do I need you to comment on my decision?" Sapphire Shore's expression froze, his gaze uncertain. He cupped his hands and said, "This lowly one dares not. If you don't dare, then shut your mouth. Don't be like a fly that buzzes about in front of me." Chao Rong flicked his sleeve and spoke extremely impolitely. Sapphire Shore lowered his head slightly and did not speak, but his eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Lord Chao Rong plans to recommend Zhuowen to the Chaos Temple? Compared to the gloomy expressions of Sapphire Shore and the rest, the people from Cisco Academy were pleasantly surprised, especially Xiaoyu, who was grinning from ear to ear. Zhuowen was from Aoyuan Peak, and he could be considered half a master to Zhuowen. Seeing Zhuowen's great achievements, he was naturally overjoyed as his master. However, Lord Chaorong also said that he would give Zhuowen 2 months. If he can successfully become a profound sage and pass the tribulation of a profound sage in these 2 months, then he will recommend him to the Chaos Temple. Yan Ji was not as optimistic as Xiaoyu. He was a profound sage expert and knew very well how difficult it was to become a profound sage. Moreover, Zhuowen possessed several laws and had a powerful armor soul like Xiaohe. Therefore, it was far more difficult for Zhuowen to become a profound sage than ordinary people. I hope that Zhuowen can successfully become a profound sage in these 2 months. Jiang Xian and Wen Bai looked at each other and said, Zhuowen had really angered everyone in this 9 Nether conference. Apart from the divine Nether realm and the demon Nether realm, the other 7 powerful forces of the 9 Nether realms wanted to kill him. If Zhuowen didn't have the support of the Chaos Temple in the end, he would have been doomed. Zhuowen, this is the biggest concession I can make to you. Do you accept it? Chao Rong continued. Zhuowen smiled and said, I accept. Why wouldn't I accept it? Chao Rong acted swiftly and decisively. Seeing that Zhuowen had agreed, he arranged for the rest of the people from the 9 Serene Heaven platform to leave and allowed the eliminated cultivators to return to their respective square platforms. Even the other 8 people who had obtained the key to the 9 Nether Great Array left the 9 Nether Conference under Chao Rong's arrangement. In a short while, the huge 9 Nether Sky platform became empty and sparsely populated. You can stay in this square for 2 months. In these 2 months, no one will disturb you. I'm looking forward to your breakthrough to the profound sage realm. Chao Rong took a deep look at Zhuowen. Then he and Guning landed on a platform at the top of a stone pillar at the end of the square. 2 months? That should be enough. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Then he sat down cross-legged on the ground. The 32 golden lines between his brows were like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and sharp. The golden cocoon suspended in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness shone with a dazzling golden light. The beating on the surface of the golden cocoon was much faster than before. Zhuowen's consciousness sank into his sea of consciousness and landed beside the golden cocoon. He reached out his right hand and placed it on the surface of the cocoon. Bzzzt. Golden lightning filled the air, causing Zhuowen to take a few steps back. This Xiaohe dog is at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. Even if you want to call him, it's useless. You can only wait for him to break out of the cocoon. Cheng Huang stood on the back of the divine turtle in the depths of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and slowly flew over. He looked at Zhuowen and said indifferently, Is 2 months enough? Zhuowen asked solemnly, I'm not sure about that. You can only wait for now. Cheng Huang shook his head and continued, Your saint tribulation will probably be very terrifying. Be careful when you break through to the profound sage realm. Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart trembled. He nodded seriously. If even Cheng Huang said so, his saint tribulation would probably be extraordinary. Then I'll wait for 2 months. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's consciousness sat cross-legged in front of the golden cocoon. He knew that this matter could not be rushed. While Zhuowen sat cross-legged in the square and prepared to break through to the profound sage realm, Sapphire Shore and the others had extremely ugly expressions. Palace Master Qing, what should we do? Lord Chaorong actually wants to recommend Zhuowen to the Chaos Temple. The Imperial Exterminator of the League of Assassins frowned and said unwillingly, The Imperial Exterminator is right. Once Zhuowen successfully breaks through to the profound sage realm, with the 5 types of laws he has, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to kill him. With Chao Rong, we won't have a chance to kill him, the Desolate Island Master said coldly. The 100 Flowers Court Master by Mei Xing said in a low voice, What we're most worried about now is not that. Instead, we're worried about his talent. Once he breaks through to the profound sage realm and enters the Chaos Temple, his cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When he comes out of the Chaos Temple, he'll definitely ascend to the 9th Netherworld realm. At that time, we'll be in trouble. This guy must die. We must pay any price to let him die on the 9th Netherworld sky platform. The Saint Martial Sect Master, Wu Ho, said with a murderous look in his eyes. The leaders of the 6 forces came to an agreement. They did not plan to let Zhuowen go. They wanted to kill Zhuowen on the 9th Netherworld sky platform. Therefore, the 6 of them turned their heads and looked at Sapphire Shore. Sapphire Shore was a heavenly saint elite and also the strongest elite in the 9th Netherworld realm. They knew that he must have some plans. Sapphire Shore narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "This guy must die. However, I still need a month's time. If he doesn't break through to the profound sage realm in a month's time, I'll find a way to break the 9th Netherworld sky platform seal and hold Chao Rong back. You guys kill Zhuowen, that little bastard." Hearing that, the 6 of them were stunned. The seal on the 9th Netherworld sky platform was set up by Chao Rong himself. Although Sapphire Shore was a heavenly saint elite, he was only at the Yin Sky Saint realm. On the other hand, Chao Rong was already at the Yang Sky Saint realm. Even if Sapphire Shore wanted to break the seal, it would not be easy for him to hold Chao Rong back. The 6 of you don't hesitate. I've already broken through and reached the Yang Sky Saint realm. The seal on the 9th Netherworld sky platform can't stop me. While the 6 of them were hesitating, Sapphire Shore's voice rang in their minds. Obviously, Sapphire Shore was secretly sending a message to the 6 of them. The 6 of them narrowed their eyes and looked at each other. They did not expect Sapphire Shore to break through to the Yang Sky Saint realm. If that was the case, Sapphire Shore could compete with Chao Rong. Moreover, the 6 of them also remembered the foundation of the Blue Dragon Hall. It was passed down from the Ryuka 10,000 years ago. The Blue Dragon Hall should not be this weak. If the Blue Dragon Hall really wanted to eliminate Zhuowen, they might really be able to do it. If we let Zhuowen go now, there will be endless trouble in the future. It will be a disaster for us. The Chaos Temple can nurture him into an extremely terrifying existence. You'd better not hesitate anymore. Sapphire Shore continued to send a message. His words revealed the great threat of Zhuowen. The 6 of them looked at each other and nodded in the end. If Chao Rong did not plan to recommend Zhuowen to the Chaos Temple, Zhuowen would not be such a big threat. However, Chao Rong had taken a liking to Zhuowen and had the intention of protecting Zhuowen. How could the 6 of them not feel a sense of urgency? Then let's wait for a month. I hope Hall Master Qing can handle this matter properly. The 6 of them nodded. They did not have much suspicion towards Sapphire Shore. After all, the Blue Dragon Hall was the strongest force in the 9 Netherworld realm. It had a deep foundation and was also extremely mysterious. In addition to the feud between the Blue Dragon Hall and the Ryuka, Sapphire Shore's desire to kill Zhuowen was definitely much heavier than theirs. Time passed slowly, but the atmosphere in the 9 Netherworld platform became more and more subtle, especially the other martial artists in the 9 Netherworld realm. Although they were not strong, they could feel the subtle atmosphere. Zhuowen had a celestial saint artifact, and everyone in the 9 Netherworld realm had the right to kill him. However, Chao Rong had taken a liking to him and wanted to recommend him to the Chaos Temple. Sapphire Shore and the others had the intention of killing Zhuowen. Everyone wanted to know what Sapphire Shore and the others would do. Could it be that they were going to wait for Zhuowen to break through to the Saint Realm and be openly brought back to the Central Plains by Chao Rong? Sizzle! A month had finally passed. Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the plaza, had a terrifying saint aura around him. It was much more powerful than before, and the surface of his body was emitting a dazzling golden light. I'm afraid that Zhuowen is really going to break through to the Saint Realm. Looking at the terrifying saint aura on Zhuowen's body, Many people were surprised and expectant. Zhuowen had comprehended 5 types of laws by himself. The commotion caused when he broke through to the Saint Realm would definitely be terrifying. Everyone wanted to see what kind of tribulation Zhuowen would face. Chapter 1494. 18 Lightning Tribulations Boom. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, terrifying dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Dense lightning spread through the clouds, as if they contained countless lightning snakes. At the end of the plaza, on the platform at the top of the stone pillars, Chao Rong slowly stood up. His gaze fell on the lightning tribulation in the sky with a solemn expression. "This child's tribulation is about to descend," Chao Rong muttered softly. "This lightning tribulation is so terrifying." Guning stood behind Chao Rong with a solemn expression. Although the lightning tribulation hadn't started yet, he could feel that it would be extraordinary from the lightning brewing in the tribulation clouds. "Do you think the tribulation of a fellow who needs 32 golden patterns to break through will be simple?" Chao Rong said with a smirk. Guning nodded in understanding. This Zhuowen was indeed not simple. Not only did he have 5 types of laws, but he also had 32 golden patterns. Yet he still hadn't broken through to the sage realm. This was enough to show that this child was a freak. It wasn't just Chao Rong and Guning. Countless cultivators who were paying attention to Zhuowen on the 9th underworld platform all looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Tribulation clouds. This Zhuowen is probably going to break through to the sage realm. This is Zhuowen's tribulation. What a terrifying heavenly might. This child's tribulation will definitely be extraordinary. When everyone felt the terrifying heavenly might leaking from the tribulation clouds, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. This was a natural reaction when facing a superior. Hall Master Qing. At this moment, Yixia Eternal Knight, Underworld King, Imperial Killer of the League of Assassins, by Mei Sheng of the 100 Flowers Park, Undying Old Monster of the Undying Sacred Altar, Wu Ho of the Saint Martial Sect, and Desolate Island Desert all gathered their gazes on Sapphire Shore. The 6 of them were a little anxious. In just a month, Zhuowen had already touched the threshold of the profound sage realm. Now, he had even attracted the tribulation of the sage realm. Once Zhuowen passed this tribulation, he would become a sage. At that time, his battle strength would be unparalleled. Sapphire Shore raised his head slightly. His deep gaze landed on the depths of the 9 underworlds heaven as he murmured, "Soon. Just wait, it's about to begin." Looking at Sapphire Shore's appearance, the 6 of them looked at each other in confusion. When they sensed that the Sapphire Shore before them seemed to be waiting for something, the 6 of them became suspicious. Rumble! A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the tribulation clouds. It cut through the void and was dazzling to the eye. This bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying. Everywhere it passed, space collapsed and formed countless black voids, causing it to seem extremely strange. If an ordinary martial artist was struck by this bolt of lightning, they would probably not be able to withstand it for too long and would be turned into dust. I wonder if this Zhuowen can withstand this lightning. Everyone's eyes fell on Zhuowen, all of them revealing looks of anticipation. After all, the first bolt of lightning was already so terrifying. According to the nature of the tribulation, its power would definitely become more and more terrifying. This is the 18th thunder tribulation. The tribulation clouds will brew 18 bolts of heavenly lightning, each more terrifying than the previous one. This should be the most ordinary tribulation of the sage realm. Chao Rong narrowed his eyes, revealing a puzzled look. The 18th thunder tribulation was the most ordinary tribulation of the sage realm. Only those half-sages who had comprehended the most ordinary laws would usually face this kind of ordinary tribulation of the sage realm. However, Zhuowen was not an ordinary half-sage. This guy was a monstrous genius who had comprehended 5 kinds of laws. Now that such an ordinary tribulation of the sage realm had descended, it was really shocking. Not only Chao Rong, but the surrounding martial artists also revealed puzzled looks. Obviously, some of them did not quite understand Zhuan's tribulation of the sage realm. The 18th Thunder Tribulation. Zhuo raised his head and stomped his foot. A terrifying force spread from the bottom of his feet. Immediately, the ground beneath his feet crumbled inch by inch. Zhuo shot towards the sky like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Rumble! The bucket-like thunderbolt heavily blasted Zhuan's body. Countless electric sparks spread from Zhuan's head to his feet, flashing constantly. He looked like the god of thunder. The great Tao indestructible divine body's main purpose is to temper. There is an ancient saying that a sword's edge must be tempered. A real sword should be tempered thousands of times to become a real sharp sword that can cut through iron like mud. This is the principle behind the myriad Tao immortal divine body. The divine body is like a sword. If you really want to improve it, you have to go through a lot of tempering. The best furnace to temper the divine body is the Thunder Tribulation, and the Sage Tribulation is undoubtedly the best medium to temper the divine body. After resisting the first Thunder Tribulation of the 18 Thunder Tribulations with his physical body, Zhuo turned his head and felt indescribably comfortable. Moreover, he faintly felt that after being tempered by the thunderbolt, the great Tao indestructible divine body in his body had sped up, making the power of his divine body stronger. This guy's physical body is so terrifying. No wonder his performance in the third stage of the 9 Underworld Conference was so outstanding and terrifying. Zhuowen's action of resisting the first Thunder Tribulation with his physical body caused an uproar among many people. Although the 18 Thunder Tribulations were the most common sage tribulation, each Thunder Tribulation was extremely terrifying. If an ordinary half-saint had resisted the Thunder Tribulation like Zhuo, he would have been turned into ashes. At the same time, many people recalled Zhuowen's various performances in the world of Yellow Fog, and they felt somewhat relieved. The world of Yellow Fog had restrictive spells. Original energy, mind power, and the power of law could not even be opened by spiritual rings. However, the suppression of the restrictive spell on the body was not very obvious. Zhuowen's body was so strong that his starting point in the world of Yellow Fog was much higher than that of others. It was no wonder that he had the last laugh. Boom! 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 Next, 9 terrifying thunderbolts descended from the tribulation clouds in a row, each more terrifying than the previous one. However, Zhuo still used his physical body to receive these terrifying lightning bolts. Moreover, what was shocking was that Zhuowen's physical body didn't collapse or become charred because of the lightning tribulation. Instead, it emitted a sparkling and translucent color. Some sharp-minded people could even find that after being tempered by the first 10 thunderbolts, the aura of Zhuowen's body was even more terrifying than before. It seems that this kid is using the Thunder Tribulation to temper his body. Chao Rong stood far away on the platform, his eyes falling on Zhuo from beginning to end, especially after observing that Zhuowen's physical aura had strengthened. He immediately thought of Zhuowen's purpose. I don't know what kind of body-tempering secret technique this kid has cultivated. It's actually so magical. If I'm not wrong, this kid's physical body is already comparable to that of an ordinary profound sage. The strength of Zhuowen's physical body had even shocked Chao Rong. Boom! Boom! Next, the remaining 8 Thunder Tribulations of the 18 Thunder Tribulations continuously descended from the sky. Zhuo relied on the power of his saint body and withstood the remaining 8 Thunder Tribulations one by one. It was worth mentioning that the power of the 18th Thunder Tribulation of the 18 Thunder Tribulations was indeed extremely terrifying. The 18th Thunder Tribulation was the Dragon Transformation Thunder Tribulation. Countless thunderbolts condensed in the tribulation clouds and turned into a thunder dragon that swooped down from the clouds. Its power was so powerful that even a void, profound sage, realm sage, would not dare to compete with it. However, Zhuowen still relied on his saint body to withstand the dragon transformation, thunder tribulation. Moreover, the dragon transformation, thunder tribulations, tempering effect on him was the best among the 18 thunder tribulations. He withstood the 18 thunder tribulations so easily. Looking at Zhuowen, who had passed the dragon transformation, thunder tribulation, everyone was surprised. The sage tribulation, which was feared by everyone, was actually passed by Zhuowen so easily. It's over just like that. Chao Rong frowned slightly. Even he was a little surprised that Zhuowen's sage tribulation was actually so simple. No, this child's sage tribulation is not so simple because the tribulation clouds have not dispersed yet. Guning, who was beside Chao Rong, suddenly exclaimed. Chao Rong's gaze focused as he stared at the tribulation clouds above Zhuowen. He said in a low voice, "If I'm not wrong, this is the tribulation of tribulations. This is an extremely rare sage tribulation." Tribulation of tribulations? Guning was shocked. He naturally knew about the tribulation of tribulations. Generally, the tribulation of tribulations was divided into external and internal tribulations. Among them, the external tribulations were more ordinary, thunder tribulations. As for the tribulation of tribulations, the true tribulation was contained within the internal tribulations. The internal tribulations contained world-shaking disasters, and the thunder tribulations contained within would definitely be unexpected. The 18 thunder tribulations just now should be an external tribulation. I wonder what kind of sage tribulation is the internal tribulation of the tribulation of tribulations this time? Chao Rong muttered in a low voice. At this moment, not only did Chao Rong discover the strangeness of the tribulation clouds, but the others on the 9th Underworld Heaven platform also noticed the abnormality because the tribulation clouds in the sky did not dissipate after Zhuowen passed the 18 thunder tribulations. It's the tribulation of tribulations. Finally, someone who knew what was good for him exclaimed in shock. Then there was an uproar in the surroundings as people discussed animatedly. The tribulation of tribulations. Generally, the internal tribulations are extremely terrifying and almost destroy the world. I'm afraid this kid is going to suffer. Sapphire Shore's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of hesitation. The time was very ripe now, and the hidden hand that he had set up could already take action. However, he was very afraid of Chao Rong. After all, Chao Rong had the Chaos Temple behind him. If there were any changes to the plan, then his Blue Dragon Hall would probably go down in infamy in the 9th Underworld Realm for 10,000 years, or even be removed because of this. In Sapphire Shore's opinion, the best outcome would be for Zhuowen to fall in the internal tribulation. Then Zhuowen, this variable, would not be a threat. Once Chao Rong left the Eastern lands, everything would be foolproof if he carried out the plan, and his Blue Dragon Hall would definitely become the true ruler of the 9th Underworld Realm, ruling over the life and death of the other Underworld realms. The leaders of the other 6 Underworld realms also calmed down and coldly looked at the tribulation clouds that were still brewing. Right now, their thoughts were similar to Sapphire Shore's. They were also waiting for the internal tribulation. If Zhuowen died in the internal tribulation, that would be the best outcome. Of course, if this kid showed any signs of passing the internal tribulation, they would use thunderous methods and attack together to eliminate Zhuowen, this future threat. Chapter 1495. 9 Sun Lightning Tribulation Boom. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation clouds that had calmed down suddenly let out ear-piercing explosions. Soon after, everyone was shocked to discover that the tribulation clouds were emitting dazzling golden light. The golden light constantly surged and flashed within the black tribulation clouds, forming bolts of golden lightning. Boom! The golden lightning became denser and denser. Eventually, the countless dark clouds in the center of the tribulation clouds began to rotate clockwise, forming a violent vortex. At the center of the vortex, the dazzling golden light stimulated everyone's eyes. Moreover, the golden light was growing larger and brighter. Finally, when the golden light finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes, they were shocked to discover that the owner of the golden light was a giant golden sun that was several thousand feet wide. The surface of this golden sun was surging with terrifyingly hot magma. If one were to look closely, they would see that the magma was formed by golden lightning. Because the golden lightning was too small and densely packed, if one didn't look closely, they would think that it was flowing golden lava. Scorching sun, lightning tribulation. Looking at the enormous golden sun formed by countless golden lightning, Chao Rong's eyes narrowed, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Not only Chao Rong, but even Guning, who was beside her, had a serious expression. The scorching sun, lightning tribulation, was formed by countless golden lightning. The terrifying sun was completely formed by tiny golden lightning. Its power was so terrifying that it could directly kill a void profound saint. Even a nirvana profound saint in the second mystic would be in a difficult situation under this scorching sun, lightning tribulation. This saint tribulation was indeed terrifying. It's actually the scorching sun, lightning tribulation. Yan Ji, Lu Hantian, and the others stood on the square platform of the divine specter realm with worried expressions. The scorching sun, lightning tribulation was a terrifying tribulation among the saint tribulations. The scorching sun, lightning tribulation shouldn't be able to do anything to Zhuowen. After all, this kid defeated Qing Longzi. Why would he be afraid of a mere scorching sun, lightning tribulation? Yang Yi lazily said. His drowsy eyes fell on the tribulation clouds above Zhuowen's head, and there was a hint of thought-provoking in his eyes. Jian Mu stood beside Yang Yi. The 9 golden lines between his brows were still shining. Even now, he still hadn't digested the golden lines between his brows. It was as if he was waiting for something. Yang Yi is right. Although Zhuowen has yet to become a sage, he already has the strength of a profound sage. He should be able to survive the burning sun, thunder tribulation. Yan Ji nodded in agreement. Lu Hantian, Wu Dai, and the others were worried, but they knew that Yang Yi was telling the truth. After all, Zhuowen's battle prowess had already been completely revealed earlier. Even an expert at the profound glimpse saint stage, like Qing Longzi, wasn't his match. Logically speaking, the scorching sun, lightning tribulation should indeed be unable to do anything to Zhuowen. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Zhuowen's internal tribulation was the scorching sun thunder tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky became denser and denser, almost covering the entire 9 nether heaven. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, 8 huge whirlpools appeared on the surface of the tribulation clouds. A 10,000-foot large golden sun descended from each vortex, including the golden sun that had appeared earlier. There were a total of 9 dazzling golden suns below the tribulation clouds. This isn't the scorching sun thunder tribulation, but the 9 suns thunder tribulation, which is even more terrifying than the scorching sun thunder tribulation. Chao Rong was finally moved. His gaze was as if he had seen a ghost. The scorching sun thunder tribulation was already extremely rare, but now the 9 suns thunder tribulation, which was even more powerful than the scorching sun thunder tribulation, had descended. As the name implied, the 9 suns thunder tribulation was a terrifying tribulation formed by 9 scorching sun golden thunder tribulations. A scorching sun golden thunder tribulations was enough to kill an ordinary profound sage, and the 9 suns thunder tribulation could already kill a peak profound sage. Even a Heavenine sage who had just entered the Heaven Sage realm wouldn't dare to face a terrifying tribulation like the 9 suns thunder tribulation. This kid is dead for sure. Chao Rong came back to his senses and stared at the figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the square with a complicated gaze. If it was just the scorching sun thunder tribulation, perhaps Zhuowen would be able to pass it smoothly. However, the tribulation that had appeared now was the higher level 9 suns thunder tribulation. In Chao Rong's view, even if Zhuowen's talent was extraordinary, it was still impossible for him to pass the 9 suns thunder tribulation. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. It's actually the 9 suns thunder tribulation. This kid has really suffered the wrath of the heavens. He's dead for sure. Sapphire Shore raised his head and laughed, his eyes full of joy. Even he didn't expect that what Zhuowen was going to pass was an extremely terrifying tribulation like the 9 suns thunder tribulation. 9 was the extreme number, and any tribulation that was linked to 9 was extremely terrifying. Not far from Sapphire Shore, Wu Ho, Undying Old Monster, and the other masters of the 6 major forces also let out a sigh of relief. Although Zhuowen had yet to enter the Saint Realm, he was still a great threat to them. They all wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. If it wasn't for the restrictions of the 9th Underworld Sky Platform, they would have already rushed in and torn Zhuowen into pieces. But now that the 9 suns thunder tribulation had appeared, they all relaxed because they knew that under such a tribulation, Zhuowen was dead for sure. 9 suns thunder tribulation. How can this Zhuowen's Saint Tribulation be so terrifying? This is the rhythm of being punished by the heavens. Even the heavens don't want to tolerate him. The surrounding martial artists all revealed looks of astonishment, and an uproar overflowed in all directions like an avalanche. Creak! Yan Ji clenched his fists as his eyes widened in disbelief. Even the indifferent Yang Yi's face froze as his eyes slowly narrowed. 9 suns, thunder, tribulation. This? What should we do? We have to help Zhuowen. Lu Hantian said in a panic. Yan Ji took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Right now we can only wait and see. After all, the Saint Tribulation is Zhuowen's own. We outsiders can't interfere at all. Once we interfere, I'm afraid all of you will suffer." Hearing this, Lu Hantian frowned slightly. He had also undergone the Saint Tribulation before and knew that this was the tribulation of the person undergoing the tribulation. No one else could interfere at all. Once they interfered, it would probably increase the power of the Saint Tribulation. Under the gazes of everyone, the 9 suns thunder tribulation under the tribulation, clouds began to slowly descend, gradually approaching the 9th Underworld Sky Platform. 9,000 feet long blazing golden thunder tribulations were currently revolving in the form of a ring. Countless golden thunder tribulations were constantly exploding, as if even space was about to explode and be annihilated into powder. Even the many martial warriors who were far away from the 9th Underworld Sky Platform could feel the terrifying, heavenly might emitted by the 9 suns thunder tribulation. It was an aura of destruction, the smell of death. Lord Chaorong, should we temporarily avoid the danger? As the 9 blazing suns approached, Guning, who was standing beside Chaorong, surged with powerful immortal qi, barely resisting the pressure of the 9 suns thunder tribulation. At this moment, Saint Qi surged around Chao Rong's body, but he did not feel anything wrong. After all, he was a saint of the Yang Sky Sacred Realm, and his strength was much stronger than a profound Saint Master like Guning. Even if Chao Rong faced the 9 suns thunder tribulation head-on, he would probably not suffer much damage. Leave the 9th Underworld Sky Platform first. I'll stay here. I want to see if Zhuowen can survive the 9 suns thunder tribulation. If he can, I'll immediately write a recommendation letter. Chao Rong's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the figure still sitting cross-legged in the square. There was a thought-provoking look in his eyes. 9 suns thunder tribulation. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his spiritual sea, cracks began to appear on the surface of the golden cocoon. Zhuowen, after surviving the 9 suns thunder tribulation, this Xiaohe dog will be able to completely break out of the cocoon. At that time, it will reveal the true power of the great abyss Saint Dragon. In Zhuowen's spiritual sea, Cheng Huang was guarding the golden cocoon as it spoke softly to Zhuowen. 4-kill sword formation. Zhuowen did not dare to be negligent and immediately summoned the 4-kill sword formation. At the same time, he reached out with his right hand, and the 9-star 8-trigram spear appeared in his palm. At the same time, golden light burst out from his body as he raised the power of his saint body to the extreme. The surface of his body was covered with dense golden veins. After doing all this, Zhuowen used the 7 Emotions Precious Seal to raise his battle strength to another level. Ghost Wheel, Daytime Golden Wheel, Dragon Head Saber, come out. After doing all this, Zhuowen still felt that it was not safe. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the profound saint artifacts that he had snatched from Gui Sha, Shueijia, and Qing Longzi. Although Zhuowen had not completely refined these 3 profound saint artifacts, he could use his saint energy to arrange them around his body to form a saint artifact defense. Seeing the 3 profound saint artifacts, the undying old monster, Huang Mo, and Sapphire Shore's faces turned gloomy. Obviously, Zhuowen taking out these 3 profound saint artifacts was a slap in the face to their 3 forces. It reminded them of Shui, Jia, Gui Sha, and Qing Longzi who had been killed by Zhuowen. The 9 Suns Thunder Tribulation has 9 blazing sun golden thunderbolts. From the 1st to the 9th sun, each sun is more terrifying than the last. I wonder how many suns this Zhuowen will be able to withstand? Chao Rong observed with great interest. Whoosh! As soon as Chao Rong's voice fell, the first blazing sun golden thunderbolt fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Wherever it passed, golden thunderbolts exploded and stretched across the sky like a long golden thunderbolt bridge. Boom! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. With a stomp of his feet, the power of his saint body exploded. The entire 9 nether sky platform trembled, causing many martial artists to exclaim in shock. They were shocked by Zhuowen's physical strength. Whoosh! Zhuowen shot towards the first sun like an arrow that had left the bow. In front of the 1,000-foot blazing sun golden thunderbolt, Zhuowen's figure was as small as an ant. However, he was not afraid and threw out a punch. Boom! This punch carried the power of 1,000 caddies. When the punch was thrown out, the void within 10,000 feet of the blazing sun golden thunderbolt collapsed inch by inch, forming a black ring-shaped collapse. Bang! 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 Under the power of the saint body and the void law, the blazing sun golden thunderbolt was directly annihilated by the collapse of the void. He actually broke the first sun so easily. This Zhuowen is not bad. Chao Rong nodded approvingly and said in a low voice, Boom! Boom! The moment the first sun was destroyed, another 2 blazing sun golden thunderbolts fell from the sky. These 2 blazing sun golden thunderbolts were even bigger than before. They were already 2,000 feet in size. Chapter 1496. The 9th Sunjua, when's gaze was grave. His body, which was suspended in the air, suddenly twisted in an inconceivable manner. His right leg swept out like a whip. Rumble. Zhuowen still used the laws of the void in this kick. With this kick, space collapsed. The 2 spinning, blazing, golden thunderbolts actually froze in the air. Collapse! Zhuowen roared, and the void collapsed again. However, the power of the second sun was much stronger than that of the first sun. It did not collapse in the collapsing void. Instead, it rampaged through the void, showing signs of breaking through the void. Looking at the 2 blazing golden thunderbolts that hadn't collapsed, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He took a step forward. The laws of the void filled the bottom of his feet. As if he had teleported, he appeared above the blazing golden thunderbolts. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes abruptly opened. Icy blue and fiery red intertwined. He immediately activated the power of the Ice and Fire sacred rune. Zhuowen pressed down with his right hand. The energy of ice and fire soared into the sky, condensing into a 10,000-meter-tall palace of ice and fire. It rumbled as if it was going to crush everything. What terrifying energy of ice and fire! This child can actually combine the laws of ice and fire so harmoniously? Chao Rong frowned slightly. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the palace. It should have been very difficult to combine the two extreme energies of ice and fire. However, Zhuowen was able to skillfully combine these two types of energy together. This caused Chao Rong to involuntarily recall a kind of supreme treasure. It shouldn't be that kind of thing. That's a treasure of the world. It's terrifying. It shouldn't only have this much power. This child probably cultivated some kind of special secret technique that can combine the laws of ice and fire to create even more powerful energy. Chao Rong shook his head and laughed at himself. He completely dismissed the idea that had suddenly popped up in his mind. Such a treasure of the world was rare even in the Central Plains. Even if it existed, it would be in the hands of the various major factions. How could it possibly appear in the Eastern Plains? Boom, boom, boom. As the palace came crashing down, the two golden suns that were contained by the void were directly crushed by the palace of ice and fire. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This scene caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air. The power of this 10,000 zhang palace was so terrifying that the second sun was directly crushed. Boom, boom. After crushing the second sun, a third sun descended from the sky, followed by a fourth sun, a fifth sun. Each sun had one more golden sun than the previous one. When the ninth sun was reached, the 9 golden suns in the sky would all descend. That power was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. The Ice-Fire Palace was extremely powerful, especially after Zhuowen had learned how to use the Ice-Fire Saint symbol. The power of the Ice-Fire Palace he could control had reached an unprecedented level. Even the 7th sun was crushed by the Ice and Fire Palace. Furthermore, Zhuowen was also very smart. Before the blazing sun golden lightning was destroyed, when its power was greatly suppressed by the Ice-Fire Palace, he would jump into the blazing sun golden lightning and bathe his entire body in the tempering of the blazing sun golden lightning. As time passed, Zhuowen's holy body became more and more powerful under this silent tempering. It even showed signs of being reborn. I'm afraid that I'm not far from the great completion, holy body. Feeling that his physique was constantly strengthening, Zhuowen clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard. The terrifying power seemed to be able to crush the air. He has passed the 7th sun. This Zhuowen is really amazing. The power of the 9 suns' thunder tribulation was so terrifying that it attracted the attention of countless warriors in the 9th netherworld realm, especially when they saw Zhuowen shatter the 7th sun in a row. Everyone was in an uproar. For these ordinary martialists, even the 1st sun was enough to crush them, let alone the 7th sun Sapphire Shore, and the other leaders of the 7 forces frowned. Obviously, they were not happy with this result. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. The 8th sun and the 9th sun's power will transform. This guy will definitely not be able to withstand it, Sapphire Shore said coldly. The other leaders of the 6 forces also nodded. Obviously, they agreed with Sapphire Shore. I wonder if Zhuowen will be able to pass the last 2 tribulations. Chao Rong narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of anticipation. Rumble. At this moment, 8 golden suns fell from the sky like 8 meteorites. Each of them was 80,000 feet long. The power of the 8th sun was much more terrifying than the 7th sun. Its power had almost undergone a qualitative change. The golden lightning spread across the sky like countless golden tentacles, almost reaching the area where the 9 nether realm was located. Many of the martial practitioners on the square stage were so shocked that they hurriedly left the square stage to avoid the golden lightning that was spreading towards them. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out continuously. Some warriors on the square platform of the 9th netherworld realm couldn't escape in time and were hit by the golden lightning. They were directly blown to smithereens. Hiss! Seeing this scene, many ancient martial art practitioners hurriedly retreated. Just the golden lightning that was released had such terrifying destructive power. It was hard for them to imagine that if they faced the 8 golden suns head-on, they would probably be directly bombarded by the golden lightning. As for the leaders of the forces on the square platform, they unleashed a powerful defense and barely blocked the golden lightning. Although they managed to block it, they were barely able to do so. The 8th sun. Zhuowen wasn't afraid. He held the 9-star, 8-trigram spear in his hand and was surrounded by 3 profound saint artifacts. At the same time, he waved his right hand and the Icefire Palace directly bombarded the 8 golden suns. Boom! Boom! What shocked Zhuowen the most was that the terrifying Icefire Palace did not last long under the attack of the 8 blazing sun golden thunderbolts before it collapsed. How terrifying! Zhuowen was shocked. He knew better than anyone how powerful the Icefire Palace was. However, it had only lasted for a short while before collapsing under the power of the 8th sun. This was truly beyond his expectations. Whoosh! Countless golden lightning bolts spread out, attacking Zhuowen's body in a densely packed manner. Fortunately, Zhuowen was protected by 3 profound saint artifacts, and the golden lightning didn't get close to him. However, as the 8 golden suns got closer, the golden lightning became denser and denser. It was as if there were no holes that they couldn't penetrate. The pressure on Zhuowen also became heavier. Dragon, subduing fist. 9-star, 8 trigrams diagram. Zhuowen didn't hold back and used the dragon subduing fist and the 9-star, 8 trigrams spear skill. The 9-star, 8 trigrams diagram. Countless dragon shadows appeared, and together with the 8 trigrams diagram that filled the sky, Zhuowen was shrouded in a layer of mysterious light. Boom! In the end, the 8 golden suns blasted Zhuowen's body and exploded. Countless golden lightning surged and almost dyed the sky of the 9 nether platform into a golden sea. Boom! As the golden lightning gradually faded, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, attracting everyone's attention. That's Zhuowen. The 8th sun actually made him look so miserable. When everyone saw the figure's appearance, there was an uproar. This was because Zhuowen was in an extremely sorry state at this moment. The 3 profound saint artifacts that were revolving around him had dimmed, and the saint aura on their surface was covered in dust. It was obvious that they had suffered heavy injuries in the collision earlier. On the other hand, Zhuowen wasn't in a good condition either. The clothes on his upper body were torn, revealing his muscular body. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body, and red blood flowed out from the cracks, staining Zhuowen's body. It made him look like a man made of blood. The power of the 8th sun is so terrifying. Zhuowen coughed out a mouthful of blood. He supported his body and knelt on the ground with one knee. He was panting and his eyes were filled with shock. This was only the 8th sun. The 9 suns' lightning tribulation still had the most terrifying 9th sun. The 8th sun had already reduced him to such a state. If it was the 9th sun, Zhuowen could not imagine if he could withstand the bombardment of the 9th sun. At this moment, the powerful recovery power of his saint body was constantly healing the cracks on his body. The blood that was flowing out also began to stop forming scabs under the effect of the recovery power. At the same time, Zhuowen took out a porcelain bottle from his spirit ring and poured the immortal elixir inside into his mouth. There was an elixir room in the Azure Dragon Hall. Zhuowen took out many top-grade immortal elixirs from there. This time, he put a kind of top-grade immortal elixir into his mouth. After swallowing the whole bottle of top-grade immortal elixir, Zhuowen immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to refine the surging medicinal power. The injuries on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's an immortal elixir, and its quality is not low. This little bastard is really rich. He must have gotten it from the immortal saint weapon. Sapphire Shore's eyes were sharp. He immediately recognized the immortal elixir in Zhuowen's porcelain bottle. His eyes were filled with greed. Not only Sapphire Shore, but the undying old monster and the others also had burning eyes and were ready to make a move. The ninth sun is about to arrive. This kid will definitely die. Sapphire Shore was full of confidence. If the eighth sun could make Zhuowen look so miserable, then the most terrifying ninth sun would probably be able to blast Zhuowen into pieces. It's the last tribulation. I wonder if Zhuowen will be able to survive this tribulation? Everyone in the Fine God Institute began to worry for Zhuowen. Woody, who was beside the palace master of the demon god palace, clenched her fists tightly. Her palms were sweating. Rumble. Under everyone's gazes, the 9 golden thunderbolts at the bottom of the tribulation, clouds bloomed with earth-shattering golden light. Then they sank with a rumble. As the 9th sun sank, the entire 9 nether sky began to tremble. The tremors became more and more intense. The 9 nether sky platform and the entire 9 nether realm began to tremble. It was as if it would collapse at any time. All the living beings in the 9 nether realm began to worry. Obviously, the power of the 9th sun was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the 9 nether realm was affected. Chapter 1497. 5-clawed golden dragon rumble. The 9th sun slowly sank, and the terrifying pressure seemed to want to crush the entire 9 nether sky. The vast 9 nether sky platform trembled violently under the 9 blazing golden lightning suns. It was on the verge of collapse. Standing on the platform, Chao Rong's eyes narrowed slightly. The saint energy on the surface of his body seemed to have substance as it spread around his body, turning into a dazzling golden armor. It was dazzling, and it resisted the terrifying pressure. The 9th sun is really terrifying. I wonder how this child will deal with it? Chao Rongwei turned his head, and his gaze landed on the figure sitting cross-legged on the ground, still recuperating from his injuries. His eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. The 9 sun lightning tribulation was the final tribulation. If Zhuowen passed it, he would undergo the final transformation and become a peerless saint. If he could not pass it, he would turn into insignificant dust and be annihilated from the world. At this moment, on the 9 square platforms that were derived from the 9 directions of the 9 nether sky platform, many cultivators had retreated into their respective 9 nether realms. Those who remained were the powerful forces and saint experts in their respective nether realms. Zhuowen slowly stood up. At this moment, his naked and muscular upper body was covered with dense golden veins, as if countless golden worms were crawling on his body. His gaze, icy blue and fiery red intertwined, bursting forth with a strange and unfathomable light. It passed through the restrictions of the 9 nether sky platform and landed on the 9 blazing golden lightning suns that were 90,000 feet tall. Crack! When the 9th sun landed on the 9 nether sky platform, countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the 9 nether sky platform. Even the restrictions on the surface of the 9 nether sky platform can't withstand the terrifying power of the 9th sun. This scene caused many cultivators to widen their eyes in disbelief. The power of the first 8 suns was already terrifying enough, but they were unable to threaten the restrictions of the 9 nether sky platform. However, the moment the 9th sun landed on the sky platform, it actually shattered the restrictions on the surface of the sky platform. What kind of terrifying power was this to be able to cause such shocking destruction? Sapphire Shore, Undying Old Monster, and Wu Ho's 7 people were all ecstatic. Previously, they did not dare to act rashly because of the restrictions on the 9th underworld sky platform. Right now, the power of the 9th sun was vast and mighty, almost crushing the restrictions of the 9 underworld sky platform. They could directly enter the sky platform and capture Zhuowen. Crack! In the end, the 9th underworld sky platform's restrictions crumbled under the pressure of the 9th sun, and the 9th sun continued to fall without slowing down. Hall Master Ching, the restriction has been broken. Should we go in directly? Wu Ho's eyes flickered, and suddenly looked toward Sapphire Shore, revealing an inquiring look. Not only Wu Ho, the other 5 leaders also stared at Sapphire Shore. Let's wait for a moment. The power of the 9th sun is too terrifying. This kid hasn't gone through his tribulation yet, so it's definitely inappropriate for us to go in. We'll wait until this kid starts to get tired of dealing with it. Then we'll rush in and kill him. We'll refine his soul and take his spirit ring, said Sapphire Shore in a sinister tone. We have to be wary of that Sapphire Shore. On the divine specter realm side, Yanji's gaze fell on Sapphire Shore and the others. He took a step forward and brought Jiang Xian and Wen Bai to a place not far from Sapphire Shore and the others. Not only Yanji, but Zhao Jun of the Demon God Palace also brought 2 demon saints of the Demon God Palace and landed beside Yanji. Her beautiful eyes stared warily at Sapphire Shore and the others. Yanji, Zhao Jun, what's the meaning of this? Said Sapphire Shore in a sinister tone, his gaze cold. Sapphire Shore, now that the restrictions of the 9 Underworld Sky platform have been broken, I think you'd better not act rashly, said Yanji coldly. Haha, the 2 of you really don't know what's good for you. Yanji and Zhao Jun, the 2 of you can't stop the people that I, Sapphire Shore, want to kill. Sapphire Shore threw his head back and laughed. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, 9 figures with majestic auras leaped out from the square platform of the Dragon Spectre realm. Saints, 9 saints. Feeling the terrifying auras of the 9 figures, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that there would be 9 saints in the Blue Dragon Hall. Including Sapphire Shore, wouldn't there be 10 saints? The number of saints here was 3 times more than the number of saints in the Divine Spectre Academy. 9 saints, dragon formation. Qing Yuan indifferently spat out these words. The 9 saints that flew out from the square platform of the Dragon Wasteland each took out a jade slip with their right hand and crushed it in unison. Roar! 9 dragon roars rang out from the jade slip. Then, the Saint Chi of the 9 people began to surge out crazily, connecting with each other in a strange way. In the end, it turned into a huge golden dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. This huge golden dragon was lifelike. Its 4 dragon claws were as big as mountains, and each dragon claw had 5 claws. 9th grade dragon soul, 5-clawed golden dragon. Yanji frowned as he stared at the 5-clawed golden dragon formed by the Saint Chi of the 9 saints. The 5-clawed golden dragon was very famous. It was the 9th grade dragon soul of a peerless Ryuka patriarch from 10,000 years ago. Its power was extremely terrifying. He didn't know how Sapphire Shore got his hands on such a 9th grade dragon soul and used some kind of secret method to make the 9 saints activate it. Haha, you're right. This is the 9th grade dragon soul, 5-clawed golden dragon. It was extracted from Qing Longzi's body to form the dragon soul array. Its power is much stronger than Qing Longzi's own materialization. Sapphire Shore laughed. Yanji's eyes narrowed. No wonder Qing Longzi didn't release his dragon soul during the battle. It turned out that Sapphire Shore had extracted it and made it into the dragon soul array. This green jade shore was really ruthless. He actually did an experiment on the genius he had nurtured and extracted the dragon's soul from him. However, what Qing Yuan said was indeed correct. This dragon soul grand array was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Yanji could faintly feel that the might of this dragon soul grand array could completely increase as the strength of the martial artist presiding over the grand array increased. The failure rate of extracting the dragon soul of a warrior without permission should be very high, right? You actually dared to experiment on Qing Longzi. Aren't you afraid of failure? Yanji frowned. Qing Yu and instead laughed out loud and said, For 10,000 years, our Azure Dragon Hall has always been looking for the descendants of the Long family. The number of Long family descendants that we've captured is at least several thousand, if not several tens of thousands. Do you think that our Azure Dragon Hall has only killed these long family descendants? Hearing this, Yenji's eyes narrowed and said, "You're experimenting on the extraction of dragon souls on those Ryuka descendants." Yes. Thanks to those descendants of the Long family, we have finally obtained the correct method of extracting the dragon soul after thousands of years of experimentation. Moreover, the failure rate is not high. Otherwise, do you think I would casually experiment on Qing Longzi? Qing Yuan said indifferently. Yan Ji and Zhao Jun looked at each other and felt their hair stand on end. Sapphire Shore had hidden too deeply. He was actually secretly experimenting on the extraction of dragon souls. Hee, to be honest, you all think that my dragon soul is an 8th grade dragon soul, but it's actually a 9th grade dragon soul. When I was experimenting on the extraction method, there was naturally some success rate. Those dragon souls that were successfully extracted were all devoured by my dragon soul. Therefore, my dragon soul went from an 8th grade dragon soul to a 9th grade dragon soul. At this point, Sapphire Shore licked his lips and revealed a cruel look. Enough nonsense. 5-clawed golden dragon, kill Yan Ji and Zhao Jun for me. With that, Sapphire Shore pointed with his right hand. Suddenly, the huge 5-clawed golden dragon roared and flew through the air. A dragon claw slashed through the air, and wherever it passed, the space collapsed. Yan Ji's face changed slightly. 3 blazing suns flew out of his body, and the law of light was pushed to the extreme. He even took out the profound saint artifact, dazzling light token. Jiang Xian and Wen Bai followed closely behind Yan Ji, each of them releasing a powerful saint energy to block the attack of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom! As the claw slammed down, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Yan Ji and the other 2 grunted and were directly thrown back thousands of feet. This 5-clawed golden dragon is terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and even Zhao Jun was in disbelief. Roar! After forcing Yan Ji and the other 2 to retreat, the 5-clawed golden dragon attacked again. Let me help you. Zhao Jun stepped forward and brought 2 beast saints to help Yan Ji. For a moment, the battle between the 6 sages and the 5-clawed golden dragon caused the sky to darken. The sun and moon lost their light, and the saint aura was vast and mighty. Yan Ji, Zhao Jun, and 4 profound sages joined forces. But they still can't suppress this 5-clawed golden dragon. Isn't this power too terrifying? This holy war shocked many martial artists, and they became more and more afraid of the 5-clawed golden dragon. After all, this 5-clawed golden dragon formation was formed by 9 sages. Everyone, return to the divine specter realm first and close the entrance. On the square platform of the divine specter realm, Yang Yi ordered the people behind him. Everyone knew the seriousness of the matter. The battle between sages was terrifying, and if they were not careful, they might directly die. To be safe, they naturally hid in the divine specter realm. Not only the divine specter realm, but many martial artists of the other 8 divine specters also retreated into the divine specter realm and used their divine abilities to observe the situation in the 9 nether heaven. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. With the conflict between Zhuowen and the Blue Dragon Hall, there might be an earth-shattering battle. Perhaps Zhuowen would once again take out his immortal sacred artifact in this battle. Eldest senior brother, I'm going to help Zhuowen. Can you send me over? Jian Mu suddenly asked Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a deep look at Jian Mu and finally nodded. Don't stay for too long. The 9th sun will descend soon. With your half-sage strength, you won't be able to withstand such a tribulation. I know. Jian Mu nodded with a cold gaze. Go, Yang Yi said, and put his right hand on Jian Mu's shoulder. Then, the space beside Jian Mu suddenly shattered, and Jian Mu directly stepped into the void. When Jian Mu reappeared, he had already landed in front of Zhuowen. Jian Mu, At this moment, Zhuowen, who had originally focused all his attention on the ninth sun, stared at Jian Mu with narrowed eyes. Zhuowen, your dragon soul should be about to transform successfully. Take these 9 golden patterns. I wish you a smooth breakthrough. Jian Mu was expressionless. He tapped his forehead with his right hand, and the 9 golden patterns were extracted. With a whoosh, they entered Zhuowen's body. Chapter 1498. The plan the 9 golden patterns drilled into Zhuowen's glabella. Immediately, the cracks on the golden cocoon in his sea of consciousness spread faster, as if the cocoon could burst at any time. Is that the void law? Zhuowen stared at Jian Mu, who had disappeared into the void. His eyes narrowed as he revealed a bewildered expression. He himself had mastered the void law. Just now, Jian Mu had broken through the void and left. The void law contained within was extremely dense. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's gaze pierced through the void and landed on the square platform of the divine spectre realm. There, Jian Mu had broken through the void and descended, while Yang Yi was standing alone on the square platform. The void law was cast by Yang Yi. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. He could tell at a glance that the owner of the void law was Yang Yi, who was standing on the square platform. From the beginning to the end, Yang Yi was extremely mysterious in Zhuowen's eyes. Even though Zhuowen was about to become a saint, he still couldn't see through Yang Yi. Kid, don't think too much. Hurry up and help Xiao He. Once Xiao He breaks out of the cocoon, your path to becoming a saint will be unimpeded. Even Xiao He will be of great help to you. Cheng Huang shouted in his mind, causing Zhuowen to immediately wake up. Saint Luck! Zhuowen came back to his senses and began to try his best to absorb the saint luck that Jian Mu had given him. The golden patterns between his brows showed signs of expanding again, from 32 to 35. It's about to burst. When the golden pattern reached the 35th mark, the golden cocoon cracked open, and a terrifying pressure leaked out of it. It's too late. The 9th sun is about to descend. Cheng Huang shouted anxiously. While a wisp of cold sweat flowed down Zhuowen's forehead. After that, he gritted his teeth and suddenly withdrew an immortal pill that flickered with golden light from his spirit ring. This is the last golden core of the great sage. Hopefully, it can speed up the process of Xiao He breaking out of the cocoon. It was none other than the supreme, great sage golden pill. Zhuowen had obtained 3 great sage golden pills from the 4th level of the pill room. He had given one to Long Xiaotian, used one previously, and now the last one came in handy. After Zhuowen swallowed the great sage Aurus core, the cocoon floating in his sea of consciousness shattered at a speed that was several times faster than before. In fact, it was dozens of times faster. Crack! Crack! In the blink of an eye, the cocoon broke completely, and a black ray of light that could blot out the sun shot out from the cocoon and formed a black pillar of light that connected the sky and the earth behind Zhuowen's head. A deafening dragon roar erupted from Zhuo Jingwen's body, shaking the heavens and the earth and shaking the souls of everyone present. Many cultivators covered their ears in pain when they heard the terrifying dragon roar. They were horrified. Just the dragon roar alone was so terrifying. They wondered how powerful the owner of the dragon roar was. Zhuowen's dragon soul seems to have undergone a transformation. It looks like he's really going to break through. However, the 9th sun has already descended. Chao Rong took a step forward and jumped off the platform. He hovered in the air not far from the 9th underworld sky platform and looked down at Zhuowen, who was about to receive the 9th sun. The 9th sun's power was terrifying. Although he could completely destroy it, he would have to pay a hefty price. He couldn't pay such a price just to help Zhuowen. Xiao He! The dragon roar grew louder and louder. Zhuowen leaped up and a black ray of light shot out from between his eyebrows. A huge black dragon that was 100,000 feet long suddenly appeared in the air. Rumble! The huge dragon was so huge that it swung its tail and slammed into the ground of the ninth underworld sky platform. The ninth underworld sky platform shook violently and crumbled into dust. Hiss! The ninth underworld sky platform was shattered. Is this Zhuowen's dragon soul? It's so powerful. The ninth underworld sky platform shattered into countless pieces and floated above the ninth underworld sky, turning into a stream of rocks. It was a spectacular sight. This fellow's dragon soul isn't simple. Is it really a ninth-grade dragon soul? Sapphire Shore frowned slightly and stared at the huge black dragon with a strange expression. It was the first time he had seen such a huge dragon. Even if it was a ninth-grade dragon soul, it was rare to see such a huge dragon. Boom! The black dragon had 6 wings. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky and directly slammed into the 9 golden thunderbolts. Countless bolts of golden lightning spread across the sky, dyeing the entire sky a golden color. The 9,000 feet golden thunderbolts formed a ring-shaped sea of golden thunderbolts that was comparable to the black dragon's body. It could even be said that its power was even more terrifying. The black dragon's power was indeed terrifying. However, under the bombardment of the golden thunderbolts, it gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The ninth sun is so terrifying. After Xiao Hei's transformation, she's actually suppressed? Zhuowen was shocked. When he had advanced to the Emperor realm, Xiao Hei's materialization was already 100,000 feet. Now that he had reached the Sage realm, Xiao Hei had transformed into 100,000 feet. Regardless of whether it was her aura or strength, she was much more terrifying than before. Even so, she was still at a disadvantage under the ninth sun. Zhuowen, don't worry about me. I can totally deal with the ninth sun. I'm just putting on an act for Sapphire Shore. Suddenly, a voice sounded and Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. It was Xiao Hei's voice. What's your plan? Zhuowen replied in a low voice. Of course. Now, it's not just the Blue Dragon Hall. The Undying Altar, Desolate Island, 100 Flowers Park, St. Martial Sect, Yiksha Sea, and the League of Assassins are also after your death. These guys want your immortal saint weapon and your life. Are you going to let them go? Xiao Hei said coldly. Of course not. Those who want to kill me must all die. Zhuowen said coldly. That's right. Now lure them over. Do your best to lure them over and then annihilate them all. At this point, Xiao Hei's dragon eyes flashed with a cold light. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He knew what Xiao Hei meant. Now, Sapphire Shore and the others couldn't wait to kill Zhuowen. It could be said that the current Zhuowen was the best bait for Sapphire Shore and the others. Once they were lured over, he and Xiao Hei would join hands and kill them all. Moreover, Xiao Hei was so confident. Zhuowen knew that it must have more strength. It might have more powerful trump cards. Hall Master Qing. This kid's dragon soul is not simple. It can actually block the ninth sun. This is a good opportunity. While his dragon soul is in a stalemate with the ninth sun, we can kill this kid. Wu Ho hurriedly suggested to Qing Yuan, killing intent bursting forth from his eyes. He was eager to give it a try, wishing that he could charge in right now and kill Zhuowen. Sapphire Shore frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. His eyes flickered, and he subconsciously glanced at the depths of the 9 nether tribulation clouds. He pondered for a moment. Hall Master Qing, what do you think? Undying Old Monster and the others also looked at Sapphire Shore. They couldn't help but want to kill Zhuowen, this little bastard. Sapphire Shore, old dog, and you bunch of little dogs. Weren't you clamoring to kill me just now? Now that I, Zhuowen, am about to become a saint, are you all so scared that you don't dare to come? Just as Sapphire Shore was hesitating, Zhuowen took the initiative. He stood in the void and shouted arrogantly. His words were extremely unpleasant to the ears. The faces of Qing Yuan and the others instantly turned green when they heard Zhuowen call them old dogs and little dogs. They were the dignified overlords of the various nether realms. yet they were being insulted by a junior like this. It truly infuriated them. This kid deserves to die. Wu Ho was so angry that his teeth itched. He took a step forward, and a 10,000 zhang tall Saint Martial image appeared behind him. It instantly descended above Zhuowen's head. Die! Wu Ho bellowed and chopped down with his palm. It was as if the mountains and rivers were breaking apart and the mountains and rivers were collapsing. Zhuowen also punched out, the fist and palm collided, releasing a terrifying strength qi. Following that, Wu Ho and Zhuowen both retreated dozens of steps. This kid has yet to become a saint, and is already able to fight to a draw with Wu Ho. We definitely cannot let him successfully pass through the ninth sun. Kill! At the instant when Zhuowen and Wu Ho both retreated, the Imperial Exterminator's sinister voice rang out. He executed his assassination technique and disappeared from the air. When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhuowen. The dagger, which was a profound saint artifact, shot out soundlessly and pierced into Zhuowen's back, where his heart was. This attack was too fast for ordinary people to see clearly. However, Zhuowen sensed it. He suddenly twisted his body and luckily dodged the dagger's attack. Let's work together and kill this kid. By Mei Sheng, the undying freak, Huang Mo, and the eternal night, Underworld Emperor, turned into 4 rays of light and disappeared into thin air. They surrounded Zhuowen and charged at him. Everyone took out their own profound saint artifact. In the sky and on the ground, they sealed Zhuowen in every direction. Their saint aura surged and broke through the entire 9 nether heaven, turning into a long rainbow that stretched across the heaven and earth. 6 sages joining forces. What a terrifying might! Will Zhuowen be able to withstand it? In the 9 nether realm, countless people were paying attention to the battle on the 9 nether heaven platform, especially when they saw the 6 great saints using their profound saint artifacts to attack Zhuowen with all their strength. Their hearts trembled. The power of the 6 great saints could soar into the sky and shake the heaven and earth. Zhuowen had yet to become a saint. Facing the 6 great saints working together, he did not know how to resist or even die. Chao Rong frowned slightly, but did not make a move. Speaking of which, this was Zhuowen's own grudge. Moreover, Zhuowen had yet to become a saint. Everything was uncertain. Therefore, if Chao Rong made a move now and blocked the attacks of so many saints for Zhuowen, it would not be worth it. The 6 great saints' attacks swept over. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and was not afraid. His saint body emitted a golden light. At the same time, the power of the 5 laws of void, death, desolation, ice, and fire gushed out and intertwined on the surface of his saint body. The daytime golden wheel, ghost wheel, and dragon head broadsword surrounded his body. He held the 9-star, 8-trigram spear in his right hand. He stomped his right foot and rushed out, intending to fight the 6 great saints alone.